Reincarnation Paradise, Chapter 501. Su Xiao had seen the horrible scene of Qing Ganyin's energy invading the brain. When fighting against the sorcerer, Qing Ganyin's energy went straight to the enemy's brain. The enhanced intelligence attribute was to welcome the current situation. If the mana circuit in the brain was not strong enough, it could not bear the process at all. The energy ball was more and more perfect, and it had built more than 60. This energy ball gradually produced a suction force. There was a row of small holes on the energy ball, and the toilet was covered with patterns, and it would move with the rhythm of the heartbeat. The composition is 70, 75, 80. The entire construction process required concentration, and while constructing this energy ball, some of his things were constantly impacted, often causing him to be dazed for a moment. The energy ball was very unstable in the construction process, and it would attack the creator's soul. This was why most of the shadow of the law of destruction failed. Once the soul was broken, it meant death, and the soul was gone, leaving only a bag of skin. After the construction of more than 95, the impact of the energy ball on the soul became stronger and stronger, giving Su Xiao a feeling that he was going to leave the body at any time. Try to ignore this feeling as much as possible, and instinct told him that he had to build this energy ball perfectly. Otherwise, he would be dead. A few minutes later, the energy ball was completely constructed. Before Su Xiao could breathe, he suddenly found that the energy ball was even more unstable. Dong, 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 dong. The energy rhythm was getting faster and faster, and it almost began to beat in the end. Boom! The energy ball burst and Su Xiao thought it was over. Unexpectedly, the energy ball burst seemed to be a normal situation. After the energy ball burst, it formed a large pale blue powder. After the powder floated in his abdomen for a while, it gradually absorbed together. The temporary destruction was to be more stable. Once again, the light blue powder constructed the energy ball, which was near Su Xiao's heart. The energy ball released a terrible suction and seemed to suck up the energy around it. The energy ball absorbed crazily for a while and did not absorb any energy. The energy in Su Xiao's body was the same source as the energy ball, so the energy ball would not absorb it. Su Xiao looked up and saw a blue sky above. He swam up slowly, and soon Su Xiao swam to the pool's edge. With a crash, Su Xiao poked his head out of the liquid green steel shadow energy and climbed out of the pool. It seems that you have succeeded. Marvin Waltz looked at Su Xiao with a smile. Yes. Su Xiao sat at the pool's edge and breathed in the fresh air. He succeeded and obtained a strong support ability to the point of being somewhat abnormal. Opening the skill list, new abilities appeared. Skill 8. Devouring Core. Skill effect, able to absorb high-level creature energy to nourish the green steel shadow energy. Depending on the level and quality of the energy absorption, the green steel shadow will be upgraded. The effect of the skill could be said to be simple and crude, that was, to absorb the energy of other creatures to strengthen Qing Ganyin, but it could only absorb the energy of high-level creatures, and the energy in nature was not enough. Qing Ganyin was Su Xiao's core ability. It was a very practical ability, whether it was real damage, burning the enemy's mana values, causing pain to the enemy, and so on. As for the energy of high-level creatures, Su Xiao thought about it after a short period of thought. Chakra, thoughts, Ryatsu, Haki, and so on were all high-level creatures' energy. As long as he could absorb this energy, the level of the green steel shadow could be improved, and it was rapid growth. Su Xiao thought of a few creatures. If he could take care of any of those creatures, the green steel shadow of LV.13 might be directly upgraded to LV.20 or more. How much has your nucleus of Devour built? Hearing the question of Marvin Waltz, Su Xiao was slightly surprised. Don't you want to construct 100? Marvin Waltz's mouth twitched, somewhat stunned. I didn't tell you that you can just crush energy balls after constructing 70. Did you tell me? Su Xiao suddenly felt that Marvin Waltz was not very reliable. Last time, he did not tell him that the formation of the spirit shadow constitution would make people faint. Didn't I tell you? Marvin Waltz tried to recall in his mind because there had been no new shadow of the law of destruction for too long. He seemed to have forgotten to say this. In other words, you built 100, and the energy ball did not explode. Your soul was not broken. It exploded, and it was rebuilt again. Marvin Waltz went up and down to look and looked at a foreign creature. You use the nuclei. Su Xiao spread out his left hand, and light blue smoke floated on his palm. The horrible suction spread and his left hand became a black hole. Stop! Marvin Waltz shouted. This terrifying suction force can absorb the energy of other creatures as long as it comes into contact with it. Aren't the other shadow of the law? Under the carelessness of Marvin Waltz, Su Xiao accidentally obtained a very strong ability. 99.9 of the shadow of the law is not. If I want to absorb the energy of other creatures, I have to defeat the other party first, and only after the other party has no resistance can I absorb it. Only the first shadow of the law has your terrible suction. Su Xiao nodded and did not reveal a mood of ecstasy. He obtained this ability at great risk, and it was a matter of course. Don't be happy too early. You better absorb the energy of the other party after defeating other creatures, the pleasure of absorbing the energy of other creatures. You will understand in the future. Marvin Waltz waved his hand at Su Xiao. The power of space is here. See you next time, but that should be a long time later. The sense of teleportation appeared. Marvin Waltz shouted. Keep clear when absorbing energy. Don't become a blade demon. You can't go against it after becoming a blade demon. Remember, don't become a blade demon. You will regret it then. Could you not become the next me? Be a shadow of the law, and the blade demon has no future. Marvin Waltz's words echoed in his ears, and Su Xiao was sent away. Returning to the exclusive room, Su Xiao thought about Marvin Waltz's words. What was the blade demon? Was it the risk needed to take when absorbing energy? Or another path to becoming stronger? Listening to Marvin Waltz's tone, he seemed to be a blade demon, so it should be a branch of the shadow of extinction. Su Xiao was secretly vigilant in his heart. Marvin Waltz should not lie to him. At least he never showed any malice. The new ability was successfully obtained, and there was no chance to practice it for the time being. The energy of high-level creatures was hard to find, and Su Xiao could only confirm a few kinds. There were still 3 soul crystals left in his hand. His previous idea was to use them to strengthen Qing Gangying, but now it seemed a waste to do that. Qing Gangying had a better way to improve, and he needed to make use of the resources reasonably. The soul crystal should be used to strengthen the sword master. Every level of the sword master needed 10 soul crystals. Now, the sword master was LV.21. If he wanted to upgrade to LV.30, he needed to consume 90 soul crystals. It was a headache to think about it. Every level of the sword master changed once, and after reaching LVL.30, Su Xiao's strength would reach a new height. Su Xiao estimated that if the sword master reached LV.30, he should have no problem fighting some of the middle generals in one piece of the world. No, perhaps it was much stronger than the middle generals, weaker than the general. Su Xiao pulled out the dragon flash on his waist. The dragon flash was now purple in quality, and it began to feel weak when dealing with strong enemies, and it needed to be improved. Chapter 502. The current dragon flash was purple in quality, and the sharpness of the blade was 67. If he wanted to upgrade to dark purple in quality, he needed to consume at least 2 purple blade type weapons. Su Xiao already had 1 purple blade type weapon, a purple blade type item with a score of 136 points. In this way, he only needed to buy another purple blade type weapon. However, before upgrading the dragon flash, Su Xiao wanted to strengthen it. It should be known that the cost of strengthening purple quality weapons and strengthening dark purple quality weapons was much worse. There was a problem in front of him. After the dragon flash increased the quality, the level of enhancement would decline. Before, when the blue quality was raised to purple quality, it did not decline, but that did not mean that the enhancement level would not decline when the purple quality was raised to dark purple quality. During the previous upgrade, whether the level of enhancement was retained for a long time, Su Xiao estimated that this time, the quality of the dragon flash was increased, and the level of enhancement was very likely to decline. This was a normal situation. The cost of strengthening blue quality equipment and strengthening purple equipment was not much different. It was possible to keep the enhancement level, but the dark purple equipment differed. According to Su Xiao's observation, dark purple equipment was the strongest equipment that a small number of level 1 contractors could get, and the quality above that was not the level 1 contractors had the ability to get. Su Xiao got a clear answer after trying to ask the Reincarnation Paradise and spending 500 Paradise coins for the consultation fee. If the quality of Dragon Flash were raised to dark purple, the enhancement level would be reduced. Although this result made Su Xiao a little disappointed, this was something that could not be helped. The next thing was much simpler. Buying a purple sword type weapon with weaker attributes first to improve the quality of the Dragon Flash. The score was higher. At least it could increase the blade value of the Dragon Flash to more than 90. Su Xiao still had 15,750 Paradise coins left, and 150,000 Paradise coins were enough to upgrade the Dragon Flash and strengthen it. Coming to the trading market, Su Xiao began to look for purple sword type weapons with lower grades in the trading market. After looking for a long time, a stall attracted his attention. A contractor surrounded the stall. Su Xiao squeezed forward. The stall owner was a masked man who was negotiating with the contractor. The highest is 200,000 Paradise coins. There is no more. Are you dreaming? You will pay 200,000 Paradise coins for the Superman fruit. Hearing the dialogue between the two, Su Xiao raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this was selling the devil fruit, and it was a super. Looking at the devil fruit on the stall, it was a superhuman transparent fruit, the fruit of moonlight Morlea. Su Xiao did not forget the specific name. He only remembered that the guy seemed to have seen Nami take a bath. Su Xiao was not interested in the devil fruit. He also sold this thing. Looking for it on the stall, Su Xiao smiled. He found the target, a very spicy purple knife-type weapon. After searching for more than 2 hours, he finally found a suitable purple quality weapon. Origin, Pirate King. Rarity, purple. Durability, 97/97. ATK, 27 to 37. Equipment requirement, strength above 8 points, agility above 12 points. Equipment effect, refinement, tempered, difficult to break and break. Rating, 80. Description, a carefully crafted weapon. Unfortunately, the creator's skill is not high enough, but this blade is hard enough. Price, 11,000 Paradise coins. This knife was not sharp, and the ability it had was average. It could become purple because it was not easily damaged. Its durability was higher than Dragon Flash, and the requirements to use it were low. It was suitable for newcomers. An awkward problem appeared. The newcomer could not afford this knife, and the stall owner was priced at 30,000 Paradise coins. The real value of the equipment was not just the quality but the attributes. For example, if he took it out to sell, Su Xiao's was no problem to exchange it for dark purple quality equipment. The stall owner and contractor argued more and more fiercely. The contractor said that he saw that the Kanbunchoku haki was the nemesis of the invisible fruit, so the value of this fruit was not high. The stall was helpless and said, "If you like to buy, then go away." The two people happily talked about the deal. Su Xiao opened his mouth. This knife is cheaper. Although the stall face was calm, he was secretly happy. Finally, someone liked this broken knife. This knife was not obtained simultaneously as the devil fruit, but he obtained it before 5 derivative worlds. 30,000 is already very cheap. After all, it is purple quality. Su Xiao waved his hand. Forgive me for being blunt, and this is the spiciest purple weapon I have ever seen, no one else. The stall owner smiled. Although he tried his best to explain, he agreed with Su Xiao's idea in his heart. Name your price. 12,000 paradise coins. The corner of the stall's mouth twitched. He could sell this knife to the Reincarnation paradise for 11,000 paradise coins. 20,000, no less. Perhaps this knife had been in his hand for too long, but the stall did not use a knife, so the price was directly lowered by 1/3. Su Xiao no longer bargained and directly spent 20,000 paradise coins to buy this knife. Su Xiao returned to his exclusive room with the purple weapon in hand. It was best not to be seen by outsiders. Putting the dragon flash and the 2 purple weapons together, the black light flashed in Su Xiao's hand, and the dark light wrapped the 2 purple weapons. Ka! The 2 purple weapons were crushed instantly, and a purple crystal broke out and was gradually absorbed by the dragon flash. The purple crystal broke into the sword's body, and the purple light at the edge of the dragon flash was deeper and darker. The purple light wrapped the dragon flash. Su Xiao knew that this was a sign that the dragon flash would upgrade to dark purple quality, and it needed some time. Half an hour later, the purple light gradually receded, and the dragon flash appeared in front of his eyes. A touch of purple light flashed from the edge of the dragon flash. Su Xiao nodded with satisfaction and shook his head again. The sharpness plus 8 additional sharpness plus 2 attributes of the dragon flash had disappeared, and the strengthening level had dropped to plus 7. Although this was the case, the dragon flash was much sharper. If the current dragon flash fought with the Dark King, although ordinary slashes could not cut off the limbs of the other party, it was no problem to cut a deep bone wound. The additional ability of the 2 purple weapons appeared, and Su Xiao could choose one of them to replace Shadow Dance. Choosing no, Shadow Dance could reduce the defense and reduce the enemy's healing capacity, which was a very practical ability. Su Xiao checked the attributes of the Dragon Slash. Dragon Slash plus 7. Origin, Shadow of the Law. Rarity, Dark Purple. Durability, 91/91. ATK, 74 to 122. Equipment requirement, Shadow Slayer. Supreme Blade Effect 1, Sharpness plus 11. Equipment Effect, Shadow Dance Break, every strike will reduce the enemy's defense by 8 for 20 seconds. This effect can be stacked 3 times, reducing the enemy's defense by 24. Hint, after the Shadow Dance Break effect is stacked up to 3 times, the additional blood flow effect will be increased. Additional plus 5 effect, Armor Penetration. Rating, 180. Description, Lost, Encounter, Battle, New Life, Growth, Legend. Price, unable to be traded. Chapter 503. The increase was very big. No, it should be said that this was the biggest increase in Dragon Flash. The upgrade was not over. Su Xiao still had a huge sum of money from 137,250 paradise coins. Bobo, let's go. Su Xiao took a deep breath. He was ready to go to the equipment strengthening hall. Every time he went to the equipment reinforcement hall, he felt like rushing to the execution ground. It was perfect to describe it as being on tenterhooks. When he arrived at the equipment reinforcement hall, if he stood at the entrance for a while, he would be able to see the various stages of life. Some of the contractors' faces were filled with joy. Some of them seemed to have lost their souls as they advanced step by step. Even some slapped themselves at the door, muttering that they would never strengthen their equipment again. Although the risk of strengthening equipment was extremely high, the benefits were similarly great. Walking into the equipment strengthening hall, Susiao tried his best not to look at the messages at the door. It was too horrifying. Although the risk of strengthening equipment was high, this was the place with the most contractors outside the trading market. The equipment is a strengthening hall of several thousand square meters. After each derivative world, a large number of contractors gathered here. Under the convergence of this large-scale contractor, some employees smelled the smell of paradise coins, so all kinds of strange business emerged. Some sold strengthening techniques and some strengthened on behalf of others, thus collecting fees. Susiao came to the equipment strengthening machine, and there were very few contractors nearby. It was relatively quiet. "I will kill you." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of kicking came. A contractor looked crazy, holding some iron slag in his hand. He was kicking the equipment strengthening machine with all his strength. Looking at the dark purple light emitted by the iron slag in the other party's hand, Susiao guessed why this friend was like this, and the dark purple equipment strengthened. The mentality must be explosive. Although Susiao also came to strengthen the equipment, he would not risk the equipment being broken to strengthen. If not, he would not come to strengthen the dragon flash. Quality, dark purple. Type, rare material. Effect, able to avoid the punishment of a failed upgrade. If successful, the magic stone will not be consumed. Rating, 260. Description, magical crystals from the void. Most of them are used to protect weapons and strengthen or punch holes. Susiao pressed his hand on the sensor of the equipment enhanced machine. He put the dragon flash and the magic stone into the equipment enhanced machine. Susiao grinned. Every 23,000 paradise coins, he might go bankrupt. Bobo Wang, who was behind Susiao, sighed. 23,000 paradise coins could buy a lot of meat bones. Strengthening. Rumble. The equipment strengthening machine worked, and the momentum was amazing. It began to carry out complicated operations, and from time to time, the sound of electric currents could be heard. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the equipment strengthened machine gradually stopped working. Chi. Hot steam sprayed out, and the prompt appeared. The additional ability of enhancement +8 recovered. Susiao pondered for a moment. The fantasy stone was still there. Even if the enhancement failed, it was nothing. At most, he would lose some paradise coins and a stone. Why not fight? Susiao chose to continue. The equipment strengthened machine began to run, roaring. 5 minutes of waiting began to be long. If the enhancement +9 was successful, there was the possibility of the enhancement +10. Susiao had seen green equipment that was enhanced +10, which could only be described as very strong, but now the +9 was not successful, and it was too far for him to want to +10. Chi. Hot steam sprayed out. Susiao waited for the result of the strengthening, and Bobo Wang, on the side, was also a little nervous. It succeeded. Susiao took a deep breath. No need to think. He must rush to +10. Hey, look, someone is going to +10. A loud shout came from behind Susiao. He frowned and looked back. It was a round-faced little fatty. The little fatty's voice was very loud. When he shouted, more than half of the equipment strengthening hall could be heard. Several contractors walked quickly. Some contractors did not move. How much others strengthened had nothing to do with them. Ignoring the little fatty, Susiao chose to strengthen +10. The equipment strengthened and the machine roared. This time, the enhancement was different from the past. The momentum was greater, and the operation was more complicated. After 10 minutes, the equipment strengthened machine was still working. Some nearby contractor was impatient and walked away. 20 minutes passed, and the equipment strengthened machine was still running. Su Xiao was a little uneasy. This thing would not be broken. Woof! Bobo Wang shouted, and the equipment-strengthened machine suddenly stopped working, which shocked Bobo Wang. Chi! Thick steam spurted out. Su Xiao vaguely saw a deep dark purple light in the white steam. Success, it succeeded. Su Xiao, who had always been unlucky, actually strengthened a dark purple weapon with +10 today. What a rare thing! A slightly crazy idea appeared. Do you want to continue strengthening? I can do it. This thought lingered in his mind, but Su Xiao shook his head after hesitating for a moment. It was not broken, it could be taken out from the equipment strengthening machine, and it could be used in the future when it was strengthened. Moreover, after the Dragon Flash was upgraded to a higher quality, the enhancement level would decline, and it would still need to be strengthened. The enhancement of +10 was enough to deal with most situations. The success rate of strengthening +11 was reduced by 6, and the success rate of strengthening +12 was 1. Taking out the Dragon Flash and taking it out, Su Xiao carefully put it away. The Dragon Flash was held in his hand, and a dark light occasionally flashes on the mouth of the Dragon Flash blade. Avoid slash, a sharp sound of air breaking came, leaving a faint purple light in the air. This was the most significant feature of strengthening +10. Looking at the attributes of the Dragon Flash, Su Xiao's pupils slightly contracted. Dragon Slash +10. Origin, Shadow of Law. Rarity, Dark Purple. Durability, 91/91. ATK, 84 to 134. Equipment requirement, Shadow Slayer. Supreme Blade Effect 1, Sharpness +10. Equipment Effect, Shadow Dance Break, ignore 25 of the enemy's defense. Reduces 40 of the enemy's healing effects after slashing the enemy. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. +5 additional effect, Armor Penetration. +8 additional effect, Sharpness +2. +10 additional effect, Penetration Sharpness +4. Rating, 210. Description, Lost, Meeting, Battle, New Life, Growth, Legend. Price, unable to be traded. After strengthening +10, the sharpness of the Dragon Flash increased, and more importantly, the ability of Shadow Dance Break changed. Ignore the defense and greatly reduce the healing effect. Although the ability was simpler than before, the effect was more than a few levels stronger. Su Xiao sheathed the Dragon Flash and went straight to the arena. He wanted to try how strong the effect of the Dragon Flash was now. After more than 10 minutes, Su Xiao arrived at the arena. There was an annotation below. Watching mode, looking at other contractor competitions, you need to spend 5 paradise coins per hour to choose to watch the match. The current match is 8,354. If you want to watch the top 100 competition in the arena, you need to spend 30 paradise coins per hour. If you want to watch the top 10 competition in the arena, you need to spend 100 paradise coins per hour. If you want to watch the top 3 competitions in the arena, you must spend 300 paradise coins per hour. Choose the arena mode. Individual battles were in 1v1 mode, team battles were in 10v10 mode, and the 2 ranking mechanisms would be calculated separately. Su Xiao chose individual battles, and the match began. Because the ranking was relatively low, Su Xiao did not wait for long. Su Xiao in the restroom disappeared. When his sight recovered, he was already standing on a stage. The diameter of the stage was more than 100 meters. Around it were stairs-shaped audience seats. Around the stage, thousands of people were sitting in the audience seats. The second-level arena was indeed different from the first level. There were so many audiences in the 50,000 or so rankings. Ignoring the shouts and discussions of the audience, Su Xiao pulled out the Dragon Flash on his waist and looked at the opponent in front of him. It was a female mage. From the violent fire elements around the opponent, it could be guessed that this was a fire method. Is there a mistake? Plus 10 weapons dark purple. The corner of the female sorcerer's mouth twitched. She recognized the quality and level of the weapon in Susiao's hand. Saru. Susiao rushed to the front of the female sorcerer in an instant, and the sharp sword light cut down. Chapter 504. As the blade fell, the female mage's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. She had no time to cast a chanting skill at this time, so she could only use an instant skill to counterattack. The female fire spell was a rank 2 contractor, and it was not the first time the enemy got close to her. In the past, she had encountered this kind of dangerous situation, but for some reason, she had a creepy feeling this time, as if she had met a natural enemy. Exploding flame. The female fire spell shouted. The fire elements quickly gathered around her, compressed, and finally exploded. Boom. The strong thrust spread around. Although the protective film blocked the audience, the staff in the front row stood up subconsciously. The flame seemed to explode in front of their eyes. This kind of stimulation was one of the reasons why they spent paradise coins to watch the competition. The female mage in the flame breathed a sigh of relief. Her long hair fluttered, and she looked brave and heroic. There's something wrong with this guy. The female fire magic immediately prepared her next skill. At this moment, a palm wrapped in metal broke out of the flames. This is impossible. The female fire magic subconsciously jumped back. Her defensive skill had not failed. The metal palm grabbed the neck of the female fire magic, and in an instant, the female fire magic felt that her neck was going to be broken. Flame protection. A layer of the shield was formed around the female fire magic. Susiao's hand bounced out of the shield. This shield was the ability of the female fire magic. After a few breaths, the 1-meter-long staff turned over in the hands of the female fire magic. She was ready to use a big move. Otherwise, there would be no chance. Woo! A whistling sound was heard. The female fire magic knew that this was the enemy's sharp blade. She did not care. Her shield had blocked the enemy's attacks countless times. Clang! The light blue blade light flew out diagonally and shattered the protective shield in front of the audience. The arena was strangely quiet. The female fire magic did not release any skills again. The flames subsided. After seeing the scene in the arena, a large group of spectators stood up. Is this over? No way. On the field. The female fire spell fell to the ground. One arm and half of her body were cut off. The flame shield was like a broken eggshell. It was neatly cut open. Now it was slowly flowing. The female fire spell stood up with difficulty. Her lips were trembling. She seemed to have forgotten that she was in the arena. The knife just now was too horrible. It made her mistake that she was in the derivative world. A few seconds later, the female fire spell realized that she was in the arena and would not die. With a weak smile, the female fire magic remembered Susiao's sword and the blood mask on his face. Plus 10 weapons live up to your reputation. I admit defeat. The female fire magic took the initiative to surrender. Susiao did not have a hobby of killing the enemy, so he accepted the surrender. Hua! The sound of praise came from the audience like the tide. The one with the sword, well done. Maybe it was because she beat Susiao. A golden woman contractor pulled up the clothes on her chest, and there was a whistle around her. A sword flower danced. Susiao was very satisfied with the current dragon flash. A full 17 points of blade speed bonus made the dragon flash extremely sharp. The most important thing for a sword was to be sharp enough, and the additional ability was secondary, at least Susiao thought so. The opponent surrendered. After this competition, Susiao was sent back to the resting warehouse. The ranking rose to around 200, and the opponent's ranking was not high. If he wanted to improve his ranking quickly, the best way was to win continuously. Once he won more than 10 times, his ranking would increase by leaps and bounds. Su Xiao was very interested in the top 10 rewards of the second rank, but he did not think that he could get into the top 10 soon. This sentence was very suitable in the reincarnation paradise. He had not lost in the arena. He was eager to match opponents who could defeat him. It was a good thing. Su Xiao participated in the competition not only for the top 10 rewards but, more importantly, to temper his fighting skills. Choosing to continue to match, Su Xiao matched the second opponent in less than 10 seconds. It was still a traditional arena. As long as Su Xiao did not take the initiative to choose the opponent he matched, the arena was the default venue. The opponent Su Xiao matched was still a woman, and she was a long-legged beauty, holding a whip in her hand and stepping on high heels. Pa! The sharp whip whipped the air, making a crisp sound. Just as Su Xiao was about to rush forward to deal with the enemy quickly, the enemy's move made him stop rushing forward. A snow wolf appeared out of thin air. Not only the snow wolf but also a 3-meter-tall gray bear and a 5-meter-long crocodile appeared one after another. In less than a few seconds, dozens of beasts surrounded the long-legged leather pants beauty, and the combination of the beauty and the beast appeared. This was a summoner, a very rare profession. Su Xiao wanted to understand the fighting style of the summoner. Looking at the dragon flash in his hand, Su Xiao hesitated and returned the dragon flash to the sheath, approaching the female summoner with his bare hands. "What do you mean?" The female summoner looked unhappy and put away her weapon clearly to look down on her. "Nothing. I was afraid that I would accidentally kill you." After listening to Su Xiao's words, the female summoner had an angry face. After a moment, she laughed as if she was angry with Su Xiao. But she did not know that Su Xiao was telling the truth because the second-rank contractor was stronger. Su Xiao had used his full strength before, and the female fire method was cut into two by him. This situation was not strange. Although the second-rank contractor was strong, Su Xiao had become a lot stronger recently, and he was the shadow of the law. With one slash, the magicians with weak pain ability would lose their combat effectiveness. Moreover, his current ranking was around 50,000. If he could not easily deal with the contractor in this ranking, he would die when facing the second-rank violators. Su Xiao rushed forward quickly, bare-handed. The female summoner waved the whip in her hand. "Children, tear him apart." A large group of beasts rushed to Su Xiao. A confident smile appeared on the female summoner's face. As long as she was given time to summon, her summoned creatures would appear continuously so that she would win this match. 5 minutes later. Bang! The female summoner fell to the ground, surrounded by beasts that gradually turned into light spots after being seriously injured or dead. "You! What do you want?" The female summoner no longer resisted, lying on the ground motionless. No other abilities. Only the effect of the beast going berserk and accelerating. Su Xiao squatted in front of the female summoner. "No, accept the surrender. I have already surrendered 5 times. A lot of people are watching. Can you give me some face?" The female summoner looked down and seemed to have no face to see people. It was not because Su Xiao beat her. It was not shameful, but she remembered her confident smile before. "I thought you could summon a big guy." "Forget it." 2 consecutive wins. A line of light golden words floated up. Su Xiao accepted the surrender and disappeared into the arena. In the audience, there were a large group of stunned workers. This kind of hanging situation was rare. The benefits of a winning streak appeared. It was only 2 consecutive wins, and Su Xiao's ranking rose to more than 4,000. Chapter 505. After 10 hours in the arena. The long sword in Su Xiao's hand ran through the enemy's throat, his hands exerted force, and the enemy was flung away in the posture of falling over his shoulder, smashing hard on the protective cover on the edge of the arena, and fell to the ground with a thud. The sword that ran through the throat was fatal, and the enemy did not stand up again. Su Xiao had been fighting for more than 10 hours in a row, and his condition was somewhat declining. A line of golden words floated up, and the audience was in an uproar. The contractor, who gradually dissipated, was convinced. His strength was not weak, and he mastered the psychic ability, the strengthening system. Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and finally entered the top 10,000. Different from what he imagined, in the beginning, his ranking quickly rose, but at around 20,000, the jump rate slowed down, and it was more difficult to reach around 10,000, and the opponent was getting stronger and stronger. It should be known that Su Xiao was only a LV.10 hunter. His opponents were all LV.13 and above contractors who had experienced many derivative worlds more than him. It was too difficult to fight the top 10, not to mention the top 10. Su Xiao felt that it was impossible to fight the top 100. At least he could not do it now. The contractor, who was in the top 1000 in the arena, could pose a threat to him. The top 500 had a chance to kill him. If he met a contractor in the top 200 in the derivative world, he might die. But this was only Su Xiao's guess, according to the current ranking. Su Xiao was not surprised to get this result. He had just been promoted to the second rank for 2 days. It was already very good for him to have the current ranking. He could advance according to the original trajectory, which was to become stronger faster than others. Su Xiao had already fought dozens of battles and was very tired. He dragged his tired body and left the arena. Taking Bobo Wang to Xiao's restaurant, Bobo Wang already remembered this road and knew that he had to go to eat. His footsteps were very cheerful. Pushing open the restaurant's door, the restaurant was as quiet as ever. Xia was sleeping on a table. Bobo Wang glanced at Xia. It was a gaze of disappointment. Sleeping in the middle of the day, this broken shop would be finished. Woof! Bobo Wang let out a high-pitched cry. Xia was startled and suddenly sat up. So it's this husky of yours. Xia leaned against the chair, her beautiful dream interrupted, and she seemed a little unhappy. Bobo Wang called Xia a few times, and his gaze seemed to say, "You are husky. Your whole family is husky." Because they had been in contact for a long time, Xia already understood what Bobo Wang meant. After all, Bobo Wang's IQ was there. I know. I am a husky. My whole body is black and white." Xia chuckled. Bobo Wang was so angry that he exploded. "Which page do you want to eat?" Xia picked up the menu. Bobo Wang thought for a moment and called 3 times, meaning to eat all the dishes on the 3rd page. This strange way of ordering was unique to Bobo Wang. Xia got up and went to the kitchen to work. After a while, a table full of food was served. Su Xiao and Bobo Wang began to eat. "How have you been? Your killing intent is getting more and more amazing." Su Xiao chewed the food in his mouth and said vaguely, "Jiangxing." Xia nodded. She did not want anything to happen to Su Xiao. The reason was that Su Xiao would become the only customer here. "Have you heard? Something big has happened recently." Su Xiao stopped chewing food. "What is it?" "The God Emperor Adventurer Group and the Adventurous Group are officially going to war. The kind that will not stop until one of them dies is very scary." Xia showed an expression of lingering fear. N. Su Xiao stopped what he was doing and picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. "Is the God Emperor crazy? He is not the kind of person who is irrational." Hearing this news, Su Xiao was very surprised because he had contacted the God Emperor himself. "You know the God Emperor? We have traded a few times." "Why did the Emperor fight with the regiment?" "His sister, Sheila, died. The 6th place of the regiment killed her." Su Xiao's eyes flashed. He had seen both Sheila and Gilu. Last time at the auction, he could see a grudge between the two. He did not expect that Gilu directly killed Sheila. The brigade is a group of madmen. There seems to be no one they dare not kill. I heard that the two sides had a conflict because of one of the demon hunting suits. The demon hunting suit was a set of dark purple equipment with only 3 pieces. It was a dream set in close combat. The dark purple set and the dark purple equipment were 2 different concepts. There was no comparison between the two. Gila got it? No, the ring of the demon hunter set is in the hands of the God Emperor Adventure Group. Things were more complicated than imagined. Su Xiao lowered his head and thought about this. Hey, you will not participate in it. Now the God Emperor, Adventurous Group, Blood Gate, Black Sail Chamber of Commerce, Mantian, more than a dozen large adventure groups are involved, all for the Demon Hunter set, which must be a hot potato. Xia said with relish because these things had nothing to do with her. She just said it as an after-meal thing. Hearing you say that. Xia nodded. That's right. It's good to be alive. Why involve yourself in that matter? You might die. I am more interested. Su Xiao looked at Xia with a smile. Xia's mouth was slightly open, and her expression was slightly embarrassed. It's just a joke. Do I still have the qualifications to snatch it now? Su Xiao was self-aware. More than a dozen large adventurous groups were snatching that thing. Those people would use various props to track the world where the God Emperor Adventurer Group was located. If he were involved, he would not have a good end. What he needed now was to become stronger as soon as possible. Only by being strong could he have the qualifications to obtain the demon hunting suit. Where did you get the information? Xia, as a worker, knew about this matter, but Su Xiao did not know it. Many workers know. How can I not know about this kind of big thing? Su Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. As a solo player, intelligence was a weakness. Xia felt slightly different when he traded 100 paradise coins with Xia. I don't have that much money for food. Su Xiao waved his hand. If you have similar news in the future, let me know. I will pay you. Okay. Xia laughed, his eyes narrowed into a crescent shape, like a little money grubber. Let's go. Su Xiao left Xia's restaurant, followed by Bobo Wang, who could no longer walk. His small eyes seemed to say, Master, slow down. I ate too much. Foodie. After returning to his exclusive room and waking up naturally, Su Xiao looked at the timer at the bedside. There were still 5 hours left before he returned to the real world. After getting up and washing up, Su Xiao was ready to go to the trial field to summon a mirror image proficient in sword skills. He still had 68,500 paradise coins. Leaving the sleeping Bobo Wang in the exclusive room, Su Xiao walked to the trial field. He subconsciously looked at the surrounding stalls when passing through the trading square. When passing by a stall, Su Xiao stopped. An item on the stall attracted his attention. This thing is cheaper. Su Xiao picked up a broken weapon. This thing was a consumable item. 50,000 paradise coins, no bargaining. The stall owner's attitude was firm. No matter how Su Xiao bargained, the other party did not drop 1 paradise coin. After hesitating for a long time, Su Xiao spent 50,000 paradise coins to buy the broken weapon. This thing could not be used for the time being, but it was an opportunity to become stronger, although it was quickly dangerous. Chapter 506. There were only 1,850 paradise coins left. Su Xiao's plan to go to the trial field died. He stayed in the trading square and began to make intermediate alchemy bombs to sell. 5 hours later, there were 4 more bottles in Su Xiao's storage space. There were only 1,200 paradise coins left, and the mana values were also exhausted. Rubbing the back of his head, Su Xiao sat on the sofa in the living room. He was in the seaside villa. Bobo Wang rushed out of the door. He should go to the beach to catch crabs to play. This fool liked to swim in the sea or catch fish. Bobo Wang's ability made it impossible to encounter danger in the real world. There was no other contractor nearby. At least Su Xiao did not notice that a contractor was moving nearby. Leaning on the sofa, Su Xiao's tense nerves gradually relaxed. There were no enemies, no danger that came at any time. The real world became the best place for Su Xiao to relax. To become stronger, you have to pay attention to the degree of relaxation. If you keep being nervous, there will be problems sooner or later. For example, Su Xiao broke into the police station before, reckless behavior. Buzz, buzz. The phone on the coffee table in front of him vibrated. Someone contacted Su Xiao, which made him a little surprised. There were not many people who could call this number. Picking up the phone, Su Xiao frowned. The contact person showed Wei Dong. It was the people of Scavenger who served the country contractor. Picking up the phone, Su Xiao did not take the initiative to speak. Mr. Su. Wei Dong's voice was on the phone, and he could vaguely hear that Wei Dong's voice was somewhat tired. It's me. Su Xiao had already guessed that the two sides had signed a contract before, and if nothing happened, Scavenger would not contact him. The people of Scavenger had helped Su Xiao transfer a private plane abroad. This was a favor, and now Wei Dong wanted this favor. How have you been recently? It seemed that everyone liked to talk like this. There's no need for pleasantries, team leader Wei. Just say it directly. It's better to make a deal naked. Wei Dong coughed dryly on the other side of the line. The assistant beside him was a little dissatisfied. When they contacted the contractor, the other party was always polite in the past. The assistant opened his mouth and closed it. Wei Dong suddenly turned his head and looked coldly at the assistant. The assistant immediately stopped what he was going to say. It's like this. Recently, there have been outsiders causing trouble. Many of us have died, and those guys are difficult to track. Moreover, we can't use large-scale destructive weapons in the city. More importantly, those guys are Tier 2. The so-called foreigner was the title of Scavenger, which was the foreign contractor. It was very sensitive for a contractor to come out of the country. A foreign contractor was equivalent to a ticking time bomb. It was not that the Scavenger could not deal with this group of the foreign contractors, but the area where Wei Dong was located did not have a strong contractor. If such a small matter needed help, then Wei Dong's identity as a team leader would be impacted. Moreover, he would have to rerun recently. Second rank. I know that this matter is a little difficult to do. You fought with them. We fought. There are 3 of them. Wei Dong gritted his teeth. One of his most trusted subordinates had died. Send some photos of the battle scene. In response to Su Xiao's request, dozens of photos were sent. It was a collapsed abandoned factory with a raging fire. Su Xiao was estimating the strength of the enemy. Although he owed Wei Dong a favor, the favor was not worth it for him to deal with the enemies he could not deal with. Time, location, it is best to have the clothes or belongings of those people. You agreed? Yes, only this once. Last time, you guys helped me once. This time, I'll help you guys. It's very fair. After the two-way negotiation was settled, Wei Dong hung up and heaved a long sigh of relief. Team leader, who is this? The assistant looked at Wei Dong in confusion. Those foreigners are too arrogant, so I found a god to teach them how to behave. Wei Dong smiled coldly. He remembered the scene when Su Xiao pulled out his sword at the train station. The 3 outsiders did not have a good ending. The debt of gratitude was the most difficult to repay. After helping Scavenger do this, he did not want to have too many connections with these people. Su Xiao was not keen on power. He was keen on becoming stronger. There was no reason. He just wanted to become stronger. Becoming stronger was a very fulfilling and happy thing. There was no need for too many reasons. Wei Dong gave Su Xiao an email and a contact number before hanging up the phone. Taking out the laptop, Su Xiao logged into the email and began to check the information inside. The three contractor nationalities were divided into three. The purpose of coming to their country was unknown. One thing was certain: these three guys were very arrogant. On the first day, the three came, and they stayed in a 5-star hotel. The local scavengers came to find them. After all, this method of crossing into the country was very unpopular. Moreover, they were suspected of having weapons with them. That night, the three did not have any conflicts with the scavengers. They signed a contract and promised to leave the city within 5 days. Moreover, they would not leave the city they were in for 5 days. Unfortunately, that night, someone could not control his lower body and dragged a young waitress from the hotel into the room. The things that happened afterwards were clear without saying. In that guy's opinion, this happened because the waitress was too sexy, which was just a small matter. The scavengers would not fall out with the three of them because of this. Was it absurd? It was indeed like this in a certain country's view. The three of them did not expect that the scavengers would immediately come to their door, and the more they talked, the angrier they became. In the end, they fought. The contractor, who usually maintained public security everywhere, was at the first rank. If he fought against 3 second-rank experts, the outcome could be imagined. Now Wei Dong was in a special situation. If he asked the headquarters for help, it would be no problem to find dozens of second-rank contractors, but he could not. After checking the information, Su Xiao packed his luggage and left the residence with some money. 1 day later, in the neighboring city. In a residential building, this was a temporary stronghold of the scavenger. The one who was responsible for receiving Su Xiao was an old guard. Who would have thought that this gentle older man with a face full of wrinkles was a contractor? Mr. Su, this is the clue we have. The older man handed a file to Su Xiao and opened the file. There were several pieces of information and a piece of rag inside. Several pieces of information introduced the three outsiders' identities in detail. These three people escaped from the country after committing a crime. The three people set up an organization similar to a mercenary group. They took some dirty work that ordinary people could not do and obtained a lot of money and resources. The contractor was generally not short of money, but these three people were different. They could do a lot of things for money. Su Xiao put down the information and thought about the purpose of the three people. He did not want to investigate the three thoroughly but avoided getting involved in some incidents. Kill these three people as soon as possible and return to the seaside villa to keep a low profile shortly. He took out the rag in the folder. This was a fragment of an outsider's clothing. With this rag, things were much simpler. Su Xiao put the rag in front of Bobo Wang. Bobo Wang smelled it and ran out. 2 hours later, Bobo Wang returned. It had locked onto the smell of outsiders. It was noon now. It was not suitable to start, and he did not want to be too eye-catching. Night, 1 o'clock in the morning. Su Xiao wore a black suit and carried a knife bag with a sharp sword inside Tang Hong. Going out in the night, Su Xiao followed Bobo Wang and walked quickly. An hour later, Su Xiao arrived in a villa area on the city's edge. Chapter 507. The villa area in the middle of the night was particularly quiet. The security here was tight. Of course, this was relative. For the contractor, the monitoring equipment was useless. Su Xiao put on single-sided headphones and pressed the switch on the headphones. There was a quiet conversation in the headphones. I am Su Xiao. Su Xiao spoke, and the headphones quieted down. Mr. Su Xiao, are you ready? A few kilometers away, Wei Dong was sitting in a surveillance car. At this time, the villa area was full of scavengers and contractors. Evacuate the crowd first and close the monitoring equipment nearby. Su Xiao wanted to make sure that there were no onlookers nearby when he made a move, and the monitoring equipment must be closed. Half an hour. As a violent mechanism, Evacuating the villas on the city's edge was not a big problem, even if all the people living here were powerful. Because it was 1 o'clock in the morning, the evacuation of the crowd did not make much noise, and the monitoring equipment was closed one after another. Find them. Su Xiao looked at Bobo Wang, and Bobo Wang quickly ran to the villa area. In the villa area, the scavengers immediately evacuate the ordinary people, and there will be a battle here. 3 men with different skin colors and dressed up sat together in a 3-story villa. Have you found the target? The scavenger is at his limit. I'm looking for it. I think I can find it in 2 days. Huh. In the darkness, a pair of bloodshot eyes narrowed. Trash. The white box stood up like a strong polar bear. He looked coldly at the bearded Asan. The bearded Asan's skin was slightly dark, and he noticed Bok's gaze. Although Asan lowered his head, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Trash who can't control his desires. Bok raised his hand and slapped Asan. San was stunned. You. If not for you, we wouldn't have had a conflict with Scavenger, let alone be like a dog, **t. Bok took a deep breath and tried his best to restrain the urge to kill Asan. The 2 of you, don't be so agitated. We are temporarily safe. A voice suddenly came from the darkness. A set of white teeth appeared out of nowhere. It was a little black man. Old Black, shut up. Who are you calling Old Black? Say it again. The little black man who had been smiling earlier was furious. I'm talking about you. Bok looked at the little black brother. The little black brother looked at him with his middle finger. Bok could not do anything to the little black brother, so he angrily looked at Asan. Who? Bok let out a long sigh of relief. I won't pursue the previous matter. From now on, we will act according to the plan, especially you, Lahar. Bok glared at Asan, and the few people in the room did not speak. The little black man with the night cover spoke a few minutes later. It's so quiet around here. The little black man closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. It's early in the morning. It's normal to be quiet. No, I sense that all the breathing sounds around have disappeared. There is a faint breathing sound next door. It should be a woman. The little black man stood up and sensed his surroundings uneasily. Someone is approaching, so fast. As soon as the voice of the little black man fell, the whistling sound of wind breaking was heard. Boom. The villa door was broken, and the cement walls on both sides of the door were broken, forming a broken door hole. The security door flew to the 3 people and smashed in front of them with a clang. Kaka, kaka. The sound of footsteps came from outside the door. It was the sound of the solace of the shoe stepping on stones. Clang. The sound of a knife being pulled out was not loud, but it was obvious on this quiet night. A man in black walked into the door hole. The moonlight shone into the room from the door hole, and under the moonlight, only a man could be vaguely seen. Then, the 3 of you came to our country to behave atrociously. Su Xiao blocked the door with a long sword, and the 3 people in looked at the room. Friend, calm down. You are a scavenger. We had some misunderstandings before. Bang. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the smell of smoke spread out. Ding. The bullet was sent flying, and Su Xiao stood motionless at the door. Bok, no, he wants to kill us. No need to explain. The little black brother was a wise type, and Su Xiao's strong killing intent was obvious. Lahar, test his background. Bok looked at Asan. Why me? Lahar blurted out in dissatisfaction. **T, if you don't have the guts, then don't develop in the direction of the main tank. How many party resources did you eat? Asan curled his lips and said, I don't have a shield. The black man picked up the twisted anti-theft door on the ground. Use this. Lahar reluctantly took the security door. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly approached Su Xiao. He was forced to do this for the sake of future benefits. The unity of Asan Lahar would be displayed to the extreme. There were many small adventurer groups in the reincarnation paradise. Some contractors did not dare to go alone, and the large adventurer groups looked down on them. Therefore, he could only find a contractor of the same level to form various adventure groups. They did not trust each other, and under the constraints of the adventure group, they could not stab each other in the back. Looking at Asan, who was walking slowly, Su Xiao smiled. He used to think that the three were very strong, but now it seemed that it was just the attribute that crushed the contractor, and that poor pace was nothing in his eyes. Su Xiao's combat power in the real world was very strong. In the real world, active skills could not be used. The equipment was forcibly stored in the storage space, and he could only fight with passive skills and physical fitness. Su Xiao's 4 attributes developed, and he had a lot of passive skills. Stepping on the ground, Su Xiao quickly rushed to Asan. Hu! The sound of wind breaking came. Asan's heart was cold. The enemy's speed was too fast. Clang! The shining knife light was particularly conspicuous in the dim villa. The twisted security door was cut off, and at the same time, Asan's arms were cut off. Ah! A scream came. A girl hiding in the wardrobe in the next villa covered her ears, and fear enveloped her. She should have been evacuated, but the scavenger had been negligent. Su Xiao gently shook off the blood on the long sword. He looked at Asan, whose arms were bleeding. The physical strength of the other party was good, but the combat experience was too spicy. Without thinking, he knew that this was a contractor who relied on equipment and active skills to fight. Bach, medicine, quick! Asan's body twitched. The pain of his broken arm made his lips turn pale. How can I make medicine in the real world? Bach was a little disappointed with Asan. The enemy was unexpectedly strong. You are, what rank contractor? 3rd rank. Su Xiao did not speak and rushed to the 3 people quickly. Bang, bang, bang. The black man with 2 pistols opened fire, and every bullet shot at Su Xiao's vital point. Ding, ding, ding. Su Xiao, rushing forward, slashed with his long sword, and all the bullets were smashed away. Looking at Su Xiao rushing over, the 3 people put on a fighting posture. Although they could not exert all their strength in the real world, Bach was not a meat persimmon. He pulled out a netherbar saber from the back and rushed to Su Xiao. The little black brother quickly shot the bullets in the karate gun, and these bullets made Su Xiao's forward pace slower. Su Xiao rushed forward, and the first to be unlucky was Asan. Save me! Asan stepped on the ground and jumped back. Su Xiao waved his left hand, and a near-transparent wire flew out of his sleeve. The front end of the wire was tied with a hook lock. The wire was wrapped around Asan's waist, and Asan, who had already jumped in the air, was forcibly pulled down. Asan's eyes widened, and a light blue light covered his sight. The light blade was not an active ability, so that it could be used normally in the real world. This was good news. Chapter 508. Puff. The saber light pierced through Asan's waist, but it did not slow down. It directly cut through the villa wall and disappeared into the night sky. Asan's upper body fell to the ground, and blood and intestines spilled on the ground. Ah! Asan let out a long howl. Bach and the little black brother holding an M16A4 automatic rifle were stunned. Sword energy. The little black brother swallowed his saliva and even forgot to pull the trigger. He knew what it meant to be able to slash out sword energy. It was an ability that only appeared when the sword or the sword reached LV.20. Asan's cry came far away. Su Xiao stepped forward and stepped on Asan's head. Crack! Asan's head was crushed, and Su Xiao looked up at the other 2 people. Run! Bach shouted and turned to run. 222222222. The black man with the M16A4 automatic rifle pulled the trigger, and bullets flew out of the muzzle. When he heard the gunshot, Bok slowed down his steps. Su Xiao waved his long knife to cut away bullets, sparks flew, and he gradually approached the black man. The black man in the gunfire nodded to Bok. "You saved me once. I'll return it to you." The black man grinned and showed his white teeth. Although he often quarreled with Bok, the relationship between the two was good. They were friends of life and death. Bok's face twitched. He turned around and continued to run. He didn't say anything about staying with the black man. Bok smashed through the villa's back door and fled out of the villa in a sorry state. At the same time, the gunshots stopped. The three people relied too much on equipment and active skills. This was also the problem of most contractors. They could crush ordinary people in the real world, but they had no way to deal with Su Xiao, who had a bunch of passive skills. Bok knew that the little black brother was dead when the gunshots stopped. There was no suspense. Clang! The light blue blade was extremely bright in the night sky. The scavengers surrounding them were stunned. Some of them opened their mouths slightly as if they could not believe what they were seeing. Clang, clang. Another two blade lights rushed out of the villa, and Bok fell to the ground, barely dodging a blade light. This guy must be the third rank. A first rank and a second rank can't be so strong in the real world. Bok quickly got up from the ground. Just as he was about to continue running, a black shadow rushed out of the villa. The sound of wind breaking was heard. Bok subconsciously turned around and blocked the nether saber in front of him. Ding! Sparks flew. Tang Hong was not as sharp as the dragon flash, but with the bonus of the master of knife skills level. The long knife was deeply inserted into the Nepal army saber and almost cut the knife directly. Bok held the knife with both hands. His strength attribute in the real world was 45 points, and with the addition of several pieces of equipment, his strength attribute in the reincarnation paradise was 56 points. This was the difference between Su Xiao and Bok. Bok generally chose equipment that increased attributes, while Su Xiao chose functional equipment. There was no equipment bonus, active skills were not available, and Bok's strength was equivalent to the reincarnation paradise's first level contractor. At most, the first level was stronger. The long sword in Su Xiao's hand pressed down, and Bok bent his knees, his face red and purple. The two began to fight, and Bok was obviously at a disadvantage. The long sword gradually approached Bok's neck. Bok knew that he would die if this continued, so he immediately used emergency measures. A grenade rolled out of Bok's clothes, and the pin of the grenade had been pulled open. Die! Bok clenched his teeth. Su Xiao's strength and agility were very high. In his opinion, Su Xiao's physical attributes must not be high. He was an assassin-type enemy. The moment the grenade rolled down, the strength in Su Xiao's hand slowed down, and Bok was about to kneel on the ground. Su Xiao raised one foot and kicked forward. He kicked Bok in the abdomen. Bok's body was bent like a shrimp. He spat out the acid from his mouth, and his body flew out uncontrollably. Boom! The grenade exploded, and the shrapnel flew everywhere, hitting the outer wall of the villa with a bang. Bang! Bok crashed into the wall of the next villa, smoke and dust rose, and it was unknown whether Bok was dead or alive. The fire explosion receded, and Su Xiao walked through the crater on the lawn and slowly walked to the villa with a big hole in the wall. Bok was about to stand up in the smoke and dust when a figure broke through the smoke and arrived in front of him. The long sword fell, and the sword stabbed at Bok's head. Ding! Bok dodged the knife, the long knife stabbed into the precious marble floor, and stone chips splashed. A foot stepped on Bok's back, and with a crack, several ribs were broken, and his body was close to the ground. What benefits did they give you? I will pay 10 times. Bok said this very quickly, and what greeted him was the blade. Puff, a head flew up, and blood stained the marble with clear lines. Ah! A short scream came, and the sound of tables and chairs falling in the bedroom of the villa. Susiao frowned. In the real world, in addition to the professional sensing type contractor, other contractors' perceptions would be suppressed to a certain extent. The elements in the air in the real world were too thin. Not only the elements, but there was also unknown energy that was very thin, so the perception could not spread far. Susiao could only clearly perceive the situation within a few meters, such as the bullets flying. A few meters away was very vague. Picking up a towel on the living room tea table, Susiao wiped the blood on Tanghong and walked slowly to the bedroom. Pushing open the bedroom door, a slight sound came from the wardrobe beside. Susiao stood in front of the wardrobe. There was a girl hidden in the wardrobe. The girl was the daughter of the owner of the villa. Her name was Li Murui, 17 years old, and she was a girl in the rebellious stage. Li Murui was both afraid and excited at the moment. She had always wanted to be an extraordinary person, so she loved supernatural movies and anime. Although she was a rich man's daughter, she was also a female otaku. Just 10 seconds ago, she saw a man in a black windbreaker holding a long knife cut off another person's head. For the first time, she knew that the blood of the person who was beheaded would spray out a few meters, and the person who was beheaded would not die immediately. The headless corpse twitched instinctively. Li Murui's first thought was to meet a supernatural being, and they were two hostile superpowers. However, both sides did not use superpowers like fire or ice. Li Murui's heart was converted from the battle between superpowers to martial arts movies. She had to admire this girl's imagination. The man with a long knife was standing outside the wardrobe. Li Murui heard footsteps. This is an opportunity. Maybe I can become extraordinary too. The scene of the murder scared Li Murui to the point that her legs went soft, but that kind of yearning for mystery made the fear in her heart lessen a little. Gathering her courage, Li Murui shrank into the depths of the wardrobe. There were dead people outside. No matter how much she wanted to have supernatural abilities, she was a 17-year-old girl, and it was inevitable to be afraid. Susiao opened the wardrobe and looked at each other. Take me as a disciple. I can bear hardships. Maybe I have a good understanding. Li Murui was wearing silk pajamas and knelt in front of Susiao with a thud, her forehead touching the ground. Susiao's cheeks twitched. 2 minutes later, Li Murui, whose hands and feet were tied, squirmed on the bed with tears in her eyes with a towel stuffed in her mouth. Susiao pressed the headphones. There are witnesses. What? A cry of surprise came from the headphones. I'm thinking about whether to kill him or not. Susiao looked at Li Murui. Li Murui's eyes widened, and she stopped struggling. Woo-woo. Li Murui struggled even more violently. Chapter 509. Wait, send me a photo. Wei Dong's tone was anxious. Their responsibility was to have a witness, and the scavengers were not clean. After hesitating for a moment, Susiao took a photo of Li Murui with his mobile phone and sent it to Wei Dong. Dozens of seconds later, the phone in Susiao's hand vibrated. Mr. Su, you didn't kill her, did you? Wei Dong, who was on the other side of the line, was covered in a cold sweat. Not yet. She has nothing to do with this matter. That's great. Did she see your face? No. Susiao was wearing a half-face mask. Of course, he would cover his face. Otherwise, the witness would be killed by him immediately. Wei Dong did not even have a chance to know. The identity of the girl is a little special. It is. After Wei Dong said a name, Susiao's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that he could not kill him. Otherwise, an older man in the military would retaliate crazily. Although he could not do anything to him, it was very troublesome. He still wanted to relax in the real world. Besides, it was not good for him to kill her. It would only increase the trouble. How about we deal with this matter? Su Xiao thought for a moment and shook his head. Find this girl's family. 1 hour is enough. Su Xiao would not let Scavenger help him deal with this matter, which would leave a hidden danger. Okay. The phone hung up, and Su Xiao cut the wire on the girl's hands and feet. Don't move without my permission, don't talk, understand? Li Murui nodded quickly. In a private room of a high-end clubhouse, although it was already the middle of the night, the atmosphere in the private room was warm. Some middle-aged men and women were toasting each other. The first middle-aged man picked up the wine glass on the table. His face was square, giving people a sense of righteousness and reliability. Thank you for your help this time. It's so late. The middle-aged man was talking when the phone in his hand rang. He turned his head to look at the number on the phone. His face became serious, and he put down the glass in his hand simultaneously. After picking up the phone, the middle-aged man's face changed dramatically a few seconds later. Darling, what's wrong? A noblewoman also put down her glass. She rarely saw her husband show such an expression. Excuse me, everyone. The middle-aged man winked at his wife, and the two hurriedly left this very important dinner. A luxury car was driving at high speed on the road. The middle-aged man put his hand on his knee and patted his pants lightly. He seemed a little uneasy. Darling, what's wrong? The middle-aged woman said gently. Although she was over 40 years old, she still had the wind. Rui had an accident and was kidnapped. As soon as she finished speaking, the middle-aged lady's eyes became watery, and her body became cold. Rui is injured. Have you found the kidnapper? The kidnapper? The middle-aged man waved his hand. The kidnapper is in our house. Ah. It's very troublesome. Contact Dad immediately. The other party will only give us an hour. This is. Don't ask too much. Let Dad negotiate with you. Don't say anything. We can't afford to offend that kind of person. This middle-aged woman pair was very unfamiliar because she was the general's daughter. Su Xiao sat in the living room of the villa. There was a headless body nearby. The girl was curled up on the sofa. The smell of blood in the room made her more honest. She did not dare to breathe. Creak. The ear-piercing sound of the brakes could be heard. A group of people hurried towards the villa. The leader was an older man. Although the older man had a head full of white hair, he had a sense of dignity without anger. The older man walked into the villa, followed by a middle-aged couple. The headless corpse and the smell of blood in the room made the middle-aged couple look bad. The woman covered her mouth and forced herself not to vomit. A figure sitting in the shadow of the living room spoke. We meet again, Mr. Fang. What a coincidence. Su Xiao looked up at the older man. This may be the will of heaven. I probably heard about it. There are too many coincidences. The older man sat opposite Su Xiao and handed him a cigarette. Su Xiao took off the mask on his face, took the cigarette and lit it up. The other party had seen his face, and he knew it with his butt. The scavenger and the others would provide his information to the older man. They were good people inside and outside, and they did not offend each other. This was also the reason why Su Xiao personally handled this matter. The last time I saw you, I was still in prison. To catch you, I sent many people. Unfortunately, the prison guard was not tight enough. How did you escape? Su Xiao did not answer the question of how he escaped. It was completely dog shit luck. He suspected that time made his luck seriously overdraft. Those people under you are very capable. Su Xiao remembered the scene of escaping from an ancient forest. The soldiers of the special forces were extraordinary. When he was still an ordinary person, he was not a match for several people. He once killed someone because of revenge. Of course, the police would arrest him. Once, he escaped into an ancient forest, so the military moved out. That was the only time he was caught. You could have watched me bleed to death. Why did you save me? Mr. Fang lit a cigarette, and the woman behind him opened her mouth and finally did not speak. Mr. Fang took a drag on his cigarette and seemed to enjoy it. It seemed that he had not smoked for a long time. I am only responsible for catching you. Whether you are guilty or not has nothing to do with me. It should be the court judge. After listening to Mr. Fang's words, Su Xiao stood up, Tang Hong returned to the sheath, and he walked out of the villa. Walking to the door of the villa, Su Xiao stopped. You have never seen me before. Yes, never. Elder Fang nodded. If there is any news, I will come to pay you a visit again. Su Xiao walked out of the villa and disappeared into the night. You are not allowed to spread what happened today. It is a matter of life and death. Do you understand? Elder Fang looked at the middle-aged couple and the girl with a serious face. Even if this were his daughter and granddaughter, if the news were spread, they would not have a good ending if that person came again. That. Li Murui ran to Elder Fang in small steps. She knew that her grandfather loved her very much. Don't mess around. Some people are different from us. The law can't restrain them. If not for a coincidence, today's matter wouldn't have ended so simply. Elder Fang's tone made Li Murui shrink back. A lunatic full of vengeance has become that kind of person. This might be the craziest kind of person. Mr. Fang sighed and looked at the headless corpse. He could stay away from the other party and never see the best choice. A few days later, on a white beach, Su Xiao sat on the deck chair with a fishing rod in front of him. It had been a few days, and there was no news after that. The people of the scavenger never appeared again. After this incident, Su Xiao had nothing to do with the scavenger, and the debt of gratitude had been paid off. Life was like a play, and there were too many coincidences. For example, he met the girl, which resulted from many coincidences. At this time, Su Xiao was fishing. He found that fishing could relax his mind, although he did not catch even a hare in 5 days. Looking at Bobo Wang, who broke out of the sea not far away with a big fish in his mouth, Su Xiao lost some confidence in fishing. He must have bought fake bait, a profiteer. The sense of transmission appeared, and Su Xiao returned to the exclusive room of the Reincarnation Paradise. The new derivative world was about to begin. Su Xiao was a little eager to try. He was much stronger than before, and this time he had ambition. If that thing was successful, his strength would increase greatly. Although he could not reach the top of the second rank, it was no problem to get into the top 50 of the arena. Su Xiao did not leave the exclusive room. His recovery had been prepared and could only arrive in an hour. Come on. I can't wait. Chapter 510. Everything was prepared. Su Xiao waited for the new derivative world to open. Every time he returned to the Reincarnation Paradise, there was an hour to prepare. The higher the level, the sooner he got the information about the next world. Now Su Xiao's level was LV.10, and he could understand the information of the next derivative world 50 minutes in advance. He guessed that after the level reached LV.12, he could get the situation of the next derivative world when he returned from the real world to the Reincarnation Paradise. This way, there was more preparation time. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and the hint of the Reincarnation Paradise appeared. Su Xiao did not care about this hint. He would not enter the big sword world at all. He was ready to use the props he bought with 50,000 paradise coins before. The force of the big sword world was not low. It was very dangerous. Some of the seemingly weak plot characters often exploded. There were some derivative worlds in the Reincarnation Paradise that were more popular. The power system was complete, and the pattern was big enough. Su Xiao was most afraid of entering a kind of world, the mysterious world of the power system, such as the melancholy of the spring day in the derivative world, which was the super unpopular derivative world. How many powerful contractors died there? The beautiful girl who ignored the rules and force could be called a contractor's nightmare. 50 minutes later. Use. Su Xiao was ready to enter a high-level world. He wanted to plot a thing in that world. If the plan succeeded, his strength would be greatly enhanced. He took out a broken broadsword. This broadsword was the size of a door, and Su Xiao held the blade's tip in his hand. Quality, purple. Type, consumable. Effect, after use, it can change the derivative world that is about to enter. Rating, 150. Description, 170,000 paradise coins. The blade's tip broke in Su Xiao's hand, and the space around him surged. Su Xiao was ready to enter the Naruto world. He had thought about whether to enter this world for a long time before. According to his guess, the chakra of the Naruto world was a type of energy. The blue steel shadow had more than 90 chance of burning this energy. In other words, when some stronger ninjas fought with him, he was not unable to resist. It was true that ninjas were very strong, but most of the ninjas' physical strength was not high. Even in the later stage, those ninjas who had reached the semi-god level were still not strong. In this case, with the blue steel shadow burning the energy, the chance of Su Xiao defeating the ninja was very high. As for illusions, he was not worried. The higher intelligence and spiritual resistance made him immune to illusions that were not too strong. Of course, there was no way to deal with them. And there was another more important reason for entering the Naruto world, which was the ability that Su Xiao had just obtained, the nuclei. Skill 8. Nuclei. Skill effect, able to absorb high-level creature energy to nourish the green steel shadow energy, increasing the level and quality of the green steel shadow according to the absorption level and quality. At the same time that he obtained this skill, the first creature that Su Xiao thought of was a tailed beast. If he could absorb the tailed beast's chakra, then Su Xiao's green steel shadow level could rush from LV.10 to LV.20. If he could absorb two tailed beasts. The green steel shadow was the core energy of the shadow of the law, and when it reached the level of LV.20, there would be a qualitative change. At least the master of the sword would be like this. It was difficult to plot for tailed beasts, but it was not impossible to have Meng Xiao. What Su Xiao was most worried about now was the time to enter the Naruto world. It would be a big joke if he entered the Warring States era. That was the most difficult period of the Naruto world. There were many superior ninja-like dogs, and the shadow level was everywhere. Only the super shadow could shake, and he would die if he did not shake. For example, if he encountered the first generation of flame pillars, or Long Aoban and others. During the Warring States period, it was not very good, and the Fourth World War period was also not very good. At that time, the possibility of seizing the tailed beasts was not high. Su Xiao did not think that he could be strong at the hands of Obito or use Haibo. Su Xiao was not clear about the specific period. This could only be left to fate. Su Xiao's mouth twitched, and the scene of entering a one-piece world was still vivid in his mind. "Ow!" Bobo Wang wailed and looked at Su Xiao pitifully. "As long as you get used to it." Bang! Su Xiao's eyes were dark as if he had been hit in the back of his head by a big hammer. The power of space surged, and the transmission of the reincarnation paradise was completed. After an unknown period, Su Xiao woke up slowly. Dim, damp, the smell of mud mixed with the slight rotting smell of corpses entered his nose. Su Xiao opened his eyes, and some familiar scenes appeared. It was an iron bar used for prison cells. Standing up, Su Xiao rubbed the back of his head around looking. He entered a prison again, similar to the treatment of the steel-making world, but the treatment was worse this time. There was a body 3 meters away from him. This body had just died not long ago, and there were obvious wounds on its body. The chest and abdomen were wrapped with bandages full of blood, so it should have died of bacteria infection. Walking to the iron bars, it was a little dark outside, and there was an oil lamp on the wall. The flame swayed and emitted a dim light. The entire prison had more than 10 cells side by side, and Susiao was in the innermost cell. The prison air was wet, and with the dark environment, Susiao guessed that this was a prison located underground, commonly known as the dungeon. "Hello, next door." The voice came from the next cell. Because of the stone wall, Susiao could not see the situation next door. "Did you hear that?" The voice was very weak, but the tone was not good, and it was not easy to hear. Susiao did not speak. He turned his head and saw Bobo Wang. As his follower, Bobo Wang was naturally in the same cell as him. At this time, Bobo Wang was a little depressed, his furry claws pressed to the back of his head, and his resentful eyes seemed to say, "Master, are you going to be beaten if you spend 50,000 paradise coins?" As soon as he appeared, he was helpless to meet the current situation. It was not good to use the world key to enter the derivative world. The location depended on luck. The identity arranged by the reincarnation paradise needed to be explored slowly, and this kind of identity was extremely deceptive. "Hey, I'm talking to you." The hoarse voice next door spoke again. "Is Chuanmu dead? If he is dead, give me an arm, and I will starve to death." From this sentence, one could tell how bad the situation in this dungeon was. Devouring corpses was already normal. Location: Mist Village. World difficulty: LV 1.3. Source of the world: 0. World description: this is the world of ninjas. There are endless wars. Hatred produces even more hatred. The 5 villages often have conflicts. Ninjas are the best tool for war. Chakra, a type of energy produced by the perfect fusion of spirit energy and body energy. Generally speaking, it is used for ninjutsu. Simply put, it is the necessary energy to use ninjutsu. Main mission: choice. Hunting mission: clean up 1000 plus offenders. Hint: 1000 plus offenders are stronger, so the hunter must be cautious. Hint: when the hunter enters within a kilometer of the offender, the hunting function will automatically be activated. Warning: please do not mention paradise in this world. If the warning is invalid, the execution will be forced. Hint: detected that the hunter has not mastered the language of this world, using 100 paradise coins to master the language of this world automatically. World, begin. Chapter 511. Main mission: choice. Difficulty level: LV.12. Mission summary: join any force: Konoha, Hidden Cloud Village, Hidden Rock Village, Hidden Sand Village, Hidden Mist Village, Iron Country, and other forces. Mission information: the choice of camp will affect the subsequent missions. Mission deadline: 5 natural days. Mission reward: 3000 paradise coins. Mission penalty: forced execution. The main mission of this open world was generally continuous. The first main mission was not difficult. There were too many forces in the Naruto world, and there were dozens of big and small villages. In addition to the village, there were also some other forces. Hunting mission: clean up 1000 offenders. Mission summary: use any means to clean up 1000 offenders. 1001 offenders are second ranks, extremely dangerous. Mission deadline: before leaving this derivative world. Mission reward: Silver Medal of Honor. The hunting mission appeared. There was no hunting mission in the previous assessment world and survival trial. After Susiao advanced to the second rank, the hunting mission appeared again. There was no need to consider hunting missions now but to determine the time. Susiao was in the Mist Village. He roughly estimated the current time from the snow fog introduced by the world. Not good. If he guessed correctly, the time he was in was the most chaotic in the Mist Village. A group of rebel groups, Xiao, controlled the Mist Village. The illusion controlled the fourth generation Water Shadow. The so-called Blood Mist represented a period, a very cruel period. Ninjas would go to the ninja school to learn basic knowledge when they were young. The other villages would use the examination method to determine whether they would graduate or not. The Mist Village was different. The students about to graduate would gather together and let them kill each other. The final survival rate was not more than half, and there was even a situation where only one person remained. The name Blood Mist was not groundless. Whether it was the rule method or the external strategy, the Mist Ninja was extremely vicious. Now Su Xiao was in the dungeon of the Mist Village. The crime was unknown. From the treatment, the crime should not be light. He was imprisoned in the deepest cell. Hello. There was another shout from the next door. What? Su Xiao opened his mouth. I thought you were also dead. Is Chuanmu dead? The prison friend next door reached out from the gap in the iron bars. It was a scarred arm. There were faint teeth marks on it. It should be bitten by hunger. Dead. Great, give me one. The sound of swallowing came. Su Xiao sat in the cell, lit a cigarette, and ignored the prison friend next door. Cold guy, how did you come in? Su Xiao still did not speak. I was trying to assassinate a woman. That woman is a top quality woman, but she was too strong and almost burned me. Woman. Su Xiao was interested. He might be able to get some information from this tuberculosis friend. Yes, woman, even if I think about it now, I can't forget it, especially that figure, tisk tisk. Ninja. Of course, not ninja. I won't go to assassinate. Su Xiao did not ask. In this dark cell, the chatterbox next door would take the initiative to say. Aren't you curious about who that woman is? Not curious. After getting Su Xiao's answer, the person next door was unhappy. That woman is called Mei Ming, a waste of the main school. I almost killed her. If not for the sudden appearance of Chang Shilang, I would win one-on-one. Cold laughter came from the next door. Su Xiao raised his eyebrows. Mei Ming? The fifth generation of Water Shadow? Hey, what crime have you committed? You are imprisoned deeper than me. I don't know. Huh. Su Xiao was unclear, there should be someone coming to find him. Otherwise, this weird opening was too much of a trap. What's your name? After the chatterbox asked, Su Xiao pondered for a few seconds and spoke. Byakuya. Byakuya? You are the madman who assassinated the fourth generation Water Shadow? Huh. Su Xiao spat out a mouthful of smoke, and his eyes flashed in the darkness. The identity that the Reincarnation Paradise arranged for him was to assassinate the four-generation failed assassin. As for how to judge his failure, of course, it was the current situation. The Reincarnation Paradise would not arrange the identity casually. Thinking about it, Su Xiao indeed could kill the fourth-generation Water Shadow. According to strength, the strength of Su Xiao and the fourth generation of Water Shadows was much different. The thoughts in his mind turned quickly, and Su Xiao thought of the possibility that the green steel shadow was very resistant to chakra. Su Xiao also thought of this situation before. If the ninja did not have chakra, they were some people with strong physical fitness. The green steel shadow had characteristic, burning energy at that same time would cause the energy in the victim's body to go out, although this kind of rampage would only last for a few seconds to a second or so before disappearing. Ninjas wanted to use ninjutsu, and chakra was the most important part. Without chakra, not to mention ninjutsu, even physical skills would be affected. Thinking about it like this, the ninja and the mage had the same thing, but the fighting style of the two was different. Su Xiao felt that the end would not be good if he injured the ninja at close range. Of course, some ninjas were different, such as the blood limit. The ninjutsu used by ordinary ninjas could be divided into several types. The attributes were wind, fire, Thunder, water, earth, and the deeper attributes were yin and yang. The blood limit was to combine the two attributes, such as the combination of wind and water attributes, to form an ice shield, which was the blood limit. This was just the most normal blood limit. White eyes, blood eyes, etc., were all blood limits. It should not be difficult for Suxiao to deal with ordinary ninjas. The middle ninja was not his opponent. If the upper ninja fought desperately, it would not be a problem. As for the shadow level, he would die if he pulled away from Suxiao. However, if Suxiao got close to him, plus the sneak attack, he might die in his hands even if he was a shadow level. Combining the Master of Sword skills level 21, Dark Purple plus 10 Dragon Flash was not easy to deal with, not to mention the green steel shadow that burned energy. Suxiao had some fate with the prison friend next door. One was the failure of the assassination of the 4th generation Water Shadow, and the other was the failure of the assassination of the 5th generation Water Shadow. How should I address you? To be able to assassinate the 5th generation Water Shadow, you should not be a nobody. This time, it was Suxiao who took the initiative to speak. PSH 5th generation Water Shadow. The friend next door sneered as if he had heard something very funny. That woman? 5th generation Water Shadow? What a joke. The person next door roared angrily, his emotions somewhat out of control. He punched the iron bars, and the iron bars roared. After a long time, the chatterbox calmed down. Isn't she the 5th generation Water Shadow? Of course, not now, and not in the future. The prison fell into dead silence. How should I address you? Suxiao opened his mouth. Ghost Lamp Waning Moon. Hearing this name, Suxiao knew why the other party had the strength to kill Mei. It turned out to be the Ghost Lamp clan. The ability of the Ghost Lamp clan was water, and the other party was trapped in prison? Ghost Lamp clan? I can't trap you here. Chapter 512. Of course. Ghost Lamp Waning Moon answered with certainty. You can't turn into the water with a collar on. In the next cell, a figure leaned against the wall with white hair and a mouthful of shark-like sharp teeth. Ghost Lamp Waning Moon wore an iron collar around his neck, and there were several tubes on the collar pierced into Ghost Lamp Waning Moon's throat. If Ghost Lamp Waning Moon used his aquamorph ability, the seal on the collar would be able to sense it and release a lightning shield. If it were the past Ghost Lamp Waning Moon, this would naturally be nothing, but he was too weak right now. There was a wise ninja around the prison cell, and it was unlikely that they would be able to escape. How could the level of guarding an enemy who had assassinated the 4th generation Water Shadow prisoner be weak? Clang! The iron gate above the dungeon opened, and a strong light pierced into the dark dungeon. A few ninjas wearing the Mist Ninja uniform walked in, a total of 5 people, 2 of them were superior ninja, and 3 of them were middle ninja. The 3 middle ninjas were a little nervous, and pairs of eyes in prison were staring at them. The 2 superior ninjas walked in front. They were also nervous. The prisoners here were all felons and outlaws, but the 2 superior ninjas could not lose face in front of the younger generation. They could only pretend to be calm. Seeing someone coming, the prisoners said one after another. Is the person who sent the food dead? No one came to deliver the food for 2 days. That white and tender boy, let me taste your meat. The dead meat is too disgusting. A bunch of trash. We will only follow the 4th generation. We will not acknowledge that woman, Mei Ming. A dozen prisoners were imprisoned in the dungeon. Shut up. A superior ninja opened his mouth, his hands forming a seal. Is this guy going to make a move? Kill me. I don't want to live anymore. There were no prisoners in the dungeon who were afraid of death. The 2 superior ninjas frowned. These guys were harder to deal with than they had imagined. Ignoring the prisoners, the 5 of them walked into the depths of the prison and soon arrived in front of Ghost Lamp Waning Moon's cell. Ghost Lamp Waning Moon, Time's up. The prison door opened, and Ghost Lamp Waning Moon was taken out of the cell. Hello, Byakuya. Ghost Lamp Waning Moon looked at the cell where Suxiao was in. Huh. Suxiao raised his head, and the two superior ninjas stared at him vigilantly. One of them even took out Kunao. At this time, Suxiao saw Ghost Lamp Waning Moon's appearance. This was a man about 30 years old and not tall. If you can go out and do something for me. I'm not interested. Suxiao was not familiar with Ghost Lamp Waning Moon, and he would not agree to the other party's request. Don't talk nonsense. Go quickly. A superior ninja pushed Ghost Lamp Waning Moon, but Ghost Lamp Waning Moon didn't care. If you can go out and tell Ghost Lamp Waning Moon, say that I'm already dead and don't need to come to me for revenge. As for the benefits of doing this, he will give it to you. Leaving this sentence, Ghost Lamp Waning Moon was taken out of the dungeon, and the outcome could be imagined. According to the conversation with Ghost Lamp Waning Moon, Suxiao got the current time. The fourth Mizukage might be dead, and the future fifth Mizukage Amaterasu was preparing to take the position. This was not good news. The Mist Village was more chaotic than imagined. But excluding the danger, there were too many things to do at this time, and many things happened. Naruto, the plot's protagonist, had followed Jiraiya for 3 years, and the Akatsuki organization was unusually active. Suxiao sat in the cell. He was thinking about whether to break out of the prison. If the fourth generation of Water Shadows had died, he was not in danger for the time being. After the fifth generation of Water Shadows took power, the structure of the Mist Village would have an earth-shaking change. It was appropriate to describe it as a change of dynasty. If the fourth generation of Water Shadows did not die, it would be difficult to handle. No, perhaps it was not too big of a problem. The fourth generation Water Shadow of this period was controlled by the illusion of the blood eye and had no subjective thoughts. The difficulty of breaking out of the prison was very great. The perceptive ninja was constantly monitoring Suxiao's every move. The prison was quiet after the 5 ninjas left with Ghost Lamp Waning Moon. After a long time, the dim oil lamp was extinguished. Byakuya, Ghost Lamp Waning Moon is dead, and the next one is you. I have been unhappy with him for a long time. It is best if he is executed. He tried to assassinate the fourth generation, a reckless guy. If not for because I was hungry and had no strength, I would have thought of a way to kill him. Waves of malice came from the surroundings. Suxiao had a feeling that in this dungeon, other than the ghost lights that were taken away, everyone else wanted to kill him. After 3 hours like this, Suxiao knew that this could not go on. The situation was worse than he had imagined. He wanted to create an opportunity himself. A special class alchemy bomb appeared in his hand. The alchemy bomb surged and gradually turned into more than a dozen small white spiders. This was a new form developed by Suxiao recently. The frog form moved quickly, and the snake could entangle the enemy. The spider form moved quickly and could climb the wall. After a while, the dungeon became lively. Damn bug, it's on my face again. Oh? You have bugs too? I have one too. What's going on? No, it's by yes explosion. The dozen or so prisoners all found that the situation was abnormal, but they were so hungry that their bodies were weak and dizzy, and their perception was greatly reduced. Explode. Boom. A dozen spiders exploded simultaneously, and the fire illuminated the dungeon. After the explosion, the dungeon became quiet. The air was filled with a burnt smell and the smell of blood. Suxiao killed all the prison friends. The reason why he did this was to attract the attention of the Mist Ninjas. Otherwise, he did not know how long he would be imprisoned. The second was that the malice of these people was not enough. It was Suxiao's style to make the first move. Although he did not know who these people were, he would let them die first since he wanted to kill them. It was so simple and rough that he would not ignore the threat. The sound of rapid footsteps came, the dungeon door was pushed open, and a ninja in a dark green robe rushed to the prison. This ninja was wearing a one-sided black blindfold, and there were 2 paper talismans on his earlobe. What is going on? The one eye of the ninja was extremely sharp. After looking around, he locked his eyes on Susiao. More than a dozen ninjas rushed into the dungeon in less than a few seconds. Lord Cheng! Lord Cheng! When these ninjas saw the green-robed ninja, they all lowered their heads to show respect. Go and inform Lord Mei, tell her that something has happened here. Yes. A few ninjas left in a flash, and Ching walked into the dungeon's depths. Duh. There were only Ching's footsteps left in the dungeon. Dead bodies were lying in the cells he passed. These bodies had their heads blown up, and some of them were still burning. Walking to the deepest part of the dungeon, Ching stopped and looked at the dark cell. He sensed that there was someone inside. This was the only prisoner alive, the most dangerous criminal. What's going on? Ching did not respond for a long time after asking. If you don't speak, I can order someone to execute you. A pair of eyes opened in the cell. The 4th generation died. Ching hesitated for a moment and nodded. Dead, he was seriously injured by your 2 blades, and then he died in battle with an external enemy to protect the village. The 4th generation water shadow might be true with Susiao's 2 blades. As for foreign enemies, this must be a ghost. Is it? How about we make a deal? Ching frowned. This man did not belong to any ninja village. There was no chakra in his body, but such a person injured the 4th generation water shadow with a knife, although it was a sneak attack. It had to be said that the identity arranged by the reincarnation paradise for Susiao was a little risky, but it depended on how to deal with it. Deal? I am very interested. A female voice came from the door of the dungeon. Chapter 513. Hearing this female voice, the youth in front of the cell lowered his head and stepped back. There was a figure standing at the entrance of the dungeon. The dark dungeon made the sunlight particularly dazzling. One could only vaguely see the figure of the person at the door. Her long brown hair appeared in a furry halo under the sunlight. From her plump figure, it could be seen that this woman was probably young. Mei Ming is a female ninja. She is powerful and has mastered 2 blood limits. She is a mature and dignified woman. Soon, she will become the 5th generation water shadow, the group's current leader. At this time, the Mist Village was very chaotic. The 4th generation water shadow not only was the Hokage, but he was also a pillar of the Sanbai. Pillar strength, this kind of nuclear weapon existence, every great ninja village paid a lot of attention. Most of the people in the village were closely monitored. As a pillar of the Sanbai, Gaji Yakura became the Hokage at the same time, which showed his ability. Now, Gaji Yakura was dead, but the 3 tails in his body were not dead, and he was in a state of returning to nature. The Mist Village lost its 3 tails, which made the battle faction even more dissatisfied. In addition to Mei Ming, the Mist Village was divided into 2 factions. One of them was headed by Mei Ming, the owner and the faction. This faction wanted to stop the internal strife of the Mist Village and open up external channels to trade with other big countries. Otherwise, the water country on the island in the sea was too poor. The water country did not have any resources and did not trade with the outside world. This was an extremely strange country. When the other 4 big countries were in chaos, it was in chaos. When the 4 big countries were at peace, it was also chaos when they were in conflict again. It looked like you fight, I fight myself, no one can stop me, no one can stop me. Even in the Third Ninja World War, the Mist Village would occasionally go out to fight. If there were benefits, they would sneak attack. If there were no benefits, they would retreat. The natural geographical advantage meant that the other villages would not take the initiative to attack it. Moreover, it had been in chaos all year round, causing the mist to have a strong combat power. Most importantly, the water country was very poor. Who would be willing to attack a country that was both poor and powerful? The answer was no. The water country is usually a country that does not want to provoke me. I am not easy to provoke, and I am very poor. The impact of internal strife in such a country could be imagined. When Water Shadow was in position, it was fine, but now there was no shadow in the position. In addition to the Island Lord faction led by Mei Ming, the Mist Village also had the Island Lord faction. These people also wanted to stop the civil war and take the initiative to rob other countries. The idea of both sides was to stop the civil war, but the matter of which side was the sovereign could not be negotiated. The two sides did not give an inch to the position of Water Shadow, so the civil war could only continue. Mei Ming's top fighting force was strong, and her fighting force was very strong. She also had Qing, Changshilang, and others to assist her. The main fighting force had no leader. Their original leader was the fourth generation Water Shadow, and they or their fathers fought the name of Blood Mist. Although these people did not have the full fighting force, they had many people, occupying 70 of the total ninjas of Mist Village. Mei Ming was in a predicament because she had enough strength, but she did not have enough ninjas to support her. The water country was famous for the mountains and watching the tigers fight, and they did not interfere in the internal strife of the village. Mei Ming could not kill all the people of the main battle faction. If she did that, the Mist Village would be unprecedentedly weak. So, in this case, the force like Suxiao, who did not belong to the Mist Village or other villages, had value. However, Suxiao had the glorious record of assassinating the fourth generation Water Shadow, and it was natural for Mei Ming to be wary of him. Suxiao was also clear about this. If the two sides cooperated, it must be to use the relationship. He wanted to get rid of the current predicament as soon as possible, at least to leave the prison. Mei Ming walked into the dungeon, her brown hair hanging down 2 strands in front of her chest. "Nice to meet you. I am Mei Ming." Mei Ming had only heard of Suxiao and had never seen Suxiao. "Biakia." Suxiao looked at the look from top to bottom. If this woman was close to him, the one who died must be on the other side. The other side's melee ability is not too strong, which can be seen from the original work. If he pulled away from a distance, Mei Ming could easily burn him to ashes. At this time, Mei Ming was about 3 meters away from Suxiao. If he suddenly pulled out his sword, it was very likely that he would kill the other party on the spot. Of course, Suxiao would not do this. Even if he could kill the other party, he could not leave alive. "You." Qing suddenly stood in front of Mei Ming. He was a wise type. How Suxiao looked at Mei Ming made him feel that something was wrong. "Qing, don't be nervous." Mei signaled Qing to move aside. "Lord Mei Ming, he just..." "I sensed it." Mei narrowed her eyes. She knew how strong Suxiao was in close combat. The knife wound on the body of the fourth generation Water Shadow was the best evidence. "The purpose of your assassination of the fourth generation." Mei opened her mouth. "Purpose? Entrusted by someone." Suxiao had already thought of the reason for the assassination of the fourth generation Water Shadow. "Who entrusted you?" "I'm not sure." Suxiao's answer made Mei a little dissatisfied. "Since you don't want to say it, you can continue staying here." Mei turned around and wanted to leave. Suxiao in the cell laughed. "You pay me the benefits, and I can help you kill people." Mei stopped and looked at Suxiao from the corner of her eyes. "I don't need a killer. I need loyal subordinates." "Forget it, I've been very busy recently, especially at night. I have to be busy until very late every day." After saying that, Mei Ming and Qing left the dungeon. The door of the dungeon was closed, and it was dark again. "Send more people and transfer 2 perceptive ninjas. Yeah, Mu He, you don't have to guard here anymore. There are other tasks." Qing's voice came from outside the dungeon. Why? The bastard inside killed the 4th generation master. We have to guard here. Yes, we will never leave. The sound of an argument came from outside the dungeon. Under your watch, that guy killed all the prisoners. Don't make a fool of yourself. 4 prisoners, we have no faction. After a long time, it was quiet outside the dungeon. Su Xiao sat in the cell. The negotiation seemed to have failed, but it had succeeded. Around 10 o'clock that night, Su Xiao opened his eyes in the darkness. Dragon flash appeared in his hand, and the blade flashed. Clang, clang. The broken iron bar fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Su Xiao walked out of the cell. Bobo Wang followed him with a face full of surprise. His eyes seemed to say, "Master, is it okay to go out like this?" There were more than a dozen ninjas guarding outside, and some of them were perceptive. Su Xiao walked to the dungeon's door, and the door of the dungeon was directly pushed open by him, not locked at all. Walking out of the dungeon, the white moonlight shone on the earth, and the surrounding buildings could be vaguely seen. Su Xiao was in the back of the mist village. More than a dozen ninjas stood on both sides of the prison door. These ninjas looked at the nose, and the heart. All of them became blind. Before, it could be heard from Qing's words that he had transferred the people of the main battle faction. At this time, the people who guarded the dungeon were all people of Mei Ming, and thinking about Mei Ming's words, the meaning of the other party could not be more obvious. Su Xiao did not know exactly where to go, and someone would come to him soon. Chapter 514. Walking in the mist village at night, although it was only about 10 o'clock at night, it was already quiet here. It seemed that the mist village did not have any nightlife. After all, it was very poor here. Su. A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Su Xiao. The way the ninja appeared was always so elusive. Follow me. The black shadow instantly disappeared from the place. Around Su Xiao and look at least a dozen ninjas were monitoring them. The weakest of these ninjas were middle ninjas, and most were upper ninjas. Su Xiao walked in the direction where the black shadow disappeared. According to the guidance of the black shadow, Su Xiao came to an oval building. There was a water word on the building, which should be where the water shadow worked. The ninjas around him moved with Su Xiao. Someone wanted him to enter the water shadow office building. Although Su Xiao seemed to regain his freedom, it was a dream to leave the mist village. There were too many ninjas here. As soon as he entered the water shadow office building, a teenager stood before him. Follow me. The person who spoke was called Chang Shilang, a teenager wearing glasses and carrying a pair of strange weapons on his back. Ping Ping, one of the 7 enduring knives, 2 handles, and a fish-shaped knife. Although the teenager Chang Shilang was usually nervous, his face was calm now. Although he was still not confident, he faced the villain who assassinated the 4th generation water shadow. He was the guard of Mei Ming, and he had to protect Mei Ming. Chang Shilang walked up the stairs and walked to the upper floor of the water shadow building. Su Xiao followed behind. After a while, Chang Shilang stopped in front of the Hokage's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Mei's voice came from the office. She was only missing the name of Water Shadow. She had the power of Water Shadow. If the main battle faction existed for a day, she would not be recognized by everyone. When she opened the door, the room was bright. Mei was sitting behind a desk with a mountain of documents. Su Xiao walked into the office. Mei looked up and smiled at Su Xiao. It seems that you understand what I mean. Well, tell me your request. Okay. Mei went straight to the point and picked up a document next to her hand. Help me kill these people. As for the reward, I won't pursue the matter of you assassinating the 4th generation. Su Xiao did not look at the document but began to look at Mei Ming. Mei Ming did not care about Su Xiao at first, but after a minute, Mei Ming, who was holding a pen and reading the document, frowned. A few minutes later, the pen in Mei Ming's hand made a cracking sound. It is very rude to stare at a lady's chest like this. What a bad man. Don't misunderstand. I am just guessing the color of your heart. It should be very dark. Mei Ming looked up and looked at Su Xiao coldly. You can choose to refuse. In that case, you will be sent back to prison until you die in prison. Su Xiao picked up the document on the table and looked through it. The document contained the information and photos of several people. These were several superior ninjas. This must be the leading figure of the leading militants. I will help you do things, and you will pay me. When you don't need me, I will disappear automatically. He could not accept Mei Ming's previous proposal. What didn't pursue the assassination of the fourth generation was complete to get rid of the donkey. You can't escape from the mist village. A pen flipped in the hands of Mei Ming. She stopped reading the documents and considered Su Xiao's words. I know, but I don't want to die yet, so helping Water Shadow in the future is the best choice. Oh? You want to be my subordinate? Mei looked at Su Xiao with interest. That's impossible. I have assassinated the fourth generation Water Shadow, and it's impossible to appear in the open. It's good that you know. Mei continued to read the documents. What do you want? Money, secret arts, chakra conduction metal, high quality ninja sword can be done. Su Xiao sat in front of the desk. He knew that he could help him eliminate the dissidents. He could do anything that Qing and Chang Shilang could not do. For example, if Mei asked Chang Shilang to kill a mist ninja, even if Chang Shilang agreed to do it, killing his nominal companion would make Chang Shilang unhappy, and sooner or later, there would be problems. Su Xiao was different, and Mei only needed to pay the benefits. Su Xiao's goal was to leave the mist village very clear. The reason was that this place was too poor, and there were no tail beasts. His ultimate goal was tail beasts, nothing else. Secret technique. Chakra conduction metal? High quality ninja sword? You are asking for too much. Money is also fine. Hearing Su Xiao's words, Mei frowned. The mist village was very poor. Money was not enough for military needs. How could they have money to give to Su Xiao? Money is also impossible. Then let's use advanced ninjutsu. It's not possible. Speaking up to this point, Mei felt a bit awkward. This was the truth. Every village's high-level ninjutsu was a treasure. It could not be taught to outsiders. You want me to help you kill people for free? N. Mei answered very simply. Help me do 3 things, and then I will let you leave the mist village safely. What about it? This was a proposal given by Mei Ming, a very moderate and dangerous proposal. Don't worry. I am very honest. My subordinates are here, and they will not follow a leader who has nothing to say. Chang Shilang had been standing beside Su Xiao. This was to prevent Su Xiao from suddenly bursting out. He only needed to block Su Xiao for a moment. Mei Ming could solve Su Xiao. 3 things. Su Xiao pondered for a moment. 2 things. 3 things. This is the lowest. Sure. Su Xiao agreed, and Mei Ming smiled. Su Xiao decided that he could not stay in prison for the time being. Before doing 3 things, he would find a way to leave the mist village. Mei Ming would kill him. The other party was the future Shadow. Shadow had to consider the village's safety and would not be influenced by the emotions of the people. The honesty in Mei Ming's mouth was only effective for her subordinates. Su Xiao was not a subordinate of the other party. There is a house next to the prison. You live there. You can't go out during the day. I will send someone to deliver daily necessities. You can only act at night, and it is in the case of a mission. The deal was reached. On the surface, Su Xiao helped Mei do 3 things. The other party asked him to leave the already guarded mist village. Su Xiao had been monitored all the time. After doing 3 things, it would be his death. Mei would not believe the words of a killer, and she would not trust this killer. She could become a water shadow. Of course, she was not a simple woman. Ruthless, strong, and rational, this was Mei Ming facing the enemy. Mature, dignified, gentle, and friendly, she would occasionally lose her temper. This was Mei Ming, who was facing her subordinates. It was obvious that Su Xiao was an enemy of Mei Ming. Just the assassination of the 4th generation of Water Shadow was destined that he could not continue to develop in Mist-Hidden Village. Mei Ming would not let Su Xiao leave the dungeon if the situation were not too chaotic. Su Xiao got up and was about to leave, but Mei suddenly spoke. "You wanted to kill me just now, right? How is that possible? You are thinking too much, 5th generation Water Shadow." Su Xiao walked out of the Water Shadow office. He just left, and Qing walked out of the room on the side. "Keep an eye on him. Any suspicious behavior." Mei didn't continue, but Qing had already understood. "Yes." Qing Shun left. His transplanted white eye was very suitable for surveillance. Chapter 515. The house next to the dungeon was a 2-story wooden house with a Japanese style. There was grilled fish, a rice bowl, and a bowl of turbot soup on the table in front of Su Xiao. This was the food sent this morning, which was his breakfast. For Su Xiao, these things were not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Fortunately, there was food in his storage space. Although he made a deal with Mei Ming last night, the first part of the main mission was not completed. In other words, Mei Ming had no intention of recruiting Su Xiao, and that was to get rid of the donkey later. Su Xiao did not want to become a donkey, so he had to leave as soon as possible. If Mei took out a little sincerity last night, then Su Xiao would help the other party kill a few people so that the 2 sides could reach the initial cooperation. Unfortunately, Mei did not want to pay a single cent to him. In Mei Ming's heart, he was a prisoner who could not leave the Mist Village and was trying to kill and struggle. He could not cause any waves at all. There was a premise for cooperation, which was the chips of both sides. In Mei Ming's opinion, Su Xiao had no chips. Unfortunately, Mei did not know Su Xiao, and she did not know what kind of crazy things Su Xiao could do. At this time, Su Xiao seemed to be safe, but he was not. Mei Ming would kill him just sooner or later. Su Xiao was not ready to do anything for Mei Ming, let alone 3 things. Even if he died here, he was the kind of person who would risk his life if he was threatened. It was not his style to compromise. Being surrounded, this was Su Xiao's current situation. There are countless ninjas around. It is impossible to force out, as for the possible allies. Unfortunately, the Mist Village now only has Lord and faction and main battle faction. Because of the assassination of the 4th generation Water Shadow, the main battle faction wanted to swallow Su Xiao alive. As for Lord and faction, they had talked about it last night and could not become allies. "Bobo, are you afraid of death?" Bobo Wang, who was chewing on a whole roasted lamb, looked up. Woof. It was obvious that Bobo Wang did not show any fear. "Tonight, we will assassinate the target. It is time to test your ability to run a lot." Leaning on the chair, Su Xiao began to conserve his energy. Success or failure depended on tonight. There was nothing he could do with the current situation. The plot characters were not fools. They all had their ideas. Su Xiao was destined not to be able to develop in the Mist Village from the beginning. Fortunately, the glorious achievement of assassinating the 4th generation Water Shadow was beneficial to the plan's progress in the future. It was a bad start, but as long as he lived through this opening, Su Xiao had the confidence to complete the plan after this. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Su Xiao pushed open the door. As soon as he went out, Qing, who was watching him nearby, immediately acted, and the 5 superior ninjas disappeared into the night. Su Xiao was a knife in front of Mei Ming, a knife that excluded dissidents, but the origin of this knife was unknown, and it was dangerous, and he had to deal with it after using it. In the night, Su Xiao walked through the buildings, concealed his breath, and tried to avoid being discovered. Qing took off the blindfold, the blood vessels on one side of his cheek bulged, and his eyes opened, constantly monitoring Su Xiao's movements. The direction that Su Xiao was heading was the residence of a superior ninja, one of the targets that Mei Ming asked him to assassinate. This superior ninja was already 69 years old, and his seniority was higher than Mei Ming. He was once the confidant of the third generation Water Shadow, and then he assisted the fourth generation. In the Mist Village, which had been in civil war for years, 69 years old was considered a high age, but the bodily functions would be greatly reduced at this age. In addition, this superior ninja was a physical technique type ninja, so his strength regressed even more. This was also the reason why Su Xiao chose the other party. The other party's home was at the edge of Mist Hidden Village. After killing the other party, he could escape immediately. This was a chance to escape from Mist Hidden Village. At least it seemed like this on the surface. As for why he had to kill the other party first, this could make the observer relax their vigilance and take the opportunity to create chaos. But was Su Xiao's escape plan only so simple? Of course not. According to Su Xiao's route, Qing guessed who Su Xiao would assassinate. Is that so? Qing sighed and whispered a few words to a superior ninja beside him. The superior ninja changed his direction, and that direction was Mei Ming's residence. You two, go to the edge of the village and tell the guards to strengthen the alert. As soon as Qing's voice fell, he suddenly found that Su Xiao in front of him had stopped and turned directly. Qing was a little puzzled. The intention of the other party to escape was already very obvious. What did this mean now? And the other party had been eating non-stop from before. Did he want to eat his fill before he died? Su Xiao no longer headed to the edge of the mist village but to the center of the village, which was the location of another target. This made Qing very puzzled. The other party did not intend to escape? Or had he found something? Su Xiao began to take Qing around the village. Every time he changed direction, he was in the direction of the target. 5 minutes later, Mei met with Qing. What's going on? Mei should have been woken up in her sleep, and she was still drinking while talking. That guy is a little strange. He has been circling the village. Circling, where did he go? He went. After listening to Qing's report, Mei Ming instinctively felt something was wrong. He didn't go to assassinate the target. He didn't go. He usually stays near the target's residence for a while before leaving. Is this a scouting terrain? It's possible. Mei lowered her head in thought and suddenly thought of something. How did he kill the other prisoners in the dungeon? Qing pondered for a few seconds and replied, it should be an explosive talisman, but it has been used up. I checked with my eyes. There is nothing suspicious about him. There is only a knife and some fruits. Otherwise, I would not let him wander around the village. Fruit, something is wrong. Stop him first. Mei jumped and rushed to Su Xiao. At this time, Su Xiao stood on a street located at the edge of the mist village. He had been hiding his breath. Otherwise, he would have been discovered by the ninjas in the mist village. The mist did not be very vigilant. After all, this was their village. They lived here every day. If these sleeping mist ninjas were vigilant, maybe they would have already found Su Xiao. Su Xiao threw away a fruit core in his hand. This was a special fruit of the mist village. It was shaped like a mango. He had eaten all the way. Taking out another fruit, Su Xiao had been eating it since the beginning of the day, and it seemed that he had a special love for this kind of bitter fruit. If someone picked up the fruit core that Su Xiao threw away, he would find that every fruit core had holes bitten by teeth, and white objects could be vaguely seen inside. Su Xiao was about to vomit, but he still wanted to continue eating. This was to avoid a certain eye that could only see through. After a burp, Su Xiao threw down another fruit core. Pa! Soft footsteps were heard, and Mei Ming had appeared on the roof not far away. What are you trying to do? Mei Ming's gaze was unfriendly. It's just to investigate the enemy, don't be nervous. Su Xiao took a deep breath, and his strong stomach quickly digested the fruit meat he ate. What is the purpose of you throwing those fruit nuclei? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Those fruit nuclei have been dealt with. Is that so, then, you also dealt with the things inside the fruit nuclei? At this time, Su Xiao was wearing a mist trench coat. He stretched out his arms, and dense white spiders crawled out from his sleeves. There were at least a few hundred of them. Mei Ming's pupils contracted, and he did not know why his heart was beating faster. Lava, fusion. Mei formed a seal with her hands, took a deep breath and spat out a large amount of lava. The overwhelming lava came to Su Xiao. Although Mei just suspected Su Xiao, she attacked the first time, and there was no nonsense. Mei's judgment was correct, but her attack was too late. The best choice was to burn Su Xiao to death in that cell, and she should not let him out. Just as the magma was about to burn Su Xiao to ashes, Su Xiao triggered the alchemy bomb. Boom! The fire rushed to the sky, and the magma that sprayed at Su Xiao was blown away. Not only did an explosion happen near Su Xiao, but all the places he passed before exploded. The fire was raging, and 1/10 of the houses in the mist village were blown up or ignited. The fire spread in a very short time, and the screams echoed in the night sky. Chapter 516. The fire ignited, and the entire mist village was dyed red. Ah! A fireman rushed out of the wooden house. He screamed and fell to the ground, but the fire still burned his body. Water, 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 formation wall. Water release, water flurry wave. One by one, water release was used. The fire had just spread for more than 10 seconds before extinguishing. The mist ninjas were proficient in water release, and there were many ninjas in the village. Most of the ninjas jumped onto the roof, and they still did not know what had happened. Gather. The enemy is in the back street. Prepare to meet the enemy. The long-term internal strife made the mist ninjas have terrifying mobility. They extinguished the fire in less than 10 seconds. In less than 30 seconds, they determined Su Xiao's general position. They gathered around 40 seconds and began to chase Su Xiao. Mei stood on a roof. She did not chase Su Xiao but was commanding the ninjas who had gathered together. The prisoner is at the edge of the village. He is an assassin who assassinated the 4th-generation water shadow. I will deal with it in the village. You go to chase. Yes. At this time, the village was attacked, and there was no division of factions. A large group of ninjas disappeared into the night. Mei looked at the houses with smoke curling up from the corners of her mouth, and a smile appeared on her face. Apart from a few victims, the mist village had almost no losses. Qing, get rid of him. He's already useless. Yes. Qing flashed away. All of this seemed to have been planned. After Qing left, Mei sighed. She also had no choice but to come up with this plan. In the beginning, she knew that Su Xiao would not help her do anything. If not for the plot, she would not let Su Xiao out. The organization named Xiao has been cleared out. As long as we stabilize the main force, peace is not far away. The mist village can no longer have a civil war. It was interesting to say that Su Xiao and Mei Ming had been calculating each other, but the goals of both sides did not conflict. Su Xiao wanted to leave the mist village, and Mei would break the current situation. Now that the village was attacked, as long as he killed Su Xiao, the things after that would be completely clear. Even if he could not kill Su Xiao, it did not matter. Wu Ren would not believe the words of an assassin. At the edge of the mist village, Bobo Wang ran at full speed. Su Xiao rode on Bobo Wang's back. At this time, he had already escaped to the edge of the mist village. As long as he escaped from the range of the mist village, those mist ninjas would not be able to do anything to him. Su, su. The sound of wind breaking came from behind. Su Xiao turned his head and looked. It was a group of ninjas chasing. The speed of these ninjas was not slower than Bobo Wang, and some of the physical type ninjas were even faster than Bobo Wang. After running past a hill, Su Xiao knew that he could not go on like this, and he would be caught up sooner or later. Chase, the target is behind the mountain. Qing's eyes were wide open, and the white eye was obvious. As long as Qing was there, Su Xiao couldn't get rid of these mist ninjas. The lineup chasing Su Xiao was a bit strong. There were 10 superior ninjas and more than 30 middle ninjas. This was already a very exaggerated lineup. In addition to crucial moments, one had to know that ninjas could not leave the village on a large scale. Pata. A physical ninja broke a dead branch on the ground. He was far ahead of the team in front of the chasing team, more than 10 meters away from Su Xiao. Water style, Juwen. As he ran, a water ball formed in his hand. The water ball contained dense chakra. He threw the water ball with all his strength, and the water ball flew to Su Xiao. The water ball exploded when it flew near Su Xiao, and a viscous liquid splashed on the ground. Bobo Wang just stepped on the liquid, and the solace of his feet slipped, and he staggered forward a few steps, about to fall. If Bobo Wang fell, then Su Xiao would be left here. At the critical moment, Bobo Wang's eyes widened in anger, his waist exerted force, his foreclaws stretched straight, and he drifted 360 degrees in the same place. He didn't fall, and the old driver's demeanor was obvious. The body technique ninja was stunned. He almost kept the enemy. Su Xiao grabbed the hair on the back of Bobo Wang's neck, and Bobo Wang's drifting just now almost threw him down. Su Xiao shouted at the enemy chasing behind him, "Continue to run, don't look back." Bobo Wang shouted, using all his strength to run forward. Su Xiao's hand was behind Bobo Wang, changing from the original riding to reverse, facing the mist ninjas chasing behind. The broken line popped out. Su Xiao used the broken line to tie the body below the waist to Bobo Wang so that he would not be thrown down no matter what. His hands regained freedom. Su Xiao took out a terrible weapon from the storage space and the nearly 2-meter-long heavy sniper Spider Queen. He was too close to the enemy. Su Xiao did not activate light. He did not use the black and white guns because the speed of the bullets was not fast enough, and the superior ninja was very likely to avoid it. The sniper rifle was different. As if the timing was good, the mid-range sniper rifle was more terrifying than other guns. Avoiding the kunao, Su Xiao held the Spider Empress flat before him and aimed at the physical skills of the ninja who rushed at the front. This guy was the biggest threat. Bang! The gunshot processed by the silencer sounded, the Spider Empress gun butt was on Su Xiao's shoulder blade, and a bullet was fired. The bullet carried powerful kinetic energy that broke through layers of airwaves. In less than a second, the bullet drilled into the chest of the Taijutsu superior ninja. Pa! A ball of blood exploded from the chest of the Taijutsu superior ninja. His pale ribs were blown away, spinning and flying into the distance. The Taijutsu superior ninja was stunned, and the numbness in his chest made him fall forward. He fell to the ground in a flat sand style. The other ninjas ran past him and did not look at him. This was the style of the blood mist. The physical body superior ninja panted with difficulty. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he stood up. Although there was a big hole in his chest, this guy did not die immediately. This is, what weapon? His foot went soft, and he fell to the ground again, and his pupils gradually became lax. Su Xiao, who was riding Bobo Wang, received a prompt. Only killing a superior ninja would get 2.1 of the source of the world. Although the open world was dangerous, many contractors soared through the open world. The superior ninja dropped the treasure chest, but Susiao did not have time to pick it up. It was more important to run for his life now. Killing a superior ninja with one shot, this kind of thing would only appear in specific circumstances, such as now. These mist ninjas were chasing Susiao at full speed, and they could not avoid bullets while running at full speed. To be exact, they were rushing at the bullets. Although they could catch the trajectory of the bullets, it was impossible to avoid the bullets unless they stopped. The sniper bullets used to kill the enemy from a long distance were flying very fast. Susiao was only dozens of meters away from the ninjas in pursuit. At this distance, even Susiao, who had a high reaction speed, could not escape the bullets of the Spider Empress. Chapter 517. After Susiao killed a physical form ninja with one shot, the ninjas chasing him subconsciously slowed down and quickly dispersed. The muzzle turned around. Susiao's second target was Cheng. With this guy's eyes, he would not be able to escape. Bang! The bullet left the muzzle and flew toward Cheng at high speed. At this time, Cheng stopped chasing, and his white eyes noticed that Susiao had already aimed at him. Although he did not know what weapon it was, he knew that it was very dangerous. Cheng directly fell to the ground, the bullet flew over his head, and a groove was plowed on his pointy-like hairstyle. Cheng, who was lying on the ground, swallowed his saliva. Just now, he almost had his head broken. He immediately realized that he could not continue to chase like this. Stop! Bang! In another shot, the target of this gun was still green. At this time, Bobo Wan was running at high speed, and he had pulled a distance from the green. In addition, Susiao used aiming, and this gun only flew past Cheng's arm. Bang, bang, bang. Susiao did not care about the consumption of bullets, and he had to kill Cheng. After 7 bullets in a row, Cheng finally got shot, and one of his legs exploded. Just as Susiao guessed, the physical strength of the strong in the Naruto world was not high, let alone Cheng, the superior ninja, and he was a wise type. After breaking one of Cheng's legs, Bobo Wang had already run 100 meters away. It was impossible to hit the enemy at this distance. Susiao decisively activated Light. Ka ba, Weng. From the Spider Queen's body, Susiao turned the crosshair to the green on the ground in the distance. Because Bobo Wang was running at high speed, the scope was a little bumpy. Pulled the trigger and bang. Susiao saw the soil beside Cheng splashed from the scope, and the bullet hit the soil. At this time, Cheng had one leg broken, the leg was broken from the knee, and the broken part was uneven. It was impossible to dodge the bullet. The ninja chasing Susiao was hit by a gun, and they had never seen a gun before. Bang, bang. Susiao recognized the target, and Mei Ming had been using him before. It was too unreasonable not to leave some gifts for the other party. After firing 5 shots in a row, the head of the target was opened like a watermelon, and the eyes that had been broken fell to the ground. A smile appeared on Susiao's face. The Mei Ming he saw was the real Mei Ming. A woman who could bear the position of water shadow. What he saw from the anime was only the tip of the iceberg of her character. There were no simple people as long as one could be called a shadow ninja. First of all, what was the ninja village? The ninja village was the military power of the big country. Yang was the leader of the ninja village. He was also the one who controlled the military power of a country. Would such a person have a simple mind? A person with a simple mind could not become a shadow. The other ninjas in the ninja village would not allow it, and the controller of the big country would not allow it. Of course, this was also an exception. If that person mastered the crushing power and had a strong gay friend, no one could say anything about becoming a shadow. The pursuit continued, but after Susiao killed 2 people in a row, the mist ninjas chasing him slowed down. They all knew that chasing like this was not the way. Notify the assassination unit. The other ninjas recognized a superior ninja's proposal, and they all stopped. It was not to give up chasing but to let the troops who were better at tracking go after Su Xiao. The mist gave up chasing, but Su Xiao did not stop shooting. Aiming at the head of the mist, Su Xiao pulled the trigger. Bang! The head of the ninja exploded. This was a middle ninja. Maybe he was too weak and did not get the source of the world. Ninjas were difficult to deal with in the middle distance. Most of the ninjutsu was released in the middle and close distance. When chasing Su Xiao, these ninjas used at least dozens of ninjutsu. If Bobo Wang did not run fast enough, Su Xiao would have been left behind. The enemy behind him gradually disappeared. Su Xiao put away the Spider Queen. Blood flowed down his arm. A long needle pierced him. This thing was called 1,000 books in the Naruto world. There was some dizziness in his brain. He did not need to think that these 1,000 books were poisonous. Bobo Wang stopped after running for half an hour and came to a sparse forest. Jumping down from Bobo Wang's back, Su Xiao took off his shirt and cleaned the wound at the fastest speed. The blue steel shadow energy had already destroyed the poison in his body. Although he escaped from the mist village, Su Xiao was seriously injured. The alchemy bomb detonated at a close distance and hurt his internal organs, and then he was chased by the mist ninjas. It was true that he was a little embarrassed, but he escaped from the mist village. Continue to run? Of course, it was impossible. Being chased so miserably would be too bad if he did not leave something for the mist ninjas. And if he escaped like this, he would be chased to death. He needed to mislead the mist ninjas' judgment. After dealing with the wound, Su Xiao cleaned up the blood on the ground. Go back. Hearing Su Xiao's words, Bobo Wang was a little surprised. Shouldn't this situation escape immediately? This was not the case. Although Su Xiao had already escaped from the mist village would send people to continue to chase him. Rather than waiting to be chased, Su Xiao wanted to take the initiative to attack and hit the mist village so that the other side did not know whether he had escaped or had been near the mist village. Although it was a little crazy to fight against a ninja village alone, there was one thing that Ninja could not match up to, and that was that he could kill people from a distance. The purple-grade sniper Spider Queen had a maximum range of 2.36 kilometers. Su Xiao's sniping ability was not strong, and the Spider Queen was very advanced. She could automatically calculate the wind speed, air humidity, etc. Su Xiao could kill the enemy from 1.5 kilometers away. The distance here was a bit exaggerated, but this was the strength of the purple-grade equipment. Riding on Bobo Wang, Su Xiao approached the vicinity of the mist village. There were guards at the edge of the mist village. According to Su Xiao's observation, the guards around the mist village were only a few hundred meters away from the mist village. It was no problem to kill the people in the mist village, bypassing these guards. A few hours later, Bobo Wang came to the location 1 kilometer away from the mist village. During this period, it escaped the pursuit of many ninjas. Su Xiao rode Bobo Wang around the mist village, looking for favorable terrain. At this time, the mist village was dealing with the house that Su Xiao blew up and with follow-up matters. Mei ordered in an orderly manner, and she also arranged the plan, including sending people to kill Su Xiao and others. Although her face was calm, Mei Ming clenched her fists in her sleeves. Her most capable assistant, Qing, was dead, which made her heart bleed, and she was very sad, but she did not show it. Looking at the mist village, Qing's investigation ability was top-notch, not to mention that Qing was loyal to Mei Ming. Loyalty was something that could not be exchanged for anything. Elder Qiji, I will deal with the follow-up of this matter. The safety of the village is handed over to you. Hearing Mei's words, an old ninja was stunned. He was the core figure of the main battle faction, and he had a hostile relationship with Mei. This Elder Qiji could not understand why Mei Ming was willing to let go of such an important position. We are all mist ninjas, and now thieves are trying to destroy the village. The internal conflict should be put down first. Well, you are right. Elder Kija led a few ninjas behind him and quickly walked to the edge of the village. Before taking 2 steps, a perceptive ninja next to him pounced on him. With a bang, the soil pit size of a faceplate exploded. Enemy attack. The surrounding ninjas immediately assumed a combat posture, but they were vigilant for a long time. The surroundings were dead silent. They did not even know where the enemy was. Chapter 518. Standing on a towering water tower, Suxiao observed the situation inside the mist village through the scope. The Spider Queen's skill, light. By regulating, the maximum effect could reach 20 times the mirror, but there was no red detection in the case of 20 times the mirror. Adjusting to this extent, Suxiao needed to slow down the heartbeat of his heart and hold his breath. The breathing would make the vision of the 20x scope shake violently, and it was impossible to lock on the enemy. Now the Spider Queen changed from continuous shooting to one shot. Every shot needed to be calculated precisely, and it took 1 to 3 minutes to shoot. Suxiao was not careless when looking at the Mist Ninja, who was like a headless fly in the scope. The Mist Ninja would find him sooner or later, and he had to withdraw before he was found. 2 minutes later, the Mist Village was like a hornet's nest that had been stabbed. A large group of ninjas rushed out of the village, and they must have been looking for Suxiao. At this time, Suxiao was 1.4 kilometers away from the Mist Village. This was a straight distance, and the Spider Queen had a silencer function. It was not so easy to find Suxiao. 10 minutes later. In the Water Shadow office, Mei Ming sat in front of the desk with a frown. She succeeded. If everything went well, she would be the new Water Shadow in less than half a month. Before, she lacked a chance. Suxiao's appearance made her see this opportunity, a chance to make the main battle nervous and reveal flaws. A ninja wearing a mask and black suddenly appeared in the office of Water Shadow, holding a small box in his hand. Lady Mei Ming, Lady Qing has found the eye of the eye. Seeing the small box, Mei did not have any emotional fluctuations. The eye might have been damaged. Otherwise, she would not have put it in a box. Damaged. The member of the Mist Ninjas lowered his head and did not speak. Qing's corpse is buried. Not yet. Bury, arrange his family as a family member of the hero. Yes. The dark group member was a little envious. The family members of the hero were indeed enviable. Just as he was about to leave, Mei Ming spoke again. White eyes and green were buried together. Yes. Mei was silent and said, the dark group will find the thief with all their strength. By the way, announce his information to the other 4 countries. The specific strength. Mei stood up after knocking on the desk. Note, you can assassinate a shadow level. Before Mei Ming could finish her sentence, she suddenly turned sideways and jumped to the side. The glass window broke, and a dark bullet hole appeared on the desk. The desk was almost broken. Mei Ming stood up, her face not looking good. Like a ghost. While she was talking, the assassin had rushed out of the window. On a mountain on the edge of the Mist Village, Suxiao pulled the gun bolt of the Spider Queen and pulled out of the magazine. He fired 4 shots, 3 of which killed Mei Ming, but they all failed. Suxiao did not think that he could succeed. It would be strange if Mei Ming were so easy to kill. Wu! Bobo Wang's cry came. Suxiao looked sideways. Bobo Wang had 2 treasure chests in his mouth and mastered the divine skill You Can't See Me. The risk of Bobo Wang picking up the treasure chest was not big. There was no point in staying any longer. Suxiao was ready to leave first. His goal had been achieved. First, he wanted to take back the treasure chest. Second, he wanted to let the Mist Ninjas know that he did not escape. This way, he could reduce the intensity of the Mist Ninjas chasing him. He would look for him around the Mist Village. He took 2 treasure chests. One of them was blue in quality. The physical body superior ninja dropped it. The superior ninja only dropped a blue treasure chest. His luck was a bit bad. The second treasure chest was purple. Ching dropped it. Su Xiao was very curious about what these two treasure chests could open. Ninjutsu. Equipment. If he opened ninjutsu, he would be rich. Chakra was one of the most popular power systems in the reincarnation paradise, and the price of ninjutsu scrolls was also high. Now was not the time to open the box. He had to leave the Water Nation as soon as possible and then find a force to join. Although he escaped from the Mist Village, it was not easy to leave the Water Nation. The sea surrounded the Water Nation, and he needed to take a boat to reach a wider land. The ships in the Naruto world were not very advanced. They were usually artificial or large-scale ships. A day later, at the border of the water country, in a fishing village. In some dilapidated wooden houses. An older man knocked on the long pipe in his hand. His blurry eyes seemed to be thinking about something. The distance from the Water Nation to the Fire Nation is far. It will take at least 5 days. This is under normal circumstances. The older man looked at the young man not far away. He smelled a faint scent of blood on the other person. This was a normal situation in the Water Nation. Is there no faster way? Su Xiao's face was not good. He did not want to find a force to join in the water country. The Mist Village was the underground snake here. There is a way, but it is a little difficult. What way? Take a big boat. It will only take 2 days. Thank you. Su Xiao took out a few notes and put them in front of the older man. This was the currency of the Naruto world. He exchanged some paradise coins in the reincarnation paradise. The older man quietly accepted the money and did not speak again, as if he had never seen Su Xiao. Getting up and leaving the house, Su Xiao put on his hood at the same time as he walked out of the house. The Umbu of Mist had been chasing after him. If Su Xiao were not good at hiding, he would be found by those hounds several times. It was impossible to leave the country of boiling water on a fishing boat. He needed to find a large sailboat. However, the water country was too poor. There were not many large sailboats. At least there was no one in this small fishing village. It was a problem for the people here to be warm and full. The sky was gray, and it rained for a fifth of the time in the country of water. As the rain fell, Su Xiao took out a map. He wanted to rush to a nearby big city. Misty Rain Town. This was a relatively prosperous town in the water country. It was comparable to some cities and was located near the sea. This kind of coastal city should be developed for trade, but unfortunately, the water country did not advocate the trade. The reason why this place was prosperous was that it was rich in singers and dancers. The singers in the Naruto world were somewhat similar to the singers and dancers in the real world. Unlike the actors, some singers had mastered the ninjutsu that had no lethality so that they could perform some very wonderful shows. On a big ship by the sea of Misty Rain Town, this ship was preparing to set sail. The target was the Fire Country, followed by the Thunder Country, ready for the tour. A delicate girl stood on the deck as if she had just woken up. She stretched, and her curves were exquisite. Mr. Hino, when are you leaving? The singer, Nagzu, could be said to be a natural beauty, and her big eyes were bright. Soon, at most 10 minutes. A short, fat middle-aged man smiled at Nagzu with a flattering smile, and the meaning of flattery was obvious. Hey, over there, move the goods to the lower layer of the warehouse, don't randomly put them. The short and stout middle-aged man glanced at a coolie carrying a wooden box and ignored him. The coolie was very young, carrying a large wooden box. These things belong to dogs. The short and stout middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth and looked in the direction of Misty Rain Town. He was stunned. What did you say? The short and stout middle-aged man was instantly furious. He rolled up his sleeves and prepared to deal with this coolie. The short and stout middle-aged man and the singer, Nagzu, were also very surprised. She did not expect a coolie to have such a temper. Su. A figure wearing a mask suddenly appeared on the deck. This person stood straight with a ninja blade on his back. This is the assassination unit. Nagzu subconsciously retreated. The Mist Ninja's assassination unit could be said to be notorious. Just you. That coolie opened his mouth, and this stunned Nagzu. Did the other party not want to live anymore? One of me is enough. Lord Water Shadow has ordered you to bring your head back. The word Water Shadow made everyone on the ship shocked. May has become a water shadow? It's unexpected news. Coolie took off the tattered linen clothes, revealing his strong upper body, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The coolie saw Su Xiao in disguise. He was almost able to leave the country of boiling water by boat. Unfortunately, the assassination unit chased him, but it was not a big problem. After dealing with the assassination unit, he could leave on this boat. Chapter 519. Su Xiao looked around, and the people around him had different expressions. The dull, short, fat manager, the beautiful singer slowly retreated, the timid coolie, and the silent Umbu. The thoughts in his mind turned quickly, and Su Xiao secretly decided that he could not fight on the ship. He did not care whether he hurt the innocent or not. He did not care, mainly because he could not destroy the ship. Otherwise, he could not leave the water country. A problem appeared. If Su Xiao left the ship, the people on the ship would immediately drive away. Looking at the singer not far away, Su Xiao suddenly became angry. In a flash, he came behind the singer. Su Xiao grabbed the neck of the singer with one hand, and an alchemy bomb appeared in the other hand. Holding the hostage, the Mist Umbu did not move. Let go of me, Wu. A white ball was stuffed into the mouth of the singer, and she struggled hard, but her soft body could not break free from Su Xiao's restraint. If you dare to sail the ship and leave, collapse. Su Xiao stretched out his fingers and made a gesture representing the explosion. He slightly triggered the alchemy bomb when he let go of the singer. Nagzu covered her abdomen. The burning feeling in her abdomen made her squat down and nodded quickly, indicating that she would never leave. At this time, Su Xiao looked at the Mist Umbu. The other party did not make a move. There were only two possibilities. First, the other party was very strong and thought that Su Xiao could not escape. Second, the other party was waiting for reinforcements. Su Xiao guessed that it was the latter. The other party should not have found him for a long time. If he were not about to leave, the other party would not appear rashly. As for destroying this ship, the other party did not dare. This ship symbolized a famous mansion, which showed that the singer was helping the water country. The Mist Village was indeed the military force of the water country, but the Mist Village did not dare to provoke the famous mansion openly. The village had to consume a lot of money and resources. These were all provided by the famous mansion. The Mist Village could only go to the northwest if they offended the famous mansion. The famous names of the Naruto world were very smart. They were somewhat similar to the chairman of the company, and the ninja village was the department under the banner. The war-famous mansion in the ninja village would not be involved. It was just a battle between the ninjas, and every village had a rule that they could not assassinate the enemy. The hatred between the villages had nothing to do with the fame. It was like the fight between the Mist Village and Konoha. The two countries might not necessarily be enemies. Groups of ninjas died one after another. Their names were still those few, and it was a hereditary system. This was the advantage of having money. Of course, the famous houses also had the corresponding force, but they never moved out. This pattern ended after the Fourth Ninja War, and only then did the villages start to develop their economy. At this time, this Umbu was stalling for time, waiting for the support of his companions. Thinking of this, Su Xiao rushed forward a few steps, stepped on the side of the ship, leaped to the dock not far away, and soon disappeared into the crowd. The Umbu did not hesitate to catch up, and he did not want to fight on the ship. Set sail quickly. The short and stout manager almost screamed. No. The singer, Nagzu, was breathing rapidly. Although she did not know what she had swallowed, she was certain that she would die immediately if she dared to sail. What? The short and stout manager's eyes widened, and his expression was somewhat distorted. I can't sail the ship, sail the ship. I will die. Huh. The short and fat butler was going crazy. When was this time he still did not escape? The two people did not know that Susiao still had other tricks. For example, the big wooden box on the ship, Bobo Wang, was in the wooden box. Bobo Wang would break out of the box if he dared to sail the ship. The Umbu quickly moved through the crowd on the dock, and the nose under the mask moved. This was a secret technique that he mastered that could lock on the smell of someone. At this time, he locked on Susiao's smell, and it was because of this ability he could find Susiao. In front. No, have you found that the smell has been exposed? It's on the left side. The Umbu walked quickly into the house near the dock. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. There was almost no one in the house near the dock. Most of the people living here were coolies or fishers in the form of husband and wife. The Umbu continued to track Susiao's smell. Just as he rushed past a corner, a sharp light stabbed at him, and the blade's tip was cold. Puff. Umbu was stabbed in the face, and his body twitched a few times. Susiao frowned. The Umbu did not die. He pierced a water body. The substitute technique and the water body technique are two low-level ninjutsu. The Umbu used two low-level ninjutsu to avoid this thrilling knife. Fighting was not as simple as a skill collision. The ability to kill the enemy was good. It had nothing to do with level. The water clone on the throwing knife turned into a puddle of water after falling to the ground. The original body of the dark group was nowhere to be seen. Water escape, mist concealment. On the roof of a house, the dark group formed a seal with both hands, and the surroundings gradually became covered in fog. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. Susiao's vision was white and blocked. He closed his eyes and used his perception to check his surroundings. The result was not obvious. There was chakra mixed in the fog around him, which would affect his perception. Su. The sound of wind breaking could be heard, and a quiet conversation could be heard within the thick fog. Very good. Is everyone here? Well, the 5 people have arrived, ready to use that. Susiao stood in the thick fog and did not move. The sound came from all directions, and it was impossible to determine the enemy's position based on the sound. According to the discussion of those dark groups, they had 5 people, but the actual number of people had to be verified. This might be a trap to increase the pressure on Susiao. Water dragon spell. Earth release, underworld pond. A water dragon rushed forward, and at the same time, the soil under Susiao's feet became soft. He was gradually sinking. The cooperation of these two moves was flawless. The earth escape control action, the water dragon, caused an impact on Susiao, and at the same time, it made the swamp below harder to escape. Boom! Mud splashed, and a long knife flew up and finally fell to the ground. Did you kill it? The aura disappeared. The weapon also fell to the ground. The mist Umbu had 3 people, and they were not the 5 people they were talking about. The 3 people consciously distanced themselves from Susiao. They should understand Susiao's terrifying melee ability. Zi. The sound of the threads shrinking came, and the 3 black mist ninjas felt the danger simultaneously, all of them jumping up. As soon as the 3 of them jumped up, one of them felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and an invisible metal thread entered his shoulder. If one looked carefully, they would find that the surrounding houses were covered with green threads, which were the broken threads. Jumping down from a roof, Su Xiao hooked his finger, and a dragon flash flew up from the ground and landed in his hand. He used the mist technique of the Umbu to cover him and used the broken line to set up the boundary around him. In addition to killing him or cutting off the broken line, no one could walk out of this enchantment. Ding! A crisp sound came. It was the Umbu cutting the broken line. Although he could not hear the direction clearly, Su Xiao could judge the location from the vibration of the broken line. The 5 fingers wrapped in metal were tied to the broken line, and each finger represented a direction. Chapter 520. Su Xiao held his sword and walked forward slowly. Before, the Umbu trapped him, but now it was him who trapped him. The Umbu, who could see the enemy clearly in the mist technique, found this. After Su Xiao appeared, the 3 people immediately attacked. Water release. An Umbu's hands flew in front of him, and the speed of the hand seal was very fast. Saru. A figure sped through the fog. When the mist ninja put his hands together and was ready to use ninjutsu, Su Xiao's cold eyes had already confronted him. Puchi. Blood splashed in the air. Su Xiao's speed was too fast. The dark group ninja did not have time to react at all. The head that was cut off was stunned. After beheading Umbu, Su Xiao found that the physical strength of the ninja was indeed not good. After killing a mist ninja, Su Xiao stepped on the ground and rushed to another mist ninja. It was too late to release ninjutsu at this level. The mist ninja made a wrong move, and that was to pull out the ninja sword on his back. Su Xiao slashed down, and the mist ninja raised his sword to block. Ding! Sparks flew. The mist ninja was very strong, and he resisted Su Xiao's sword without changing his expression. Zi La. The metal cut made a harsh sound. Su Xiao kicked at the mist ninja's lower abdomen. The mist ninja bent one leg and blocked Su Xiao's direct kick with his lower leg. There was a whistling sound coming from Su Xiao's side, and a large amount of water rushed over. Crash! Su Xiao was in the rushing stream. Most of his body was submerged in water, and the mist ninja was the same. Chi-chi. The lightning spread in the water, and Su Xiao's body was numb. The mist ninja beside Su Xiao fell to the ground. To kill Su Xiao, these members of the dark group did not care about their companions. A handful of kunao flew over, Su Xiao dodged sideways, and several black hairs were cut off. Su Xiao pulled with his left hand. The boundary line around quickly shrank, and the 2 dark group mist ninjas were entangled. Bang! White smoke rose, and one of the mist ninjas turned into a wooden stake and escaped with a substitute. With this gap, Su Xiao's body regained consciousness and slashed horizontally. The mist ninja, who his companions abandoned, was killed. The fog gradually dispersed. Su Xiao retracted the boundary line, and a mist ninja wearing a mask stood not far away. Su Xiao inserted the dragon-slaying flash at his feet and took out the black and white double guns. Bang, 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 bang. The dense bullets flew to the mist ninja. The mist ninja put his hands together, and with a bang, white smoke rose, and he disappeared. The last mist ninja escaped, and the 3 chased Su Xiao, leaving 2 bodies. This is the Umbu. It seems that it is not good. Dragon Slash returned to the sheath, and Su Xiao walked in the direction of the dock. The ninjas of the Umbu may not necessarily be strong. There are detailed classifications in the Umbu, and some are good at fighting, and some are good at tracking. These 3 mist ninjas belong to the tracking type. Their combat power was between the middle ninja and the upper ninja. They could deal with Su Xiao in the middle distance, and behind them, they would be chopped into vegetables. Returning to the dock, the big ship did not go out. Jumping on the ship, the people on the ship exclaimed and retreated. Su Xiao's face was stained with a few drops of blood. It was the blood of the mist. This. Sir, can we go out now? The singer, Nexu, stepped forward and looked a little afraid. Set sail. The large sailboat slowly moved. The dot gradually disappeared from Su Xiao's sight a few minutes later. Su Xiao did not relax his vigilance. It did not mean that he was safe when he arrived in the nearby sea. Ninjas could gather the chakra from the solace of their feet and run at high speed in the water. However, in this vast sea, the possibility of the mist ninjas chasing him was very small. The big ship broke through the waves. An hour later, the blue sea was all in sight. The mist couldn't catch up again. Su Xiao leaned on the ship's side. The difficult start had passed, and the later situation would be much clearer. After arriving in the country of fire, he could find a force to join. But Su Xiao did not know that the mist had already informed the other 4 countries of his information through special channels. Su Xiao had already become a villain who assassinated the 4th generation water shadow. The other 4 great ninja villages couldn't accept him. No one could guarantee that he would not assassinate another shadow. Of course, the mist ninja would make an issue, such as blaming the death of the 4th generation water shadow on Su Xiao. After being stabbed by Su Xiao, the 4th generation water shadow suffered a stab wound to protect the village from foreign enemies, causing death. This was the information released by the mist. Once this information came out, it sped up Mei Ming's position. A ninja village could not be without a shadow. The 4th generation water shadow died strangely. No one knew the specific cause of death. After his death, the civil war in the mist village quickly stopped, and the village developed in a good direction. Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the deck of the large sailboat, and Bobo Wang was lying on the side. Su Xiao was meditating. Not far away, there was the sound of stepping on wooden boards. His eyes opened. That. Can I sit here? The singer, Nexu, stepped forward timidly, blinked her eyes, and her eyelashes were slender. Nexu was very beautiful. Her beauty was not coquettish but pure and sexy beauty. What's the matter? Well. Nexu nodded quickly and said, how should I address you? Byakuya. Su Xiao took out a cigarette and lit it. The slightly fishy and salty sea breeze blew, and the smoke was blown away. Lord Byakuya, what did you give me to eat before? This was the problem that Nexu had been worried about. She didn't even dare to drink water now. Muscle bone strengthening pill, it is good for the health of the body and promotes the endocrine cycle. Huh. The corner of Nexu's mouth twitched. Bobo Wang, who was beside him, sighed. My body is very healthy, so please take that Shujuo bone pill. Nexu was not stupid, and she knew that she must have swallowed some. Where is your specific destination? Su Xiao did not talk about the alchemy bomb problem. He could not help the other party take it out before he landed. Fire Country, Konoha Village. Oh? Konoha. Well, we are going to Konoha to perform. Konoha has a celebration recently, so they sent me to perform. I am very famous. Nexu raised her plump chest as if telling her that she was not to be trifled with and that she was a celebrity. In 2 days, we will arrive at the Fire Country. I will help you take out that bomb. Bomb. Nexu raised her voice. Her eyes widened, and her eyes were misty. Although she had some courage, she was just a singer. When she learned that there was a bomb in her stomach, her legs felt weak, as if she was stepping on cotton. It's just a bomb. Don't make a fuss. Send me to my destination. I will take out the bomb. Nexu stood rooted to the ground. After a long time, she reluctantly accepted this fact. Where is Lord Byakuya's destination? The country of fire. Is that so? Then as long as we arrive in the country of fire, can you guarantee that you won't hurt me? Su Xiao calmly looked at Nexu. In the first few seconds, Nexu did not respond. After more than 10 seconds, her face was covered in a cold sweat. In less than half a minute, she began to retreat slowly. Don't disturb me if you have nothing to do. Su Xiao continued to meditate. He was not good at negotiating with the plot characters. After all, 5 points of charm were there. Chapter 521. Boom. The muffled thunder resounded through the sky, and the lightning tore through the dark sky as if the end of the world had descended. The cold rain hit the outside of the cabin, and Susiao was in the slightly warm cabin, completely different from the rain outside. His luck was not good. He encountered a storm on the first night on the sea. Fortunately, the scale of the storm was not large. After taking off his clothes, Susiao sat on the bed. He had just gone out to sea for a day. The bedding was very dry, and there was no humidity. There was no entertainment in the Naruto world. Susiao took out the 2 treasure chests in the storage space. A blue and purple treasure chest appeared in his hand. Susiao was ready to open the box and find out if he could open ninjutsu. Even if he opened C-level or B-level ninjutsu, the value was not low, and A-level ninjutsu could make a fortune. As for S-level ninjutsu, Susiao did not think about it. He lit a cigarette and spat out the faint golden smoke. He decisively opened it. He did not have much hope for this blue treasure chest. He just wanted to warm it up. The sapphire light shone, and Susiao was stunned. It flashed. This treasure chest that did not hold any hope gave him a surprise. A scroll appeared in his hand. Susiao took the scroll, and his first thought was to get rich. It was a special item. Every ninja mastered the cultivation method of chakra, so this thing had a chance to be opened in any ninja's treasure chest, but the probability was very low. He could open a small probability event. Susiao had seen this thing once in the trading square. It was sold in less than half an hour for 200,000 paradise coins. Quality, blue. Type, consumable. Effect, after use, the body will change. It can combine body energy with spiritual energy to produce chakra. Rating, 70. Introduction, infusing body energy and spiritual energy, the efficiency is slightly low. This was the first treasure chest that Susiao opened in the Naruto world. This might be a sign that he was going to change his luck. He suffered many setbacks in the Mist Village, was imprisoned, used, and chased. After leaving the water country, Susiao began to change his luck and directly got to the point. Susiao was in a good mood. His eyes looked at the purple treasure chest. Huaa. The snoring sound came. It was Bobo Wong sleeping on the bed, and his saliva was flowing out. Picking up the purple treasure chest, the blue treasure chest opened items worth 200,000 paradise coins. What about the purple treasure chest? Susiao remembered the words of the first person in the university, if 98 is like this, then the 298 can't take off. Opening the purple treasure chest, the smile on Susiao's face suddenly disappeared. That's all. Susiao picked up the purple treasure chest and fell. It was the first time he opened the empty box. Yes, it was an empty box. The treasure chest that only opened 1,000 paradise coins was commonly called an empty box in the Reincarnation paradise. This situation was rarer than flash. Susiao opened the empty box with luck, and it was in the European Emperor state. Although he was a little speechless, the fact was that he had to accept reality. Putting it away, Susiao had nothing to do in the cabin. Since he had nothing to do, Susiao began to think about an idea he had developed a long time ago. His sword master had reached level 21, and he would also practice sword skills in his free time. Susiao had been using the knife for a long time, and he had developed a lot of moves during that time. It had to be said that it was very difficult to develop moves. He had developed more than 30 moves in total, and there was only one practical one, which was ring break. The other moves were not reliable at all. Some of the moves would even flash at the waist if they were not used properly. It was extremely deceptive. There was only one practical move, and Susiao was ready to develop this move to perfection. There was no doubt about the power of the ring break, and it had been verified many times, no matter how to deal with a single enemy. It was still very practical when there were more enemies. The ring cut was somewhat similar to the drawing knife. It was not used to draw the knife. The ring cut was mixed with the knife light so that the ring cut could spread around, forming a circular killing range with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Drawing and cutting, the knife could only cut a small piece in front of him, and the ring cut was 360 degrees. Su Xiao had used ring cut to kill contractors, but he always felt that the attack power of ring cut was not strong enough, and some strong enemies in front of him were slightly weak. Su Xiao thought of a way to solve this problem, which was to mix the green steel shadow energy into the sword light and increase the power of the attack. However, the sword light and the green steel shadow energy belong to two attributes. If the green steel shadow was energy, then the sword light was a combination of spirit, sword comprehension, and other attributes. It did not belong to the energy body, which made it difficult to combine the sword light and the green steel shadow. Su Xiao stood up from the bed, and the dragon flash appeared in his hand. He used the unprecedented slash. The small sword light flew out from the blade's edge and disappeared before it reached the cabin. Su Xiao could now cut the sword light freely, almost becoming an instinct. Su Xiao took a deep breath and returned the dragon slash to its sheath. Ring break. Zheng. Su Xiao slashed forward, and a circle of light blue sword radiance spread out and disappeared after spreading 1 or 2 meters. He deliberately suppressed the power of the move. Otherwise, this ship would be sunk by him, and he had to rely on this ship to reach the country of fire. When he used the light ring break just now, Su Xiao tried to integrate the blue steel shadow energy into the sword light. Unfortunately, he failed. The two could not be merged, and the large area of contact made the two very unstable. The definition of the blue steel shadow energy was the energy consumed in close combat, and it had a rejection of most energy and matter. It was normal that it could not be integrated into the sword light. He was a little disappointed in his heart. Su Xiao did not give up easily. He did not know how many times he failed in similar experiments. Unable to merge, then what about the package? Su Xiao suddenly had a new idea. Since the two could not merge, how about wrapping the green steel shadow energy on the sword light? It seemed to be a good choice. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Su Xiao returned the dragon flash to the sheath and concentrated. Package, wrap. Dragon flash cut forward before the blade light formed by the ring cut spread. He immediately mobilized the blue steel shadow energy and wrapped the blue steel shadow energy on the blade light that was about to spread. At this time, the change occurred. Ka! There was a sound of an explosion. The ring blade did not spread around but directly changed shape, and the ring sword light gave birth to light blue spikes. The ring sword light was just formed around Su Xiao, so the spikes more than half a meter long quickly stabbed at him. Puff! In less than a second, Su Xiao became a hedgehog. Those light blue spikes were extremely sharp, piercing his skin and muscles as easily as breaking a piece of paper. Blood dripped on the floor, the circular sword radiance and spikes around Su Xiao disappeared, and he fell to the ground with a thud. He almost died when he developed the moves. Although it sounded a bit ridiculous, more than 1/10 of the strong people died like this. The moves used to kill the enemy were very dangerous and unstable during the development. This was the price of developing the moves, becoming stronger. Chapter 522. The smell of blood spread in the cabin, and the sleeping Bobo Wang woke up. Seeing Su Xiao lying in a pool of blood, Bobo Wang immediately jumped off the bed and stood in front of Su Xiao. His nose twitched, looking for the position of the enemy. After more than 10 seconds, Bobo Wang did not smell the suspicious temperature. After looking at the sword in Su Xiao's hand and the surrounding sawdust, Bobo Wang vaguely guessed something. The dog's face was full of helplessness and milk Su Xiao. This was not the first time, nor the last time. His life value gradually recovered, Su Xiao's wound stopped bleeding, and he slowly woke up. Almost, dead, cough. Coughing out a mouthful of blood, Su Xiao smiled on his face. He ate a piece of recovery food, wiped the blood on his body, and bandaged it. Su Xiao's injury was a little more stable. Although it was dangerous just now, he accidentally developed a very strong move. If the development were successful, the enemy stabbed by the dragon flash would not die or be disabled. The ring cut was not perfect, but he developed another move, which was the spike produced by the green steel shadow wrapped around the sword light. The penetrating power of this spike was very strong. Su Xiao personally experienced it. After Su Xiao stabbed the dragon flash into the enemy's body, he wrapped the green steel shadow on the sword light, and the spike stabbed out from the inside out of the enemy's body. It was sour and cool. Without thinking, he knew that the enemy would instantly become a hedgehog, and the probability of immediate death was very high. The killing blade in one hit? Su Xiao shook his head. This was not the killing blade in one hit, but the damage to the enemy was not small. Su Xiao held the dragon flash in his hand and wrapped the green steel shadow on the dragon flash. Su Xiao tried to gather the sword light on the dragon flash without making a slash with his eyes closed. Shua. A few light blue thorns were generated on the sword of the dragon flash and stabbed around. These thorns were half a meter long and as thick as fingers. After using it a few times, Su Xiao was familiar with this ability. Su Xiao thought for a while. Since this was an ability derived from the blue steel shadow, it was also good to call it a shadow thorn. It was easy to understand. Su Xiao gave the style a very casual name. For example, the ring breaks, and the light blade of the ring cuts off the surrounding objects. Although the ring break could also be called the star arc slash or something like that, he preferred to be more practical. Even if it were called the star arc slash, the attack power of the ring break was not increased, so it was simpler. Now, Su Xiao developed two more practical moves, namely, the development direction of light ring break was to increase the power of the strike and the scope of the attack, and the use of light shadow thorn was many, and it needed to be slowly explored. Su Xiao had an idea. Could he insert the dragon flash into the ground and then let the light shadow thorn stab out from the enemy? This idea was not reliable for the time being. Although the penetration of the shadow thorn was very strong and even surpassed the blade light, the shadow thorn was too short, only half a meter, and to increase the length of the shadow thorn needed to consume a lot of green steel shadow energy. A new move was successfully developed, and the effect was still reflected in actual combat. Su Xiao wiped the blood on the ground, lay down on the bed, and slept. On the fourth day after entering the Naruto world, morning. The sea was blue, and a few seagulls glided over. The large sailboat had been sailing on the sea for 2 days, and there was still more than a day left for the main mission. If Su Xiao had not joined a force, he would have been forcibly executed. At this time, a strange sound came from inside the cabin. Woo, it hurts. Wait a minute, woo. The sound came from the cabin. After a long time, the red-faced singer, Nexu, walked out of the cabin. Her clothes were a bit untidy. Please don't misunderstand. Su Xiao just helped Nexu to get the bomb. This singer has no hatred for him. So he helped the other party to take out the bomb. After sailing on the sea for 2 days, the land finally appeared before him, which was the country of fire. The country of fire was the richest place in the Naruto world. It was spring all year round, there was no too cold weather, and there was no too hot weather. There were many grass-type animals that could be found everywhere. There were several large rivers in the territory. Whether it was farming, hunting, or fishing, there would be food to eat as long as one worked. Even during wartime, the country of fire rarely starved to death. This place was too rich. Being too rich caused the envy of other countries or villages. This kind of wealth was not without a price. The geography of the country of fire could only be described as bad in terms of war. The west was connected to the country of sand, the north was connected to the country of earth, the east was connected to the country of thunder, and the south was the sea. Do not think that the direction of the sea was safe. The country of water was in that direction. The four countries surrounded the country of fire. If not for the strong Konoha village, the country of fire would have been gnawed into pieces by the other four countries. The sand country on the left was full of yellow sand, so it had been spying on the fire country for a long time. The thunder country on the right was a group of warlike people. Even in peacetime, they would come to the fire country to catch the autumn wind. The earth country above was ambitious, and it stretched out its claws to the fire country more than once. Only the water country was the most honest because it was busy with civil war. Otherwise, the country wanted to invade the fire country the most because it was too poor. The fire country was still standing in the center of the map, showing its wealth and military strength. The large sailboat slowly docked. Susiao jumped off the ship and stepped onto the territory of the fire country. As soon as Susiao got off the ship, the sailing ship immediately set off and sailed into the distance as if it were for escaping. Breathing the fresh air, Susiao was in a good mood. Now he only needed to find a force to join. He already had a goal. It was unlikely to join Konoha. In addition to special reasons, Konoha rarely accepted foreign ninjas, especially people like Susiao. Konoha only welcomed him in prison. There were other forces around the country. With Susiao's strength, finding a medium-sized force to join was no problem. Walking through the beach by the sea, Susiao came to a green grassland. On the grassland, low shrubs could be seen occasionally, some wild animals could be seen everywhere, and the birds chirped non-stop. Before he took a few steps, Susiao's footsteps stopped. Susiao was stunned. Before he advanced to the second rank, he had a hint that has opened the derivative world communication platform. He had never known what this was. When he was in the steel refining world, a second-rank contractor he defeated mentioned derivative world communication platform once. Because of this ability, all the second-rank contractors in the final scene of the steel refining world knew that he was clearing the underground. After hesitating for a moment, Susiao chose to open it. A virtual chat box appeared in front of him, and there were lines of words on it. God Emperor, bastard from Bloodgate, I will wait for you in the outermost forest of Konoha. Stan, wait, it will arrive in 3 hours at most. Whoever wins the demon hunting ring will belong to who? Gilu, God Emperor, you will see your sister soon. Jinshizi, forest outside of Konoha. Count me in as a barbarian sky adventurer group. Carlo, sit and watch the big shots fight. Old Second Ma, is there a mistake? Is there going to be a big fight in the Naruto world? Are we still going to let people live? Myanxu, Old Second Ma is so embarrassing. You can leave the group. Chapter 523. Seeing these records, Susiao finally knew why the contractor knew that he was clearing the steel refining world. It turned out that the contractor had this kind of information communication channel. This kind of channel was very practical and could greatly encourage the contractor to form an adventure group. Those who passed the first level examination were not weak, so the Reincarnation Paradise let these contractors group up and reduce the casualties. Not only that, but some items obtained in the derivative world could also be sold immediately, but this kind of deal had a high risk and needed to have double strength. Susiao could speak 5 times in the derivative world communication platform. He found that the Emperor and others had spoken more than 10 times when he looked through the record. The other party might be a higher level contractor, or the adventure group leader had an increase in the number of messages. Just as Susiao was looking through the derivative world communication platform, a new message popped up. Huangfen, recruiting members. Requirement, any attribute exceeds 50 points. You have mastered the core combat skills. The nurse, mage, and the main tank take priority. You need to be upright, have no love, abuse your companions, flirt with female members, and have all kinds of weird hobbies. And do not betray the bad guys of the adventure group. The corner of Su Xiao's mouth curled up. The derivative world communication platform was very interesting. He would not speak for the time being. The God Emperor and Gilu, and others all recognized him. It was better to keep a low profile. Through the derivative world communication platform, Su Xiao got very important information. There were 3 large adventurer groups in the Naruto world, namely the God Emperor, Bloodgate, and Man Tian. These were all large adventurer groups. As for these adventurer groups, Su Xiao had heard before that they were fighting for the Demon Hunter set. 3 large adventurer groups were fighting, which were hundreds of second-rank contractors and above. In such a scale battle, some weak contractors could only hide in a remote place and tremble. The forest outside the Mue village is interesting. Su Xiao hesitated, whether he wanted to join in the fun. Although there were many large adventurer groups, fighting with the contractor was his best thing. Just as Su Xiao thought, the derivative world communication platform sent another message. Stan, Gilu, don't let me find where you are. Jin Shizi, Stan, is there a hole in your brain? Gilu escaped from your hands. The Emperor, this time, it's one hand. Next time it's the head, Gilu. Gilu, a bunch of dregs. The demon hunting trap belongs to me. I will disappear from now on. Bye bye. Stan, Gilu, haven't you always wanted to fight one-on-one? If you have the guts, come out and fight one-on-one. Gilu, have guts? I'm sorry. I have a flat groove below me. I don't have hair. I can't have guts, silly. Through this information, Su Xiao learned that the final winner was the little girl of the brigade, Ku, a little girl who liked to eat sugar and kill people. The One Ring was in the hands of the other party. The situation in the Naruto world was getting more and more complicated. Now that Gilu was hidden, the 3 large adventurer groups would dig 3 feet into the ground to find her, especially the Emperor, who Gilu killed his sister. These things had nothing to do with Su Xiao for the time being. He needed to join a group of forces as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be forcibly executed. After Su Xiao had traveled for 2 hours, a small town appeared in his sight. Half an hour later, Su Xiao left the small town, and a map appeared in his hand. Tian Country, Chuan Country, Yin Village, River Country, Lai Country, Iron Country, Vortex Country, Rain Country. These were the forces around the Fire Country in addition to Konoha, and Su Xiao ruled out several of them. The first thing that was ruled out was the Yin Village. There was a snake there, and joining there would risk being dissected. Tian Country, Chuan Country, Lai Country, and River Country, 4 small countries, were ruled out. These small countries were too weak, so weak that Su Xiao did not want to join. Then there was only the Iron Country, the Whirlpool Country, and the Rain Country. The Vortex Country was not strong. It was a choice that had to be used as a last resort. The Iron Country and the Rain Country were 2 choices. Su Xiao was more partial to the Iron Country because there were too many fierce people in the Rain Country. Those people could destroy a large ninja village with their combined strength. This was not an exaggeration. Someone in the Rain Country even had the strength to fight against a ninja village. Those eyes were also top strength in the later part of the plot. In this way, the safest thing was to join the Iron Country. The warriors there also used knives and were good at knowing energy-wrapping weapons. Su Xiao rode on Bobo Wang. Bobo Wang's speed only took a few hours to reach the Iron Country. In the forest far away from the Mue village. This place is very far from Konoha, and even if we fight here, Konoha won't be able to detect it for a short period. Palala. The trees were burning, and a red-haired man stood in the forest. There was a scar on his chest, and it looked like a wound caused by a dagger weapon. The trees within a few meters of the man were all burnt black. When he came, there were 2 lines of black footprints on the road, as if the soil he stepped on would be burnt. This man was called Huang Fen, the second in command of the Bloodgate adventurer group. "Boss, I can't find him. That girl is too good at hiding." "And got it? I'll leave immediately. The emperor has gone crazy and almost died in his hands." Huang Fen walked into the distance, leaving a path of fire along the way. It seemed that everything that approached him would be burned away. 10 minutes after Huang Fen left, a white arm poked out from the scorched earth. A little girl emerged from the soil, a little dusty. "It's so hot." The little girl was so hot that she stuck out her tongue. The clothes on her body had traces of being burned. One arm was cut off, and other wounds were on her body. She was the Gilo that the 3 large adventurer groups were looking for. "Damn, fireman, it's not good to go from there, but you have to go from my head." Gilo shook off the dirt on his hair and quickly took off his clothes. She looked at the broken arm that still had a small part left and seemed to be a little unhappy. She took out a long sharp dagger and cut it directly. Blood splashed out. Gilo not only did not scream but his face was flushed. With one hand wrapped around the wound, Gilo took out a new set of clothes and put it on. It seems to have provoked public anger. Let's continue to shrink. Number 3, that muscular man, is unreliable. If there's a chance, we must kill him. While speaking, Gilo's body gradually faded, and he walked out of the forest. Near the border of the country of fire, Susiao walked on a snowfield, and his face was not good. An hour ago, he arrived in the country of iron and saw the leader of the country of iron, Sanchuan, showing his intention to join the country of iron. Although Sanchuan was very polite, he refused Susiao's intention to join. The reason was that the Iron Country was established in China, and it was impossible to accept an assassin with a reputation outside. Yes, Susiao had a reputation outside. The reason was to assassinate the 4th Mizukage and publicly attack the Mist Village. He was the top terrorist in the Naruto world. Creak, creak. Susiao, who was stepping on the snow, began to think of countermeasures. Was he going to join the Sound Village? He should be welcomed there. It's a little difficult. After moving forward for a while, Susiao suddenly felt something was wrong. "Who, come out." Dragon Flash appeared in his hand. Susiao looked ahead. "Oh, I have found it." This guy's perception is very sharp. It seems that it is not an undeserved reputation. What do you think, skunk? Well, very sharp. A low-level illusion is ineffective. The light and shadow in front of him were blurred, and 2 figures appeared in front of Susiao. Chapter 524. Seeing the 2 people in front of him, Susiao became alert, and a dragon flash appeared in his hand. He had seen the 2 of them before, but in anime, they were Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki. Susiao had some doubts in his heart. Why would the members of the Akatsuki organization appear here? The so-called Akatsuki organization was an illegal gang in the Naruto world. The members of the Akatsuki organization were all mixed up, and there were all kinds of people. War orphans, old undying, die-hard followers, loyal rebels, and young people who lacked love. Such a group of powerful people with different personalities gathered together. Unity love had nothing to do with the Akatsuki organization. It was common to attack companions without a word. Now, 2 members of the Akatsuki organization stood in front of Susiao, wearing a black windbreaker embroidered with red clouds. "What's the matter?" Susiao spoke with a smile on his face, slowly moving forward. If he fought with the 2 people, getting close was the only chance. "If you get any closer, I'll leave you a beautiful cut." Persimmon. Susiao stopped moving forward. "You are Byakuya." Uchiha spoke. His tone was neither fast nor slow. "Probably." Hearing Susiao's answer, Weasel frowned. Someone wants to see you. Who? Our leader. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes. The purpose of these two people was very obvious now. They pulled him into the Akatsuki. After all, he had the record of assassinating the fourth-generation Water Shadow and attacking the Mist Village. It was normal for the Akatsuki to come to him. If you have something to say, just say it. He pondered for a moment and nodded. The leader wants you to join us. We can talk about the specifics later. As he spoke, Itaka made a look at the ghost mermaid. Every time a newcomer joined, they would fight. After all, those who joined the Akatsuki were all unruly and unruly. Ghost Shark understood what Itaka meant and took off the ninja knife on his back. Don't let him get close to you. I know. Ghost Shark moved his muscles, but Su Xiao suddenly said, I can join you. Huh? Ghost Shark, who was just about to make a seal, was stunned. Seeing the confusion between the two people, Su Xiao said again, I can join you. Joining Xiao was a good choice. After all, he did not have many choices. Compared to Yinran village, Xiao was a better choice, although it was also dangerous. Moreover, there was a benefit to joining Xiao. There should be very few contractors in the Akatsuki organization, or it should be said that there were no at all. You agree? Ghost Shark was ready to make a move, but Su Xiao agreed. Before, I was ready to join the Iron Country, but unfortunately, I was rejected. Now someone has taken the initiative to recruit me. Of course, I have to go and see. Su Xiao returned the dragon slash to its sheath. Fighting with Ghost Shark was a thankless thing. In his opinion, the battle that could not kill the enemy was meaningless. Is that so? Then let's go. Itaka turned to prepare to move forward, and Su Xiao suddenly opened his mouth. Wait. Itaka and Ghost Shark looked at Su Xiao. How is the treatment of your organization? What is the monthly salary? Su Xiao's question was difficult for the cold. The treatment is not bad, but the premise is that you can live. That's good. Su Xiao rode on Bobo Wang's back and followed behind Itaka and the Ghost Shark. Su. Itaka and Ghost Shark accelerated. Bobo Wang also ran. The two were very fast, but they were not fast enough to shake off Bobo Wang. As they ran, the two people in front of them whispered. Itaka, why did the leader invite him to join? This guy's strength. He is very strong behind him. The spy of the Mist Ninjas gave us detailed information. If he gets close to you, you may all die. Huh? So strong. The premise is that he can get close to me. Understood, then he is a reserve member. No, official member. There is also an empty ring. An official member. Ghost Shark was somewhat puzzled. Yes, he is responsible for controlling the human pillar in close range, which is very helpful for the plan to capture the tailed beasts. Now, no one in the organization dares to get close to the human pillar in addition to flying. He is responsible for filling this gap. After getting a reply from Itaka, Ghost Shark understood the intention of their leader. Previously, someone in the Akatsuki made up for this vacancy, which was Loquatan, but Loquatan hid and died in a battle. Although the other people in the organization were very strong, they were not strong enough to reach the human pillar. As for Feiduan, although that guy would not die if he got close to the human pillar, he would be beaten very badly. Scorpion, Deodara, Horn, and others were not weak, but they have not meleeed experts. After Manchuriki became a beast, his close combat ability was very strong. The most appropriate way to deal with it was to hold him in close range. Others helped to attack. In this way, he could ensure that he could capture Manchuriki alive to the greatest extent. Otherwise, there might be a situation where he might accidentally kill the Manchuriki. Nagato had almost killed the Manchuriki and finally held back, causing the Manchuriki to escape. Following Itaki and Ghost Shark, Su Xiao pondered in his heart. The Akatsuki invited him to join, but he did not know what they wanted him to do. It would be better if he went to capture the tailed beasts. Susiao's purpose was to absorb the chakra in the body of the tailed beasts to improve the green steel shadow. If he looked for tailed beasts himself, even at the end of the mission, he might not be able to find a tailed beast. Even if he found tailed beasts, it was still unknown whether he could fight, so joining the Akatsuki was a good choice. If he could participate in the plan to capture the strength of the pillars, Susiao might be able to absorb 2 to more tailed beasts. Although this was good news, he had to be careful of the few people in the Akatsuki organization. The first person was Black Zetsu, who knew how many years he had lived. Although he had been doing nothing in the early, middle, and late stages, in the final battle, he discovered the boss's identity behind the scenes. The second thing to be careful of was Uchiha Obito. His close friend killed this guy's unrequited love before him, and then he became extremely extreme. In Obito's eyes, without Rin's world, it didn't matter whether it was destroyed or not. He could do anything to revive Rin, even if it meant destroying the world. The third thing to be careful of was Uchiha Itachi. This brother complex was a spy, and his heart was determined to die. Later, he gave his brother a big package and went to the west with a smile. As for the others, although they were dangerous, they had their weaknesses. Among the members of the Akatsuki, Susiao was most interested in a bomb madman. His alchemy bomb was similar to the other party's clay bomb, and he could exchange knowledge with each other. Although the alchemy bomb was convenient, the power was great, making it too troublesome, and the cost was not low. The ideal alchemy bomb could be made anytime, and the price was low and convenient to carry. It was still too early to consider these things. Susiao wanted to join the Akatsuki as soon as possible. The time limit of the task would be over in 32 hours. At that time, he would only die, and even the hunter had no privilege. Chapter 525. At the beginning of the lantern light, within the borders of the country of fire, there was a poor village. This village was located at the edge of the country of fire. Because it was located in the forest, traffic was inconvenient. Most of the people here lived by hunting. There was a restaurant, a tavern, and a grocery store. Every night, there would be drunkards here. In the restaurant's corner, 3 men sat around a wooden table with simple food on it. "How far is it?" Susiao spoke. At this time, the atmosphere of the 3 people was a bit strange. Ghost Shark sat next to Susiao. The ninja knife rubber machine was placed beside his hand, ready to swing at Susiao. Itachi sat in a position far away from Susiao. Ghost Shark coughed. He finally knew why Pain invited Susiao to join. At this time, he was less than half a meter away from Susiao. The sharpness made him feel uncomfortable. The man beside him was like a knife that could cut off his head, sharp and aggressive. "Soon, if we travel overnight, we will arrive in 8 hours at most." Itachi did not show any expression on his face, but he began to doubt Susiao in his heart. The other seemed to be very eager to join Akatsuki. Considering his identity as a spy, Weasel did not mention this. "Are you very eager to join us?" Ghost Shark opened his mouth. Although a rebel, he was a very competent and loyal ninja. Ghost Shark was caught in the subsequent plot, and the enemy wanted a perceptive ninja to get information in his mind. Ghost Shark's choice at that time was admirable. After he broke free from the restraints and determined that he could not escape, he used the water prison technique to trap himself and summoned the shark to devour him, not revealing the information. Even the enemy admired this kind of cruelty and loyalty. As long as Ghost Shark joined a certain force and agreed with this force, he would never betray that force. "The dark group of the Mist Ninjas is chasing me. Otherwise, why do you think I want to join the Iron Country?" "Oh. It seems that you joined us to avoid the pursuit of the Mist Village." "Yes, I have some grievances with the current water shadow of the Mist Village. If there is a chance, I want to kill that woman." She also wants to kill me. The dark group of the mist has already caught up with the fire country. Hearing this information, Ghost Shark nodded. Previously, some people joined the Akatsuki to avoid disaster. In the eyes of outsiders, the organization was a war merchant. The Akatsuki organization was a mercenary organization that did not belong to any country. They provoked some small wars and then used a low price to monopolize the war commission of small countries. They increased the scale of the war and then broke the ninja system of the big country, monopolizing all the wars. They had a few goals. First, gather a large amount of money to prepare for the future. Second, start a small-scale war, gradually expand the scale of the war and break the current system. Third, capture tailed beasts, and use tailed beast weapons to conquer and unify the world and bring peace. This was the purpose of Dawn during the reign of Nagato. Nagato hated the war deeply. He knew that he needed to start a bigger war if he wanted to end the war. Only by breaking the village system could there be true peace. Nagato's dream was very good, but unfortunately, as long as humans existed, the war would not stop. Jealousy, hatred, discrimination, arrogance, interest, and too many things were enough to start a war. Although the war was cruel, it was a crucial point for the progress of human civilization. Knowing that the Mist Group was hunting Susiao, Weasel, and Ghost Shark did not show anything. More than 50 of the members of the Akatsuki were being hunted by the various villages. After a short rest after dinner, the three of them continued on their way. Their destination was the Rain Village in the Rain Country at the border of the Fire Country. Although the Rain Country and the Water Country were similar in name, the two were very far apart, and the Rain Village was not related to the Mist Village. The Rain Country was small, and it rained all year round. It was said that it never stopped. Of course, the rain there would not stop because it was a large ninjutsu barrier. After the enemy entered the Rain Country, they would be affected once the rain drenched them. Now, the Rain Village was the base camp of the Akatsuki organization, and the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, was also the real leader of the Rain Village. In the current period, Dawn was evil, and if one had to define him, the Akatsuki in this period was an organization that used extreme means to create future peace. In the future, after Nagato died, the Akatsuki organization fell into the hands of Uchiha Obito. At that time, Dawn was the real terrifying organization, acting for a person's will. So, this period of Akatsuki was different from the later Akatsuki. Susiao would never join if it were for the later Akatsuki organization. The three of them walked through the night because the three of them traveled too fast. The mist ninjas who chased Susiao could only sigh. As for the Rain Country, how many of them died? After traveling for 8 hours, the sky lit up. Unlike the previous morning, today's morning was particularly gloomy, and the sky was gray, which showed that they had arrived in the Rain Country. Raindrops fell, and the rain became heavier and heavier as they moved forward. The rain fell on Susiao, light blue lightning flashed, and the chakra mixed in the rain was instantly destroyed. Itachi, who was running in front, turned his head and frowned after looking at Susiao. He sensed the feeling of energy devouring. Susiao changed Itachi's perception. It was not only the sharpness before but also an inexplicable threat. There was a special energy in the other person's body. Ka. The muscles of the ninja blade on the back of the ghost shark shivered, causing the ghost shark to change its expression. What's going on? Itachi thought that the ghost shark sensed the enemy. It's okay, and the shark muscle just sensed energy. Do you think so, Byakuya? Who knows? Susiao put away the green steel shadow energy, an instinctive reaction. Now that Susiao had arrived near the Rain Village, Nagato must have sensed something. The land area of the Rain Village was not big, the buildings here were very high, and the top was sharp, which was the result of the perennial rain. The sharp cone-like roof could avoid the rain and noise of the roof to the greatest extent, reducing the cost of minor maintenance. The whole rain village was full of metal pipes everywhere, similar to the heat supply pipes, and the specific function was unknown. "We're here, and I'll take you to see the leader." Ghost Shark opened its mouth. Skunk turned and walked away, its pace very slow. "It seems that your partner's body is not very good." Susiao looked at Itaka, who was walking far away. The breath of life of the other party was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It seemed that he had overdrawn his body energy all year round. "What do you mean?" Ghost Shark had a good relationship with Weasel. The two had similar experiences. "It's nothing. Didn't you see the leader? Come with me." In a room on the top floor of a metal building dozens of meters high in the rain village, the room was pitch black, and only the faint sound of breathing could be heard. "Xiaonan." A voice called out, hoarse and tired. The door was pushed open, and a blue-haired woman walked into the room. As the woman opened the door, the dim light entered the room. There was an iron machine in the room, and on it stood a lean man with a pale face. The man's hands were connected to the machine. It seemed to be a simple control device. The man had dark red hair. Because he was too thin, his ribs were visible. The most eye-catching thing was behind the man. There were black iron rods on his back, and there was a connection point behind the iron rod. Chapter 526. "Nagato, how is your health today?" Conan looked at Nagato with a worried gaze. "Fortunately, a new member has arrived. You and Yahiko will welcome him. He will be of help to our plans. However, we don't know where he is, so we need to observe him for a while." Yahiko was a dead person, a corpse controlled by Nagato. Nagato could control 6 bodies and give them different abilities. The 6 bodies were named Pain. The 6 bodies were Heaven Path, Azura Path, Human Path, Animal Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Hell Path. The Heaven Path was made from Yahiko's body, while Yahiko was a former companion of Nagato and Conan. "Well, which ninja village is this?" "It's not a traitor, and it's an assassin. He tried to assassinate the 4th Mizukage. Be careful when you negotiate with him, don't get too close to him." "Why?" "According to the information, he rarely uses ninjutsu. He is good at using ninja knives. His knife skills are comparable to Konoha's White Tooth. His name is White Knight. Maybe he has some relationship with Konoha's White Tooth. Later, pay attention to observation." Xiaonan was shocked and nodded. Of course, she had heard of Konoha's White Tooth. It was a man who made many ninjas scared with a ninja knife. Xiaonan left the room and walked downstairs with Tiandao outside the door. The long door controlled Tiandao. Whether it was words or actions, this was a long door in a certain sense. "Shall we go together?" Xiaonan asked. "I won't show up. You and Ghost Shark talk to him." Although the voice changed, it was Nagato who was talking. Xiaonan knew what Nagato meant. Nagato's going was a kind of deterrence to prevent Susiao from escaping after refusing to recruit him. In the back alley of the Rain Village, in an underground room. "Do you usually stay here?" Sitting in the damp room, Susiao clicked his tongue in wonder. The treatment of the Akatsuki organization members was not good, and these rebels would not have any objections. Ghost Shark leaned on the side, seemingly not caring about the humid environment. "I am a traitor. I can't appear on the surface. Most of the time, we won't stay in the Rain Village. The Akatsuki organization will not restrict the actions of the members. We can complete the task when there is a task." The door was pushed open, and a blue-haired beauty walked into the room. Although Susiao knew that this was Xiaonan, he would not show it. It was courting death. The appropriate play dumb was good for hiding himself. Susiao would not be stupid enough to say to Nagato, "I know the future development. After your bold and powerful single-to-one wooden leaf village was forced to lower your IQ by a rich second generation with the protagonist Halo, You were forced to die by mouth. So Xiao went up and down to look at Xiao Nan. It had to be said that the real Xiao Nan was a great beauty. She had a good figure and a unique temperament. This is the leader of Xiao. Xiao Nan had no expression. So Xiao's current rebellious appearance was normal. If there were no such rebelliousness, he would not go to assassinate the fourth generation water shadow and almost succeeded. I am not the leader of Xiao, but I can represent the leader of Xiao. Xiao Nan sat down, also looking at Su Xiao. You agree to join us? Agree. Xiao Nan was surprised by Su Xiao's straightforwardness. If I say I don't agree, can I leave alive? No. No. Xiao Nan and Ghost Shark said in unison. So, to keep my life, I am ready to join you. I have a requirement in terms of treatment. Otherwise, don't expect me to help you work hard. Su Xiao had not revealed any flaws until now. He was entrusted by someone to assassinate the fourth generation water shadow, and now joining Xiao showed that it was for the benefit. Of course, this is not a problem. What do you want? Ninjutsu? Secret arts? Money? Women? These can all be provided to you, but you have to show your value before that. Su Xiao, who was sitting on the chair, sat up straight. If he wanted to join the Akatsuki, he could not only rely on his mouth and past deeds. He wanted to show his value so that he could get the trust of the Akatsuki organization and finally participate in the operation of capturing tailed beasts. Value is what I can do and what I am good at. Yes. Is that so? Su Xiao thought about it. I am good at assassination, explosion, intelligence, the assassination of the enemy leader, setting up complicated traps, camouflage, frontal attack, super long-range sniping. The farthest distance is 1.2 to 1.4 kilometers. Su Xiao said his speciality. The more Xiao Nan listened, the deeper she frowned. She thought that Su Xiao was talking big. You are also good at blasting? What should I pay attention to when it explodes? Xiao Nan seemed to be chatting with Su Xiao. This was not the case. She was inquiring about Su Xiao's information. Explosion is a bit complicated. It is mainly about the size, density, shape of the target, and the environment. There is. Su Xiao began to introduce the specific knowledge of the explosion to Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan was good at using the explosion talisman, but she was not a bomb expert. The method of using the explosion talisman could be simple and crude. Xiao Nan could still understand what Su Xiao said at first. In the middle, she began not to understand it. As for the final mixing of the bomb and the countless chemistry formulas, Xiao Nan was confused, but she still had to pretend that she could understand. This is the basic knowledge of blasting, and there is still about 4/5 of it that has not been finished. Su Xiao cleared his throat and was ready to continue. The ghost shark's eye on the side twitched, and he almost fell asleep from listening. Cough, let's talk about this later. Let's talk about treatment. Through Su Xiao's understanding of blasting, Xiao Nan saw that Su Xiao was not talking big before. I won't ask for too much in terms of treatment. I am now being hunted down by the black group of the Mist Village. Although they can't do anything to me, it annoys me. As for the other benefits, we can talk about them later. After all, I have not made any contribution yet. Su Xiao would not ask for too much. He did not have much time left for his main task. He had to find a force to join as soon as possible. How about this? We will help you solve the chase of the mist. If you want, you can take revenge in the future, but in your personal name. Yes. Su Xiao answered very simply, and the heavenly axiom outside the door walked away. Welcome to the Akatsuki, and you will not regret your choice today. Xiao Nan reached out his hand, and Su Xiao also reached out. I hope so. Su Xiao chose to submit. 3,000 paradise coins were obtained, and the tips appeared one after another. Difficulty level, LV.23. Mission summary, help Nagato destroy Konoha. Mission information, this is the final part of the main mission. Quest deadline, 60 natural days. Mission reward, 50,000 paradise coins, soul crystal times 10, 12 attribute points. Mission penalty, all attributes -8. After seeing the main mission, Susumu was not good. He finally knew why the contractor rarely joined the Akatsuki organization. The reason was that the world's difficulty would be greatly increased. What was the concept of level 34? This meant that Susumu might encounter an enemy that he could not fight against. The probability of death was very high. This was the horror of the open world. The world's difficulty might be greatly increased because of one move. Although level 34 was dangerous, as long as he was careful, he would not die. This was only the world difficulty, not the mission difficulty. Susumu breathed a sigh of relief. From today on, he was a member of the Akatsuki organization. He was wearing a cool uniform to cut people. Chapter 527. Successfully joined the Akatsuki. Although the world difficulty has greatly increased, it is not without other benefits. Hint: Hunter has joined the Akatsuki faction. Faction store has opened. Faction store opened. Current contribution value, 0. Hunter can use contribution points to exchange items to go to the faction store. Because the Xiao camp is neutral and chaotic, the favorability is friendly and neutral, and no improvement can be made. Hunter needs to be careful. Any suspicious behavior will lead the members of the Xiao to attack you. A series of notifications appeared. As a big force in the Naruto world, the Xiao organization naturally had camp stores, similar to the CCG contribution store in the Ghouls world. The camp store was located in the Rain Village. Susumu already knew the specific location. As for getting contribution points, it should be the task issued by Xiao. After Susumu joined Xiao, Xiaonan walked out of the room and returned after a while, holding a black background red cloud windbreaker and a ring in his hand. There are not many rules of Xiao. When carrying out the task, one must wear these clothes, and this ring cannot be taken off in any situation. Susumu took the black background red cloud windbreaker and put it on the ring on his shoulder. The ring was not particularly special. The ring was the size of a longan, and there was the word Kong on it. The previous owner of this ring was called Orochimaru, and he had been persuaded by Weasel not long after joining the ring, so this ring had always been empty. Kong ring. Origin: Shadow Ninja. Rarity: purple. Type: ring. This is a storyline item and has no conflict with the equipment in it. Durability: 40/40ths. Equipment requirement: an official member of the Akatsuki organization. Equipment effect: illusion light body technique, active. After use, you can build a phantom avatar in a specific position. Hint: phantom avatar can last for 36 hours at most. Hint: illusion light body technique, active, consumes 100 mana values every time used. Rating 101. Description: a standard item of the Akatsuki organization. Price: unable to obtain ownership, cannot be sold or brought out of this derivative world. The members of the Akatsuki were distributed all over the world, generally not staying in the Rain Village. Nagato would use not only the gathering, but Xiaonan also used this technique to issue missions daily. And there was one more thing: through this ring, he could sense Susuyu's position. He could also sense the location of other members of the Akatsuki so that the members could find each other's positions. This ring was equivalent to a remote communication device and locator. Without it, the Akatsuki organization was a pile of loose sand, and it was too inconvenient to contact. It's clear. Susumu put the ring on his right hand. His left hand was wrapped in a red metal bracer, so it was impossible to wear the ring. So, what do I do after that? He had just entered the Akatsuki, and the organization would let him hand over the pledge, meaning to do something bad to show his loyalty. Go find your partner. Partners. Susiao was a little confused. There were 3 teams in the Akatsuki organization, and these 3 teams were 2 groups. The combination of Itaki and Ghost Shark, Scorpion, and Deodara, the Horns and the Flying section. Yes, they are in the land of the river. The country of river was located between the country of fire and the country of sand. This was a medium-sized country that stood aloof from worldly affairs. Because it was located at the border of the country of fire, the country of sand was separated. The country of fire would not allow other countries to invade this country. Susiao did not ask more. If there were members of the Akatsuki organization in the country of river, he could sense them through the space ring. He was a little curious about who this unknown partner was. At the end of the negotiation, Susiao seemed to be an official member of the Akatsuki organization. This was not the case. Xiaonan arranged him into a 2-person team and became the 3rd person in the team. The meaning was very obvious: let the other 2 monitor and observe Susiao. Although Susiao's information had been investigated, it was necessary to observe for some time. Xiaonan got up and left the room. When he walked to the door, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, you can't leak the information about the organization. Also, be careful of your 2 partners. Don't be killed by them. Xiaonan sighed and left the room. Originally, there were many reserve members in the organization, but after the official formation, many later members were killed, and the Horns made a huge contribution to Scorpion. Especially Jiaodu, the few people who had formed a team with him were killed one after another until Jiaodu met that weirdo Fei Duan. After many attempts, Fei Duan was still alive and kicking, but Jiaodu lost 2 hearts. After Xiaonan left, Ghost Shark also left, leaving only Susiao and Bobo Wang in the room. Bobo Wang lay on the ground, his face was calm, but he had given Ghost Shark and Xiaonan their respective nicknames in his heart. In Bobo Wang's heart, Ghost Shark's nickname was Dried Fish, and Xiaonan was a long-legged female creature. Susiao lit a cigarette, and the green smoke was endless. His eyes narrowed as if he was thinking about something. The first stage of the main mission had been completed. As for destroying Konoha, Susiao would not participate in that matter for a short time. Nagato would go to Konoha sooner or later, but when a person was alive, Nagato would not destroy Konoha, and that person was Itaka. When Itaka joined Nagato, he had an agreement with Nagato. He promised to help the Akatsuki, and in return, Nagato could not attack Konoha and capture Kyubi. With Itaka's current physical state, it was no problem to hold on for a few more years, but soon after, he chose to die for his brother before his eyes were completely blind. Now that the strength of Itaka was greatly weakened, it was true that the Mangekyo Sharingan was powerful, but at the same time, it constantly eroded the vision and body of Itaka. Now, Itaka looked at things more than 10 meters away and began to blur. As for things further away, it was impossible to see clearly. Family and village, Itaka chose the village. Between the younger brother and the village, Itaka chose the younger brother. So, before Itaka died, Nagato would not attack Konoha. Even Nagato was afraid of the angry skunk. Susiao did not need to think about these things first. Nagato would attack Konoha within 2 months. Otherwise, the difficulty of the task would be greater. Susiao wanted to clean up the offenders and the hunters before attacking Konoha. Of these 2 things, he chose to hunt the pillars first, which would greatly increase his strength so that he could easily solve the offenders. Before hunting the pillars, Susiao had to do one thing: get the trust of the Akatsuki organization. In his mind, he thought of the progress of the matter: to get the trust of the Akatsuki organization, hunt tail beasts, kill the offender, assist Nagato in destroying Konoha. There was another thing besides this order, which was the big fight between the contractor and the demon hunting suit. After weighing the pros and cons, Suxiao decided not to take the initiative to participate in this matter. If he happened to encounter it, he could try to rob it, provided that the three large adventure groups did not besiege him. Not to mention being besieged by three adventure groups, he might die if he was besieged by one of them. If not for the three adventure groups fighting before, he would not have the idea to participate in this matter. He had this idea before he intended to fish in troubled waters, and Gilo succeeded, so he decisively gave up. Chapter 528. Suxiao walked on the street of the Rain Village. There were few pedestrians here, and the passers-by were in a hurry. The Rain Village was the nest of the Akatsuki organization, and it was heavily guarded. The subordinates were not allowed to leave the Rain Village and cut off contact with the outside world. Suxiao's destination was the back street of the Rain Village. There was a tall building where the camp store was located. The camp store was a very special department. Suxiao had checked out once in the ghoul world. This time, the camp store was different from the last time. The Naruto world was an open world, and it was not comparable to the ghoul world. Coming to the iron building of the camp store, this building was sharp and thin, and it was dozens of meters high. As soon as he entered the building, Suxiao immediately felt a few eyes looking at him. There were many ninjas guarding the building. Suxiao guessed that this so-called camp store was the logistics of the Rain Village. Not only could he come to trade for items, but other members of the Akatsuki could also. Suxiao walked on the special stairs. The higher he went, the more ninjas he monitored. After he reached more than 10 floors, a ninja secretly monitored him every few meters. Coming to the 21st floor, it was very cold. A window similar to a grocery store appeared not far away. A thin older man sat behind the window listlessly. Suxiao vaguely saw a black metal ring on the wrist of this older man. This kind of metal was similar to the metal stick stuck in the 6 bodies of pain, and this older man was an ordinary person, not a ninja. You are. The older man went up and down to look at Suxiao. After seeing the ring in Suxiao's hand, the older man was shocked. Because of the ring of air, Suxiao could arrive here. Otherwise, he would have been stopped by the ninjas he met on the road. These ninjas were the confidants of Nagato and Zionin. The ring represented Nagato, which was pain. Pain was the god of the Rain Village, and Zionin was the god messenger. Even so, the members of the Akatsuki still acted low-key in the Rain Village. What do you want to buy? As soon as the older man finished speaking, a large list of items appeared in front of Suxiao. Seeing the items in the first place on the list of items, Suxiao's pupils shrank. The contents on the list were: Origin, Shadow Ninja, Vortex Clan. Rarity, Light Gold. Type, Embedded Type Secret Rune. Effect, able to be branded somewhere in the equipment or body. After being branded, the ability will be obtained: Beginner Spatial Imprisonment. Beginner Spatial Imprisonment, able to seal spatial fluctuations within 50 meters. Space skills below Tier 5 in this area are ineffective. The effect lasts for 30 minutes. Cooldown, 2 natural days. Rating, 285. Description, a secret rune produced from the Vortex Clan. When branded, there is a certain chance of failure. The consequences of failure are severe. Please consider this carefully. Price, 3,000 camp contribution points. Origin, Naruto World. Rarity, Dark Purple. Type, S. Effect, a large amount of water is instantly fixed to form a huge oval water prison, wrapping itself and the enemy. The water prison will move with the caster as the center. Rating 240. Description, this is an S-rank ninjutsu, but it requires chakra. Members of Akatsuki have no interest in this ninjutsu. Price, needs to trade with persimmon. Quality, purple. Type, prop. Effect, unable to grasp puppet manipulation technique, unable to view. Rating, 132. Description, puppet created by a scorpion. Price, requires bartering with a scorpion. Fire escape, majestic dragon fire technique. Origin, Naruto world. Quality, purple. Type B. Effect, gather the chakra in the back of your throat and spray it like a big fireball. The lethality is strong. Rating 129. Introduction, ninjutsu that the Uchiha clan is good at. Price, needs to barter with use Hybo Weasel. Water escape, water dragon spell. Origin, Naruto world. Rarity, purple. Type, B-class fire release ninjutsu. Effect, inject chakra into the water, condense water into a dragon form to attack the enemy, or directly shoot water pillars in the shape of a water dragon from the mouth to attack the enemy. The attack range changes according to the amount of chakra. Rating, 98. Description, a widely circulated ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage. Price, 75 points of camp contribution points. There were dozens of items on the list of items. Most of them were low-level ninjutsu. The items that belonged to Nagato could be exchanged with camp contribution points. The items that belonged to other Akatsuki members needed to be bartered. There were two things that Susumu wanted to get the most among these items. One was light gold quality, and this was the quality above dark purple. This grade of items had already begun to touch on space, and there was no doubt about its strength. Although the open world was dangerous, the possibility of obtaining benefits was higher. Although the level was not enough to block the space transmission of the Reincarnation Paradise, it was no problem to block space ninjutsu like Hiraishin. If there was this thing, even Uchiha Obito might be defeated, but there was a high risk when this thing was branded, and the owner did not use it, so he needed to consider it carefully. The second item that Susumu wanted was that although this was only a B-level ninjutsu, it was very powerful, and the speed of release was very fast. The price in the Reincarnation Paradise was not lower than some A-level ninjutsu. The difficulty of obtaining this thing was not low, and it needed to be bartered with Itachi. After checking the camp store, Susumu directly left the Rain Village. Although the mission time was 2 months, there were many things he had to do. He had a vague feeling that other contractors' stay time might not be so long, and the main mission of different camps was different. It was best for him to determine the rest of the contractors' stay time. If the other contractors' stay time were not as long as his, then the pressure would be reduced in the later stages, and there was no need to worry about other contractors coming out to stir up trouble. After leaving the range of the Rain Village, Susumu put on Xiao's uniform and the ring of air on his finger. If the contractor saw Susumu now, he would be shocked. The edge of the Kingdom of Rain was the Kingdom of River. As long as they arrived at the Kingdom of River, the ring of air could sense the position of the nearby members of Akatsuki. After confirming the direction, Susumu rode on Bobo Wang. After a few hours of travel, the ring on Susumu's hand emitted a special fluctuation. "Bobo, stop." Bobo Wang immediately braked and made a drift. This idiot recently felt that this action was very cool. Susumu was sensing the fluctuations on the ring, and Bobo Wang's sudden drift directly threw him out. Adjusting his center of gravity in the air, Susumu landed smoothly. Bobo Wang felt that things were not good and slowly retreated. "The drifting is handsome." Susumu stared at Bobo Wang, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Woof." Bobo Wang looked at Susumu pitifully, and his gaze seemed to say, "Master, put down the slippers. Let's talk about it." Just as Susumu was about to deal with Bobo Wang, the fluctuation on the ring was more intense. It was the signal released by Nagato. This was only one possibility, and that was that Nagato had something to ask him. Illusion light body. Although Susumu did not have chakra, This ring was equipment certified by the Reincarnation Paradise. He could use this skill by consuming mana. Chapter 529. Su Xiao was dizzy for a moment, and when his vision recovered, he had come to a closed cave. The cave area was not big, and there was an oil lamp hanging high in the center, which made the cave not dark. Su Xiao's body was somewhat transparent, like an image projected by a projector, shaking slightly with the swaying of the fire. There was only Su Xiao in the cave, and not long after, two projections appeared. I say, why are we gathering again? Didn't we gather 3 days ago? A somewhat dissatisfied voice was heard. Shut up. If you speak any more nonsense, I will kill you. Ha! Kill me if you have the ability. Tisk. The two people who spoke did not need to think about who it was. Who is this guy? The illusion of the flying section looked at Su Xiao. Newbie. Another projection appeared. This time, it was the heavenly axiom in pain. He was the leader on the surface of Xiaoming. Newbie? It's been a long time since a newcomer has arrived. After looking at Su Xiao from an angle, he no longer spoke. Hey, the newcomer over there. Look at who was more interested in the flight section, Su Xiao. What's the matter? Of course, are you interested in joining the Thulhuism Society, Thulhuism Society? Fei Duan began to chatter about the Thulhuism Society. He wanted to pull Su Xiao into the school. Every time there was a new member, he would do this, but without exception, he would fail. I'm not interested. Su Xiao acted a little cold, which was very consistent with the style of the Akatsuki organization. What? Are you looking down on the Thulhuism Society? Where are you? Tell me. I will kill you. Fei Duan's character was relatively lively in Xiao. His biggest feature was that he was bold, long-winded, and arrogant. Retard. Su Xiao no longer looked at Fei Duan. This guy could be called a living treasure, incompatible with Xiao's serious style. What? I'm so angry. Where are you? I have heard the order of the evil god. I must kill you. Fei Duan shouted in anger. This guy did not want to kill Su Xiao, but his character was like this. I heard you shouting as soon as I came, zombie duo. Ghost Shark's voice came, and he and Itaki arrived. Who are you calling a zombie duo? He expressed his dissatisfaction, his green eyes filled with killing intent. As always, we are united, N. A slightly smiling voice sounded, and Deodara and Scorpion arrived as well. Dead fish, who did you call the zombie duo? Dead fish. Ghost Shark and Horned were already unhappy with each other for more than a day or two, and the two of them had long wanted to fight. Perhaps only the Akatsuki organization would appear in this scene. After their companions met, they would kill each other with 3 sentences. Xiao Nan, who was standing beside Heavenly Path, had a headache. The scene before him was the daily life of the Akatsuki organization. Dead fish, I heard that you failed the last mission. It was not a failure. It was just a long line to catch the big fish. Is that so? I heard that the target has already run to the Kingdom of Thunder. Is the line too long? Ghost Shark stared at the green eyes of Dead Fish and Horns. Su Xiao seemed to see electric sparks in the air. Unfortunately, Bobo Wang did not come. Otherwise, Bobo Wang would take out the fried rice flour. Stop arguing. Heavens will spoke. Xiao Du and Ghost Shark no longer argued. Xiao's leader was not selected, but the strong were respected. What is going on this time? Is the plan going to start? The tale is. When Heavenly Deo raised his hand and interrupted, Deodara was just about to speak. No, there are only new members joining this time. Everyone looked at Su Xiao. Byakuya, new member. Su Xiao opened his mouth and only said his name. Is this the only thing? Yes, Jiaodu has to hurry and prepare the money. The expenditure recently is not small. Heavenly Path looked at Jiaodu. No problem. Very good. Itaku, go and observe the movements of the big snake pill. He understands our plan. It's best if we can get rid of it. Yes. Weasel did not say anything after answering. Scorpion, stay. The others leave. Suxiao removed the illusion spell. Light flashed before him, and his consciousness returned to his body. The illusion spell was very practical. Nagato decided the location of each gathering. The other members did not know where they were, so there would not be any information leaks. Is it going to start? A smile appeared on Suxiao's face. If he remembered correctly, the plan to capture the column was to start from one end, carried out by Deodara and Scorpion. Continuing to travel to the Kingdom of River, Suxiao had to gather with the two unknown partners as soon as possible. Although he vaguely guessed who the two partners were, Suxiao could not be completely sure. Among the three teams, the one he least wanted to join was the undead duo because these two guys were the busiest and received the most commissions. Moreover, the guy in the horn had to go to the black market to exchange his body for money and often ran to the toilet. A day later, near a suspension bridge in the land of the river. Under the suspension bridge was a rapid river. This bridge was called the Bridge of Absolute Mo. Although it looked simple, there was a big incident here. During the Second Ninja War, there was a medium-sized battle here. At the beginning of the battle, Konoha's white tooth killed Scorpion's parents. Joe was crazy and then launched this medium-sized battle with Konoha, which was why it was named the Bridge of Absolute Mo. Sitting on a big stone next to the suspension bridge, Suxiao took care of the dragon flash. The breeze blew, and a few leaves were blown up. Kalala. The friction of hardwood came. Suxiao put away the maintenance equipment and put the dragon flash back into the sheath. The person he was waiting for might have arrived. A tall figure with 4 limbs on the ground crawled over. The person was very strange. A man was wearing a black cloth mask, a bald head, and an Akatsuki uniform. Waited for a long time. Sorry, there was a delay on the road. A low and hoarse voice was heard. It was Scorpion. Its current appearance was not Scorpion's actual appearance. This muscular man with 4 limbs on the ground was a puppet. His name was Hirako. Scorpion's main body was hidden inside Hirako. Because of this, Hirako moved forward on all fours, or the Scorpion inside would lie on its back. There was a reason why Scorpion apologized as soon as he appeared. He did not like to wait for people or others to wait for him. Today, he was rarely late. It's okay. Does it seem that you are my partner? Mr. Red Sand Scorpion. Yes, although Zyokai is a 2-person team, the leader considered that your situation is special and has an important role, so he gave you a temporary formation. Hearing Scorpion's words, Suxiao's heart tightened. Important role. After that, you will know that I will take you to see another partner. Scorpion controlled Hirako to climb out in a direction, but Suxiao did not move. Is this a test? Suxiao looked at a forest in the distance, where people were following. Whatever you think, I hate waiting for people, so as soon as possible. Scorpion stopped in place and had no intention of making a move. Yes. Suxiao got up and directly used Saru to rush to the forest. The stalker in the forest was shocked and turned around to escape. Buzz. The sound wave spread in the forest, the leaves splashed, and the sword light crossed. The battle stopped in less than 5 minutes. Suxiao walked out of the forest with a half-dead man. Blood dripped from the man, and Suxiao walked slowly to Scorpion. The man's limbs in his hand were all broken, his chest was full of knife wounds as if he had suffered unimaginable pain, and the man's eyes were white. The Scorpion in Hirako narrowed his eyes slightly. He had a rough estimate of Suxiao's relative combat strength. Suxiao threw the stalker in his hand to Scorpion. This is a greeting gift. Scorpion looked at the dying stalker with some doubts. He did not understand the meaning of the greeting gift. This was just his test of Suxiao, but Suxiao quickly solved Scorpion's doubts. If I am not mistaken, this is a ninja from the Sound Village. He has a sense type, and his strength is probably between the middle and upper ninja. He can block other people's perceptions. The preliminary judgment is a weak blood limit, and there are signs of being transformed. According to the current division of forces, this is Orochimaru's people. He sent people to follow you. Do you hold a grudge against him? After listening to Suxiao's introduction, Scorpion showed a smile. It seems that there is a reliable partner. Come with me and take you to see another partner. That guy went nearby to collect clay. Chapter 530. Suxiao came to a camp in the wilderness. From the pile of charcoal that had been extinguished, it could be seen that Scorpion and Deodara had stayed here for at least 2 days. Ninjas had superficial glory and could also be said to be eating and sleeping during missions. Have there been any missions recently? Suxiao asked. There is a more troublesome task, to intercept the name of the country of the river. Scorpion was somewhat dissatisfied. He hated this kind of task that appeared. The Akatsuki organization could be said to be lawless. Every ninja village had a rule that they could not assassinate the name of other countries. The name of a medium-sized country like the country of the river was naturally included. Moreover, the country of the river and the country of fire bordered the country of wind. Typical villages would not dare to touch the country of the river. The Akatsuki organization would not care about these things. They would dare to accept it as long as there was a commission. They did not care which country it was. As long as there was enough price, they would even dare to assassinate the famous name of the country of fire. Nagato dared to challenge Konoha alone, not to mention assassinating the famous name of the fire country. Just waiting here. Yes, according to the information of the spies, the Great Guild of the River Country is passing through here. We have been waiting for 2 days. The Akatsuki organization was not completely lawless. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to kill in the wild. At that time, you will be responsible for delaying the guards. I can shoot from a distance. I don't need to get close and reduce the risk of exposure. Huh. Scorpion looked at Suxiao, and there was some confusion in his eyes. At that time, you will understand that if the guards are not strong, they can kill the enemy 1 kilometer away. Suxiao lit the fire again and took out some food to roast. 1 kilometer. Well, I hope there is no accident. Scorpion also wanted to understand Suxiao's ability. After all, the 3 of them had to cooperate in the future. Who? The sound of wind breaking came from the sky, and a big white bird with a wingspan of about 3 meters flew nearby. This big bird seemed to be made of white soil. It was Deodara who went out to collect clay. The big bird swooped down, and a young blonde jumped off the big bird. The blonde teenager had a short braid, and his left eye was blocked by the golden hair hanging down. He wore a rockman's forehead guard, and there was a scratch in the center of the forehead guard, which was the sign of the rock ninja. Deodara, who was collecting clay, came back. Although Deodara was a S-class rebel, he was only 19 years old. To be exact, if the original plot developed, Deodara was 19 years old. Isn't this newcomer? Yes. Deodara walked forward and looked up and down. When he spoke, he would say yes, as if to emphasize and confirm something. Yes, he will act with us in the future. Scorpion looked up at Deodara. Although the 2 of them were teammates, their ideals were different. No, their understanding of art should be different. Scorpion pursued the art of eternity. Deodara pursued the art of instant, the moment of explosion. I am Deodara. Deodara greeted Suxiao. If not for the fact that he was a straightforward teenager in the battle, he became a traitor mostly because of the clay explosion ability, but there was one thing that could not be denied. there was a cruel element in his character. Byakuya. Susiao nodded to Deodara. Deodara sniffed and squinted at Susiao. You have a smell of gunpowder. No, it is a very strange smell, bomb. Bobo Wan looked at Deodara, who seemed to be looking at the same kind of eyes. Bomb. Susiao raised his arm, and white spiders crawled out of his sleeve. Scorpion was a little surprised, and Deodara jumped back. Do you know the old man Onaki? Deodara stared at Susiao with vigilance. Susiao's alchemy bomb was too similar to the clay bomb. As for the third generation of the Earth Shadow Onaki, that was Deodara's master. If Deodara did not sentence him out of the rock village, he might have become the fourth generation of Earth Shadow. Compared to Deodara, Onaki's granddaughter's Black Earth talent was much worse. If Deodara continued to develop in the rock village, the fourth generation of Earth Shadow would not have anything to do with the Black Earth. Onaki taught Deodara very strictly, and the lawless Deodara was afraid of one person, which was the third generation of Earth Shadow Onaki. Never seen it? Susiao held a white spider made of alchemy bombs in his hand. A few seconds later, Deodara frowned. This is... Walking forward slowly, Deodara did not touch the alchemy bomb, but he vaguely found something. This is another kind of bomb, similar to the clay bomb, and the texture is very different. Deodara relaxed his vigilance. He previously thought that Susiao was related to the rock village. How did you make this thing? Seeing the alchemy bomb in Susiao's hand, Deodara was interested in it. 65% of the gunpowder, 25% of the rare soft metal. Susiao and Deodara briefly introduced the composition of the alchemy bomb. Metal. The bomb can also be integrated into metal. Yes, but it needs energy synchronization, and the nature of the metal has to be soft and unstable. This can increase the power of the explosion. Well, it makes sense, but clay is a better choice. This type of metal is too hard to find, and it is not convenient to replenish. Susiao and Deodara discussed the experience of bombs for a while, and the core knowledge of both sides was not revealed. Scorpion looked at the two people and decided in his heart. In the future, he had to be careful when carrying out missions. A bomb madman in the team was dangerous enough, and now there was another one. Here you go. Susiao threw out an intermediate alchemy bomb. Deodara hesitated for a moment and caught it. The two were very close, and Susiao could not detonate the bomb. What is the use of this thing? He pinched the alchemy bomb and was very interested in the alchemy bomb. You can also control it after you integrate the spiritual force. Oh. Deodara did not seem to believe it. No one else could control his clay bomb. The alchemy bomb changed its shape in his hands, turning into a snake or a bird. Controlling is much easier. Deodara looked at Susiao with fire in his eyes, which seemed to want to blow Susiao half to death, and then force out the formula of the alchemy bomb. Susiao looked at the white bird flying in the air. This was a bird made of an alchemy bomb. He tried many ways but still could not fly. How did you do it? What? Let it fly. Deodara smiled and did not speak. Susiao did not ask. After all, it was the first time they had met. It was impossible to exchange the knowledge of bombs. There was no trust in each other. There might be a possibility of exchange after cooperation for some time. Here it is. The name of the kingdom of River passed here half an hour later. Scorpion's low and hoarse voice came, interrupting the discussion between Susiao and Deodara. Although Susiao and Deodara met for the first time, and their temperament was different, there was no sign of hostility. Show your long-range hunting ability, and I am very curious. Susiao nodded and looked around, looking for a high point. What are you looking for? Deodara opened his mouth. High ground. High ground? High ground. Yes. Deodara put his hand into a pocket on his waist, which contained the specially processed clay. He bit off a piece of clay and slowly chewed. After chewing for a few seconds, the mouth of Deodara spat out a clay golem that looked like a bird. His hands formed a seal, and white smoke rose with a bang. The palm-sized clay bird turned into a big bird with a wingspan of 5 meters. Deodara jumped onto the big bird, and the big bird flew up a little. There is no place higher than flying in the vicinity. Chapter 531. A carriage was traveling on the countryside road, and a burst of laughter came from the wooden shed. It seemed that someone was talking and laughing inside. There were several guards wearing leather armor near the carriage. Although these guards could use ninjutsu, they were not ninjas. Their ability was more inclined to protect. The guards were dressed in uniform, and behind the 6 guards were 3 people wearing different clothes. Some were wearing full armor, and some were wearing sportswear. The 3 people in different clothes were whispering. "Old 9, is there no problem? The reward for this mission is too generous, and I always feel that something is wrong." A horse-faced man looked worried, and his eyes often swept around. "No problem, these famous names are very afraid of death, and the reward is very good. This is my second escort, and I can eat and play along the way. If I am lucky, I can taste the women of the Naruto world." A middle-aged man with a pointed mouth and a monkey-like chin smiled. "Really? Of course." Hearing the conversation between the two, the last little boy shook his head. Although the little boy looked only 12 or 13 years old, his demeanor was very mature. "Don't let your guard down. The difficulty of the task is LV.14. The park will not give out rewards for no reason." The little boy was called Zimo. Although he was young, he was a genius. "I know, you little brat." The pointed-mouthed monkey-chin man did not seem to care about Zimo. The last time he escorted him, he was also very careful. There was no danger. "You, forget it." Zimo sighed. Because he was too young, the 2 teammates of the adventure group did not believe him. The 3 of them were members of the same adventure group. This time, they came out to earn extra money. "Zimo, don't care about this guy. This time, I specially invited you here to take you to make some money. In the future, don't forget us when you become successful." Yes, just now, I was a bit rude. Don't mind it." Zimo was a genius youth, but he also had shortcomings of the corresponding age. He hoped to be recognized by others, and their flattery made him forget the unhappiness just now. "What is that?" Zimo covered his eyes and looked into the distance. His vision had been specially enhanced. "What's wrong?" The captain of the guards in front noticed Zimo's abnormality. "There is a bird in the sky." The horse-faced man sneered. This genius teammate of his had been making a fuss, and it seemed that he rarely left a large team to act alone. "Bird." The captain of the guards looked into the distance. He also vaguely saw a bird in the distance. "This bird is a bit strange." Just as the captain of the guards finished speaking, a whistling sound came through the air. "Pa!" A bullet hit the head of the captain of the guards. Brain matter and blood splashed everywhere. The head of the captain of the guards exploded, and the headless body fell to the ground. The warm brain fluid splashed on Zimo's face. The strong smell of blood made Zimo's body twitch, and his pupils shrank to the extreme. "Enemy attack!" Zimo's shouts were somewhat broken. He subconsciously shrank behind the carriage. "Sue!" The sound of the air breaking came again. Another guard was shot in the head like a watermelon was broken. "There is a sniper in the sky, Zimo. Fight back!" The horse-faced man's face changed dramatically, and he also hid behind the carriage. "At least 1 kilometer away. How do we fight back?" Zimo stared at the big bird in the distance. The big white bird looked a little familiar. He could not remember where the big bird came from for a moment. It was completely white and looked like mud. It could fly. His mind was in a hurry, and Zimo's body trembled slightly. I seem to have guessed who the enemy is. Who? Don't beat around the bush. The horse-faced man hid behind the carriage with a ferocious expression. Akatsuki organization member. Deidara. No way. You must have seen wrongly. How could the Akatsuki organization appear here? Impossible. Zimo's two teammates were in disbelief, or perhaps they were unwilling to believe the reality before them. Pa. 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 Two more sounds of flesh being shattered by bullets rang out. This time, it wasn't a human who died. Instead, it was the two horses shocked by the smell of blood. If they didn't kill the horses, these two horses would start running. Protect me, guard. The shouts came from the wooden carriage. It was the name of the Kingdom of River. He had just seen the scene outside the carriage. Your Highness, quickly get off the carriage. A guard pulled out his knife and slashed at the back of the carriage. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the guard intended to destroy the wooden wall behind the carriage to let the famous Kingdom of River get off the carriage from the back. Pa! The guard stopped after slashing twice and subconsciously raised his bare arm, letting out a scream. Ah! Pa! Blood splattered everywhere. The scream stopped abruptly. A hole as thick as a thigh was blasted out from the guard's chest. He fell to the ground and lost his breath for a moment. The surroundings of the carriage turned into an Azura arena. In a few seconds, someone would be shot in the head. What should we do? We are trapped. The horse-faced man's face was deathly pale. He poked his head out from behind the carriage that had already leaned forward. With a bang, a bullet flew over, and wood splinters hit the horse-faced man's face. This time, no one dared to show themselves again. His great name lay in the wooden carriage, and his wife lay beside him, screaming incessantly. It was extremely annoying. Zimo and the others hid behind the carriage or under the carriage with the guards. In the current situation, whoever dared to show himself would die. After a stalemate for more than 10 seconds, the bullet whizzed again. Bang, 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 bang. A hole exploded from the wooden carriage one by one. The name of the Kingdom of River inside screamed in horror. The cry lasted for a few seconds and disappeared. Blood overflowed from the nearly broken carriage. The name of the Kingdom of River was killed. The gunshots stopped. Susiao half squatted on the big bird made by Deidara. At this time, the two flew hundreds of meters high in the sky. Susiao withdrew from the Spider Queen's empty clip, took out a full clip and inserted it. After pulling the bolt, he aimed at the carriage again. Susiao was a little surprised. In his opinion, the country of the river led a medium-sized country and killed the other party to get at least 3 of the source of the world. Now it seemed that the name of the country of the river might be a puppet. The country of fire was used to separate the puppets of the country of sand and had no real power. The target is dead. Although the target was dead, Susiao still aimed the gun at the carriage, where there were guards and contractors. So simple. Deidara was quite surprised, and he was very surprised by the gun in Susiao's hand. Well, I have already killed them. Are these people going to kill them? Let's kill them. The client offered a high price. We have to be clean. Deidara yawned. He was not ready to make a move. Susiao half squatted on the back of the big bird. As long as the enemy below dared to show up, they would die. Even if the enemy did not show up, he had a way. Susiao had a light sniper on his side, and Zimo and the other two behind the carriage were miserable. The strength of the 3 of them was not weak, but Susiao had the air control and distance advantage. The 3 could not attack a kilometer away, and the enemy could fly. If this stalemate continued, Zimo and the other 2 would die. Deodara had controlled the big bird to circle the side of the carriage. The big bird in the sky circled, ZIMO, the three people and several guards also circled the carriage to avoid Susiao's sniper. After circling half a circle, Dida was a little impatient and reached his hand into the bag with clay. Use a pair of wings, bird, huh? Dida threw out a few small birds that looked like dragonflies. These birds had 2 pairs of wings and flew very fast. Chapter 532. The 2-winged bird was about the size of a palm, and its flying speed was extremely fast. It dived in a straight line toward the carriage. Not good. Deodara made his move. Zimo swallowed his saliva with difficulty. When he saw Susiao in the Akatsuki uniform before, his heart collapsed. How strong must the contractor be to join the Akatsuki and form a team with Deodara? The 2-winged bird rushed to the carriage at high speed. Zimo did not care about Susiao's sniper and jumped into the distance. 2 other contractors did the same action as him. These 2 contractors were slower. Boom! Flames shot into the sky, and the carriage was blown into pieces. The ground was blasted into pits. Zimo threw himself into a ditch in a sorry state. When he turned around, he saw a horrifying scene. The horse-faced man also jumped into the distance before the carriage was blown up, but because he jumped too late, he was blown high by the explosion's impact. The horse-faced man in mid-air clenched his teeth. Being blown away was not a good experience. A worse experience appeared. When the horse-faced man flew in mid-air, Susiao made predictions based on the direction and speed of the other party's fall. He pulled the trigger with his finger. Bang! The Spider Queen's gun body shook. Susiao's body slightly leaned back. Smoke spewed out from the gun barrel. The bullet left the muzzle and flew toward the horse-faced man. Susiao had used several derivative worlds of the Spider Empress. The practice was the best teacher, so he had some experience in sniping. This gun was very accurate. Although it did not hit the head of the horse-faced man, it accurately hit the neck. With a bang, blood splashed, the neck of the horse-faced man was broken, and a head flew into the ditch where Zimo was. 3 contractors, 1 was broken by Susiao, Deodara killed 1, and 1 was hidden in the ditch. Guards plus famous name plus family member plus contractor, a total of 11 people, and the only one who died instantly was Zimo, who was trembling in the ditch. With Susiao's long-range sniping and Deodara's clay bomb, these people did not even have a chance to resist. They just took out the automatic rifle and fired a few shots, and Zimo released a few spells. These attacks did not even touch the corner of his clothes, not to mention hurting Susiao. 1 kilometer was equal to 2,000 meters. Except for a few professionals and snipers, no one had such a far attack range at this distance. Bang, bang. Susiao fired 2 shots at the ditch in the distance, and there was no kill notification. The soil splashed, Zimo's lips trembled in the ditch, and tears flowed out unwillingly. Zimo was very smooth in the reincarnation paradise. In the first derivative world, he met a large adventure group member. The other party saw his wizard talent and recruited him. There was a level of talent. Although rare talent was not at the top, it was extremely rare, not to mention this talent naturally prepared for wizards. After the adventurer party leader learned of Zimo's talent, he made an exception and promoted him to a seed member. The resources in the group were more inclined toward him, and he was incorporated into a perfect team. Zimo went from rank 1 to rank 2 smoothly. The mages and priests in the team were particularly fond of this little handsome. Moreover, he had a great future, and it was only a matter of time before he made a meteoric rise. 3 days ago, Zimo received an invitation from the members of the same adventure group to make a profit. Now that he had not seen the external speed, Zimo had welcomed a ferocious enemy. The merciless bullets fell. Without the protection of the main tank, Zimo felt the cruelty and bloodiness of the reincarnation paradise. The enemy would not show any mercy because of his identity as a seed member, and the reputation of the adventure group also lost its effect. What to do, what to do? Zimo took a few deep breaths and wiped the tears on his face. He suddenly thought he could communicate with the enemy with the derivative world communication platform. The name of the adventure group might save his life. The derivative world communication platform. Zimo, friends with Deodara in the sky. Stop, I surrender. Zimo tentatively released the news on the derivative world communication platform. Drunkard, Zimo, what's wrong? Poison lady, stupid donkey, Zimo must have been attacked. Isn't Zimo with the guild leader? Scorpion Ghost Marquis, Zimo, where are you? Tell me the address immediately. There was a lot of news on the derivative world communication platform. The other two large adventurous groups also found out about this. They were all watching the fun. This kind of thing was very common. The genius sorcerer of Bloodgate, Zimo, had heard that it was a 5-element sorcerer. Seeing the inquiry of his teammates, Zimo, in despair, was ecstatic. He would have used the adventure team channel to ask for help if not for the distance. Zimo, I am in the land of the river. The specific location is not clear. Only in the land of the river can I locate my coordinates. The enemy is a sniper with super long-range sniping ability, and members of the Akatsuki organization are now besieging me with Deodara. This was Zimo's last chance to speak in the derivative world communication platform. After Zimo spoke this time, the same team members were silent. The distance was too far, and the Akatsuki organization made them feel fear. The contractor, who could join the Akatsuki organization, was not a weak person. Gilu, bear child, you were very happy when you bombarded me before. I will give you a cool song. As long as Stan is not brainwashed, he will not care about you. Going against the Akatsuki organization is courting death. In the territory of Fire Country, Gilu, who was hiding in a tree hole, wiped the blood on his face. She was chased by the Bloodgate adventure group very badly. Now that she saw that the seed members of Bloodgate would be killed, of course, she would ridicule them. In this way, she could also provoke the internal relationship of the Bloodgate adventure group. The meaning was, did you see that? Your regiment commander won't care about you. Seeing Gilu's words, Zimo was a little desperate. At this time, a sharp pain came from his calf. After the pain, he felt numb. Bang! Blood splashed, and the soil splashed high. A small finger-long bullet penetrated Zimo's calf. The calf was broken. Is this guy pretending to be dead? Deodara looked doubtful at Zimo, who was rolling in the ditch. The other party was lying on the ground motionless just now. I don't know. Susiao did not look at the derivative world communication platform at all. He was fighting, and he had no time to see that thing. Continue to fly to the side. No problem. Deodara controlled the big bird in the sky, and Susiao was half squatting and holding a gun. One of Zimo's legs was broken, sweating in pain. The feeling of despair and helplessness appeared again. He took out his staff, and regardless of whether he could hit Susiao or not, several powerful spells bombarded Susiao's direction, and he put 2 elemental shields on at the same time. Now the shield was not very useful, and the light of the elements would expose the position, but Zimo could not care so much. His nerves were about to collapse. *H, come down and fight if you have the guts. A roar came. Susiao did not respond and calmly pulled the trigger. Bang! The enemy below rolled a few times. The magic shield only showed cracks and did not directly break. Bang, bang, bang. Susiao fired 3 shots in a row. The enemy's shield was still not broken. Susiao did not care. He just continued to pull the trigger. The bullet's kinetic energy made Zimo roll on the ground, and when he took 5 bullets, the shield on his body broke. Susiao pulled the trigger again, and blood splattered. The contractor below was shot in the head. The mission was in conflict, and they had already fought. He had to eliminate the roots. Deodara controlled the big bird to lower its height and check if the enemy had died. Susiao was looking for the treasure chest or the scarlet card below. Just as the height of the big bird dropped to more than 10 meters, a low shout came. The skill of the Chaos Lion. Chapter 533. The white hair broke out of the ground and rushed to the sky. Susiao and Deodara on the clay bird noticed something was wrong and jumped off the clay bird. Don't think about escaping. The white hair that broke out of the ground grew rapidly and rolled towards Susiao like a wire. Explode. Deodara made a hand seal, and the clay bird wrapped in white hair suddenly exploded. Boom. The fire rose, and the white hair that entangled the clay bird was blown away. Susiao and Deodara fell to the ground. Who is it? Deodara stared at the pit not far away, hiding a ninja of unknown origin. Susiao frowned. Combined with the current timing, he had already guessed who the visitor was. The other party was investigating Xiao. Deodara and Scorpion had been staying nearby for 2 days. It was normal for the other party to catch their traces. Whoosh! A figure emerged from the forest not far away. It was Scorpion hiding in Hiriko. This is the target's guard. Scorpion stared at the ground not far away. He felt that the person who came was not weak, so he immediately appeared. I'm not sure. Deodara put his hand into the bag with clay on his waist and quickly made 2 large birds that could carry people. Scorpion dragged out the enemy. Byakuya, we are responsible for support. Deodara jumped on a clay bird, indicating Susiao to jump on the other one. I will try it out. Although Deodara's tactics were good, Susiao was ready to get close to the enemy and test the strength of the Naruto world. As the 3 of them spoke, cracks appeared on the ground in front of them, and a figure broke out of the ground. Red cloud black trenchcoat, it can't be wrong, you are members of the Akatsuki organization. The man who broke out of the ground was tall, with a smile on his face, wearing a forehead cover with the word oil. His loose white hair hung down to his waist, and there were 2 red marks on his face. The person who came was one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, Jiraiya. This is. Scorpion immediately recognized the other party's identity. Who is this? Deodara had never seen Jiraiya before, he had only heard about him. Konoha's 3 ninjas, Jiraiya. Hearing the name Jiraiya, Deodara's pupils shrank. Although he had never seen Jiraiya before, he had heard about his achievements. He's not good. As Tita spoke, he controlled the clay bird to fly up. The enemy was Konoha's 3 ninjas, and he had heard about them when he was young. Even if he was arrogant, he would still be cautious when dealing with Jiraiya. This guy won't let us leave so easily. Get ready to fight. Scorpion controlled Hiriko and crawled towards Jiraiya. Rock Village Trader Deodara, Sand Village Trader Scorpion, and unknown ninja and a dog. Susiao obviously became an unknown ninja. Jiraiya also looked at the corpses nearby. He arrived at the end of the battle. At that time, Susiao and Deodara were lowering their altitude, so he also made a decisive move, intending to capture the 2 people to obtain the information of the Akatsuki organization. According to the usual practice, Bobo Wan went to find a hiding place before the battle began, and it ran out to the distance. Susiao and Bobo Wan were in the opposite direction. He stepped on the ground and rushed to Jiraiya. Finding that Susiao rushed to the enemy, the scorpion controlled Hiriko to open its mouth, and a large number of thousands of books were spat out from the mouth of Hiriko, and every 1,000 books were poisoned. Earth release, earth flow wall. The speed of Jiraiya's hand seals was so fast that it dazzled the eyes. Almost instantly, an earth wall rose up. Pu, pu, Pu. All of the books pierced into the earth flow wall. Deodara, who was flying high in the sky, sneered. Explode. Boom. A clay centipede that had crawled to the side of Jiraiya exploded, and Jiraiya was also swallowed by the flame. Susiao put his left hand in front of him, and the dragon flash appeared in his right hand. He rushed forward with the impact of the explosion. With the cover of Scorpion and Deodara, Susiao and Jiraiya did not encounter much resistance when they got close to each other. Susiao rushed directly into the flame. At this time, the flame had begun to dissipate. A white ball appeared in front of him. It was Jiraiya who wrapped his body with his hair to resist the explosion. This was a branch of the messy lion hair technique of Jiraiya. His hair could grow quickly and become as hard as steel. Jiraiya also took back his hair, and Susiao, who was holding a long sword, came into view. Do you know how to use a ninja sword? Jiraiya was also calm, although he was surrounded by 3 people, he looked calm. Fire style, flame bullet. The flame came out of Jiraiya's mouth. Unlike the fireball, the flame shot out was a fan shape, and the attack range was wider. Susiao did not care about the fan-shaped flame coming from his face and continued to rush forward. Just as the flame burned Susiao's body, a transparent shield appeared around him, which was an attached skill, protection. Protection, quickly generate an invisible shield to resist the attack. The shield's durability is equivalent to 80 of the user's maximum HP. It can last for 30 seconds. The flame burned the shield blocked the heat, and a large crack appeared on the surface, and it was about to break. Earth release, pond of the underworld. Just as Susiao rushed through the burning of the flame, the ground under his feet became soft, and his feet fell into the soft mud. Susiao's situation was a little dangerous, but he was already close to Jiraiya. Mobilizing the mana values in the body, the mana values instantly consumed thousands of points, and the green steel shadow energy wrapped around the dragon flash vibrated at a high frequency, which made the dragon flash look like an energy blade. Inch cut. Inch cut was a move developed according to the ring break, which was a branch ability. It changed from a 360-degree attack to only attacking the front, and it was not a sword-light attack, but a direct attack of the enemy with the sharp blade in the hand. When the long knife cut down, making a horrible whistling sound, and Jiraiya's pupils contracted. Shoot randomly. The white hair of Jiraiya became straight, like needles stabbing at Susiao. Susiao didn't look at the white hair that was coming at him at all, his biting muscles protruded out, and he slashed at the tap man. If the sword hit the head of Jiraiya, not to mention the 3, even the 30 would die. The corner of Jiraiya's eyes jumped. He didn't expect Susiao to be so ruthless. Just when he wanted to retreat, thousands of swords flew from behind. If Jiraiya dared to retreat, he would be shot into a sieve. Puff. Blood splashed. Susiao was pierced by more than a dozen white hair. Several white hair almost stabbed his heart. It was not only Susiao who was bleeding but also Jiraiya. Dragon flash cut down from Jiraiya's chest, cutting off a large amount of white hair. This was Susiao's strongest sword, and the injury caused by Jiraiya could be imagined. A half-meter-long wound appeared on Jiraiya's chest, almost cutting through Jiraiya's ribs and directly injuring his internal organs. The energy of Chinganyan invaded Jiraiya's body, and Jiraiya's eyes widened, and he spat out a big mouthful of blood, and the chakra in his body showed signs of going berserk. I was careless. The corner of Jiraiya's mouth was bleeding, and he looked up at Susiao. At this time, Susiao had been picked up by his white hair, and blood flowed down his white hair. A blue energy ball appeared in the palm of Jiraiya. This was the signature ninjutsu of the 4th Hokage, Raise Nan. Jiraiya also controlled his hair and pulled Susiao, who was powerless in the air, ready to kill Susiao with the Raise Nan. At this time, Jiraiya also found a smile on Susiao's face, which made Jiraiya hesitate. In less than 0.1 seconds, Jiraiya removed the raise-non in his hand and changed it to a hand seal. Must not be approached by this guy again, absolutely not, otherwise I will die. Jiraiya's judgment was very correct. If he pulled Suxiao closer, Suxiao would immediately use the secondary invincible shield and take the opportunity to give Jiraiya another stab. Chapter 534. Great Flame Bullet. Jiraiya puffed up his cheeks and spat out brown oil from his mouth. As soon as the oil left his mouth, a raging fire was ignited. This move could be said to be extremely vicious. It was not as simple as just being burned once. If the oil touched it, the flames would continue to burn. Finding that Jiraiya gave up using the spiral pill, Suxiao was disappointed and slashed forward with the dragon flash in his hand. Ding! The white hair that was as hard as iron was cut off, Suxiao fell to the ground, and the oil in the burning sprayed at him. When Suxiao was about to be swallowed by the flames, a clay bird with a wingspan of about 4 meters flew to Suxiao's feet, carrying Suxiao, falling and flying to the side. Hoo! The oil sprayed on the ground, and the flames spread and continued to burn. Standing on the back of the clay bird, Suxiao not only sighed with emotion. This was his teammate, the most critical moment of support. Well done. Scorpion looked at the wound on his chest that was still bleeding. He understood why Peen recruited Suxiao. Suxiao's melee ability was stronger than anyone in Xiao. Jiraiya also looked at Suxiao in the sky, a white hair reached his chest, and the white hair quickly sutured the wound. This is no problem. In the face of the siege of Suxiao and the other two, other than being hit by Suxiao, the attacks of others did not hit him. His thumb was stained with blood, and Jiraiya pressed one hand on the ground. Psychic spell. Bang! A large ball of white smoke rose, and conversation sounded inside the white smoke. It's Jiraiya. Well, sorry to trouble you. It's okay. Although I am clumsy, I will try my best to help you. The white smoke dispersed, and Jiraiya stood on the back of a huge toad. This toad was huge, about the size of a 2-story building. It held a U-shaped steel fork in one hand and a giant shield that looked like a pot lid. Gomaken was not weak. He was an ideal psychic beast. He was brave in battle and listened to commands. More importantly, loyalty. Some psychic beasts would flee in times of danger and return to the space where the psychic beast was. Gomaken was different. As long as the psychic did not give the order, he would fight until he was on the verge of death and even die in battle. This was extremely rare among the psychic beasts. Gomaken, be careful. There are 3 enemies. One uses bombs, controls puppets, and is good at close combat. I will help you block the melee and puppets. Very good. Jiraiya also looked at Deodara in the sky. He was ready to deal with the flying bombs in the sky. He was annoyed by all kinds of bombs, and the bombs were very threatening. Scorpion, you block him. You don't need to hurt the enemy. Just block it. Suxiao shouted in the sky. Yes. Scorpion determined what tactic the 3 of them were going to use. It was a shameless tactic. Hold the enemy, use that. Scorpion took out a scroll. It was a kind of storage scroll. Bang! White smoke rose. Scorpion summoned a puppet. It was a man in a black robe. The man's skin was slightly dark due to the anti-rotting process. There were fixed marks on the joints of his body. This person is. The ninjutsu released by Jiraiya stopped. He recognized this puppet. 3rd Generation Wind Shadow. Jiraiya took a deep breath. He had fought with the 3rd Generation Wind Shadow. When he was young, his opponent's iron sand almost killed him. There was still a small amount of iron sand in his arm that could not be taken out. With a wave of his hand, the 3rd Generation Wind Shadow flew into the air, and the iron in the nearby soil floated up, gradually forming an iron hammer. Under Scorpion's control, the iron sand hammer smashed toward Jiraiya. When he realized that the attack was coming, Gomaken raised the giant shield in his hand to block it in front of him. Dang! A loud sound spread out, smoke and dust rose, and Jiraiya behind Gomaken also made a hand seal. Shadow clone technique. Bang! 2 shadow clones appeared in the smoke and dust. When the smoke dissipated, Jiraiya was still standing behind Gomaken. The 2 shadow clones disappeared, and he came up with a tactic. If the tactic was successful, at least 2 of the 3 members of Akatsuki were left. Jiraiya didn't know that the most depressing battle in his life was about to begin. Byakuya, C formation. In the sky, Deidara had a smile on his face. He pointed his gun at Jiraiya. The so-called C formation was to confuse the enemy and make the enemy think that the 3 of them had been working together for a long time. The same way of thinking. Susiao took out the Spider Queen in the storage space. There were still 11 minutes left for the remaining time of 8 times the red outer detection mirror. Deidara controlled the clay bird under Susiao's feet, and the clay bird flew out into the distance. It stopped after flying for about a kilometer. Susiao half squatted on the back of the clay bird, drank a bottle of secret alchemy medicine to stabilize his injury, and aimed at Jiraiya, who was behind the giant toad. The muzzle was just aimed at Jiraiya, and Jiraiya immediately sensed it. This feeling, super long-range ninjutsu. Jiraiya's perception was very strong, and before Susiao fired, he felt that it was impossible for a single sniper to come. Susiao was not a single person, and he still had 2 strong teammates. Iron Sand Rain. The dense iron sand shot toward Jiraiya, and he also shook his white hair. His white hair rolled up, and all the iron sand was swept away. Susiao pulled the trigger and hit the end of the bullet. There was a pit at the end of the bullet. The bullet shot out and left the muzzle through the acceleration of the rifling. Su. Because of the distance, the bullet made a slight sound of air breaking in the air, breaking through layers of airwaves in the air. The bullet flew towards Jiraiya's head. At this time, Jiraiya had just blocked the rain of iron sand and was recovering. The bullet flew to within 100 miles of Jiraiya, and the back of his head felt a sharp pain. He had felt this pain many times. Pa! Blood splashed everywhere. The bullet entered his flesh, and a bloody hole as thick as an arm exploded. Gomaken under Jiraiya grunted. At this time, Jiraiya was also turning his head. There was a finger-sized hole in the white hair on the side of his neck. The broken hair fell on the back of Gomaken and was dyed red by the blood of Gomaken. The power is amazing. Jiraiya frowned. He felt that today's situation was not good. He had predicted that the enemy's attack would hit Gomaken. Although he had blocked the bullet himself, he still used his hair to block the bullet. It turned out that the heavy sniper rifle could shoot through the hair of Jiraiya. Iron Sand Spear. The Scorpion controlled the 3rd generation Wind Shadow attack. A spear formed from iron sand came. The iron sand spear was 3 meters long, and this was not to attack Jiraiya but to attack Gomaken. Susiao and the other 2 saw that this psychic beast had a strong defense. It was difficult to hurt Jiraiya with it. Sure enough, the iron sand spear was blocked by Gomaken holding a big shield. Gomaken waved the U-shaped iron fork and smashed the iron sand spear with a clatter. Gomaken just blocked the Scorpion's attack, and Susiao immediately fired. The bullet drilled into Gomaken's head with a bang, creating a bloody hole. Jiraiya's white hair that tried to block the bullet was still pierced. Gomaken's body was too large, and his body was so strong that he could take dozens of shots without a problem. Moreover, Jiraiya also used his hair to slow down the bullet's kinetic energy. A breeze blew across the battlefield. Jiraiya knew that this was not going to go on. He had a general understanding of the attack methods of the 3 enemies. It was time to start a counterattack. Just as Jiraiya was about to counterattack, a whistling sound came from above his head. A clay bird flew over and dropped a few white objects as it passed over his head. The bomber Deodara from the team came. Chapter 535. A few clay bombs were thrown down. These clay looked like grasshoppers, and they exploded instantly when they landed. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was deafening, and the soil near Jiraiya splashed. In the distance, Susiao didn't shoot. He would only shoot when Jiraiya avoided the attack or released the ninjutsu to interrupt Jiraiya's ninjutsu. Gomaken jumped out of the smoke and dust, his body covered in burns. Gomaken, are you alright? Jiraiya was also worried that Gomaken was trying to show off. No, nothing. Gomaken looked dispirited, and a pool of blood quickly formed under his body. Although I am very clumsy, I can still fight, Mr. Jiraiya. You have already helped me a lot. Rest first. I will communicate with your brother. Then, okay. The toad turned into white smoke and disappeared. Psychic spell. Bang. The white smoke rose again, and Jiraiya summoned the second spirit beast. Jiraiya. A toad with red skin and a pipe in its mouth appeared. Its body shape was similar to toad's, and its weapon was different. It was a large knife with no gauntlets. The short knife was only 5 meters long compared to Gamabunta's body. Gamabunta, Gomaken's brother. Gamabunta, jump. Jiraiya, who was on his back, also shouted. The reason was that Deodara threw a few more bombs. Fire release. Bang. A bullet flew over, and Jiraiya was barely able to dodge it. The ninjutsu was forcibly interrupted. Pa! Blood splattered everywhere. The toad spirit beast was too big to dodge the spider empress bullet. It hurts. Which bastard attacked this? Gamabunta pulled out his large dagger and slashed at the third generation wind shadow without a word. Boom. The power of the blade was terrifying. Although the blade did not hit the third generation wind shadow, it almost hit the body of the crimson stream tiger that was hiding behind the scorpion. Gamabunta was much stronger than Gomaken. He slashed at the third generation wind shadow and crimson stream tiger as soon as he appeared. Scorpion began to dodge, and the third generation wind shadow he controlled was a bit more sluggish than before. The enemy is very strong, N. Deodara no longer threw out the bomb. The mouth in his palm continued to chew as if it were preparing for a big move. Bang, 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 bang. Susiao continuously pulled the trigger, a few bloody holes exploded on the body of Gamabunta, and the attack immediately slowed down. Bunta, help me buy time. Jiraiya also knew that he could not hide his strength now. The enemy's tactics were too disgusting. There were 3 generations of Wind Shadow and Scorpion holding him back, and bombs were dropped from the sky from time to time. Not only that, but there were also long-distance attacks in the distance, often interrupting his ninjutsu. Jiraiya's fingers were stained with some blood, and he drew a half-circle on both sides of his eyes. He put his hands together, and a strange fluctuation spread out. Bunta knew what Jiraiya was going to do. It no longer took the initiative to attack the scorpion and tried to protect Jiraiya. The cooperation of Susiao and the other 2 gradually became tacit. Scorpion controlled Hiro to spit out 1,000 books and the sword in his hand from time to time. It was covered with poison. Deodara was preparing a big move, and Susiao was looking for an opportunity to kill Jiraiya. If there were no chance, he would kill Bunta. The sound of an explosion and the collision of ninjutsu continued. Not only was Gamabunta's sword technique fierce, but the ninjutsu he released was also not weak. He suppressed Scorpion, who had not used his full strength. Scorpion did not use his full strength. It was the same for Deodara. Coincidentally, it was the same for Jiraiya. They were testing each other to find the flaws of the other. As for Susiao, he was the safest on the field. And at this moment, Jiraiya was ready to risk his life. If this continued, he might die. One bullet after another shot out. Susiao had already emptied 3 magazines, and the Spider Queen's barrel was a little hot. "Jiraiya, is it done? I can't hold on anymore." Gamabunta was covered in bloody holes. A ferocious wound on his front leg and iron sand could be vaguely seen inside. "All right." Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. He had already prepared his spell, and the bloody Gamabunta turned into white smoke and disappeared. "Welcome, my art." A loud shout was heard, and Deodara threw a clay bomb. This clay bomb was shaped like a round doll. As soon as it left the hands of Deodara, he made a seal with both hands. With a bang, the size of the doll expanded. Because of the gravity, the speed of the doll bomb gradually increased. This was Deodara's killing move number 18, which was mixed with his highest level of chakra. Scorpion no longer fought with Jiraiya, and he used a few low-level puppets to hold him back. He turned around and ran. This action aroused his vigilance. Just as he wanted to escape, bullets flew over, and he could only dodge. "Lit Jiraiya, what's going on?" An old toad crouching on his shoulder said. "Child's father, the attack is coming. Protect little Jiraiya." Toad, who was crouching on the other side of Jiraiya, said. At this time, Jiraiya's appearance changed greatly. His nose became bigger, the surface was uneven, and red marks on his eyes. Sage mode. Through the scope, Susiao found that Jiraiya changed. The two old frogs squatting on the other side's shoulders had a great background toad immortals of Mount Miyamu, namely Deep Village immortals and Zhaima immortals. The normal state of Jiraiya was also two different concepts from the immortal mode, but he was about to meet the bombardment of Deodara. The clay bomb landed on the ground. This move had once flattened a village. The glaring white light spread, and at this moment, there was no sound at all. The white light wrapped around Jiraiya, and even the scorpion that had already run far away was affected. The crimson amber was blown away, and Bobo Wang, further away, exclaimed, "What a big firework! Explosion is art, N." Deodara admired his masterpiece while Susiao covered one of his eyes. The white light was enhanced by light. Boom! The shock wave spread out, and the ground was blown away. The nearby forest bell was instantly razed to the ground. The white light continued to disappear for a few seconds. At this time, he looked at where he was. There was a large pit within a radius of 400 meters. The pit was slightly sunken, and the soil on the surface had been turned into glass. The sunlight reflected the light. There was a meat sack at the center of the explosion. The meat sack had been blown up, and it looked like the stomach of some creature. Cough, cough, cough. Jiraiya staggered out of the stomach sack, and the shockwave of the explosion hurt his internal organs. What kind of explosive power is this? Fortunately, I was able to summon it in time. As the Zhaima immortal opened his mouth, a bullet whizzed towards it. The bullet flew past him, breaking a few strands of burnt hair. Begin the counterattack. Jiraiya stepped on the ground, and the soil under his feet exploded. His strength could only be described as terrifying. Su. Jiraiya also rushed towards the scorpion. The scorpion wanted to control the third generation of wind shadows but found that the third generation wind shadows could no longer be controlled. Immortal Zhaima used his tongue to wrap around the third generation wind shadows. Frog shock. Hapless frog, who was crouching on both sides of Jiraiya's shoulder, puffed up his cheeks and released a special wavelength. Hirako was frozen in place, and Jiraiya kicked him. This is the body. Just as Jiraiya was about to attack the scorpion, he noticed that the two birds in the sky were already approaching. Ding! 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 More than 10-meter-long iron bars were nailed around him. Zi! The sound of the metal wire retracting came, and the boundary line used the iron rod to form an encirclement. The Spider Queen had been put away by Susiao, and dozens of little white frogs jumped out of his sleeve and fell to Jiraiya. Dida was not idle, and dozens of clay bombs were thrown out by him. Explode! Explode! Boom, boom, boom. The explosions were endless, and the iron bars that Susiao had inserted around Jiraiya were blown away. The explosion lasted for dozens of seconds, and when the smoke dissipated, Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. The apprentice of the third, the master of the fourth, the companion of the fifth, the master of the sixth, and the life teacher of the seventh were beaten away by Susiao, Scorpion, Deodara, the combination of sniper and puppet plus bombing. Tisk, this guy runs fast. There was a smile on Deodara's face. His clay bomb had been used up. Scorpion stood up in the distance, and an arm fell to the ground with a clatter. Susiao sat on the back of the clay bird, and blood spilled from the more than a dozen small wounds. Although they paid a great price, the three of them almost left them here forever. Chapter 536. At the border of the Kingdom of River, in a rapid river, a piece of green emerged from the river. A half-meter-sized frog poked its head out of the river. Its eyes suddenly looked around, and there was a light of wisdom in its eyes. After confirming that there was no danger in the surroundings, the frog opened its mouth and stretched out a hand from the frog's mouth. Jiraiya also came out of the frog's mouth and stood on the water's surface. Blood seeped out of the clothes on his chest. The previous high-intensity battle had caused the wound on his chest to crack. Is this a member of the Akatsuki organization? Don't underestimate them. Jiraiya also investigated the Akatsuki in the world. Today, when he fought with the members of the Akatsuki organization, the result was not optimistic. The lack of intelligence made him at a disadvantage when he first fought. It's a pity that we didn't catch the captive, but this information must be sent back to Konoha as soon as possible after getting the precious information. His hands formed a seal, white smoke rose, and Jiraiya summoned a toad. This toad had a strange appearance. Its body was long and thin, and its head was dark yellow. Other than its upper body, its lower body was a scroll more than 1 meter long. Jiraiya. Gerotora hugged his shoulders. The scroll on his body recorded important information, and there was a key to unlocking the nine-tailed seal. Gerotora was clear that if there were nothing important, Jiraiya would not summon it. Gerotora, help me convey a message to Tsunade. Jiraiya summarized the information of Susiao and the other two and came up with a strategy to deal with the three. After a long time, Gerotora nodded. It's clear. Are you injured so badly because of the three people? Yes, if I'm not wrong, these three are only members of the Akatsuki, not leaders. All members have this kind of strength, and the leader will only be more difficult to deal with. I already have some information, and the Akatsuki often appear near the Rain Village. I will recuperate first and then return to Konoha to see the leader and directly go to the Rain Village. Jiraiya also had the idea of sneaking into the Rain Village, but he always had a bad feeling in his heart. You want to sneak into the Rain Village alone? That place is isolated from the outside world, only knowing that it is raining and internal strife all year round, and there is very little other information. Well, I will go later. A ninja village is closed to this degree, which is very abnormal. I suspect that is the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. This is just a suspicion, and the specific situation needs to be investigated before it can be confirmed. Alright, then I'll leave first. I'll help you convey the information. Thank you. Bang, white smoke rose, and Gerotora disappeared. Jiraiya also walked to the river. According to his memory, a village nearby was suitable for him to heal. In the rain country, there was an oil lamp in the cave in a sealed cave, and several shadows were standing around the oil lamp. This is what happened. The famous assassination of the river country was successful, and Jiraiya was beaten back by us, so it was nothing. Deodara's shadow yawned. It was midnight, and he was still sleeping before pain contacted him. Jiraiya. Heavenly Path murmured, and his mood did not fluctuate too much. Is your position exposed? Xiao Nan's shadow looked at Su Xiao. This matter made Su Xiao a little suspicious. He had just joined the combination of Scorpion and Deodara, and he had appeared since. Well, it was exposed, and Jiraiya probably just happened to pass by. When we killed the target, he didn't attack, and then he appeared in the way of a sneak attack. The position of the sneak attack was in a hurry, and he was not familiar with the information of us. Scorpion saw the meaning of Xiao Nan and helped Su Xiao to speak a few words of justice. Su Xiao's performance was obvious in the previous battle, and the spy did not do this. Jiraiya is also investigating us. Su Xiao suddenly spoke. Huh. Both Heavenly Path and Xiao Nan looked at Su Xiao. How did you know? He recognized what we were wearing. Su Xiao remembered what Jiraiya had said before. What evidence is there? Of course, the Heavenly Path would not believe Su Xiao's wrong words. Jiraiya also whispered something to us when we first met. Red clouds and black trenchcoat. It can't be wrong. This is a member of the Akatsuki organization. Although his voice was very low, I was very close to him at that time, and I could vaguely hear it. Su Xiao was not making up nonsense, and he indeed murmured this before the war began. Heavenly Path looked at Scorpion and Deodara, who both shook their heads. Scorpion thought and said, we are also very far away from Jiraiya. Only Byakuya and Jiraiya are close to him and hurt him. Su Xiao had just joined the Akatsuki not long ago, so it was normal for him to be suspected. There may be enemy spies among us, but this possibility is not strong. Su Xiao's words made Xiao Nan slightly surprised. She had a moment of doubt that Su Xiao was a spy of Jiraiya, and then this idea was dispelled in her mind. What do you mean? Heavenly Path looked at Su Xiao and motioned for Su Xiao to continue. Firstly, Scorpion and Deodara have been waiting there for 2 days. If Jiraiya had already known this information in advance, he would never have chosen the location to ambush me in a hurry after I arrived. Of course, I may also be a spy of Jiraiya. This suspicion cannot be ruled out. You can investigate or suspect. After all, I have only joined the Akatsuki for a few days. Su Xiao no longer spoke. Heavenly Path looked at Xiao Nan. If the members of the Akatsuki revealed this matter, the 2 people already had a candidate to suspect. Itachi, that's right, it was Uchiha Itachi. On the first day he joined the organization, Nagato guessed that Itachi might be a spy from Konoha, but Itachi was useful, and both sides had an agreement that Itachi would never dare to cross the line. From Itachi's death, Nagato went to fight Konoha alone, and it could be seen that Itachi dragged Nagato indirectly to protect Konoha. Pain thought for a moment, feeling that this matter did not seem to be information revealed by Itachi. In that case, the 3 of them met Jiraiya on the way to the mission. As for Su Xiao, Nagato had never suspected him from the beginning, and even if he were a simple-minded spy, he would not do such a thing right after joining the Akatsuki organization. Was it really because of bad luck? Perhaps, after all, there was a chief in the 3-person team, and both Scorpion and Deodara would lie down at all times. This matter will end here. I will deal with the follow-up. You have other tasks, Xiao Nan. Su Xiao and the other 2 looked at Xiao Nan. Recently, I received a more dangerous commission. The civil war in the water country has subsided. Some people don't want the water country to stop the civil war so early, so. After listening to the task described by Xiao Nan, a smile appeared on Su Xiao's face. This task is good. Can you kill Mizukage? Su Xiao did not expect that he would return to the water country so soon, and he was responsible for stirring up the civil war in the water country. If you can kill it, it doesn't matter, you can't delay the task, so it is like this. The shadow of the divine law disappeared, and Xiao Nan also disappeared. It's really busy. Go back to sleep. Deodara also disappeared, and Su Xiao and Scorpion also disappeared. In the territory of the Kingdom of River, there was a shelter formed by giant rocks. 2 people were resting on the rocks, and there was a figure watching the night not far away. The one keeping watch was Scorpion, but he suggested that Scorpion could no longer be considered a human, and he did not need to sleep or eat. "When are we leaving?" Deodara yawned and threw a few firewoods into the fire. The Kingdom of River was very cold at night. "Tomorrow morning. I lost too much blood." Su Xiao lazily leaned on a boulder. It seemed that laziness cancer was acting up. "Sure." Scorpion's voice came from not far away. Because of the broken crimson stream, Scorpion showed his true form to a handsome red-haired teenager. Su Xiao looked at Deodara and then looked at Scorpion. The appearance of these 2 people was completely an idle combination. Chapter 537. 2 days later, in the coastal area of the water country, a big white bird passed through the sky. Su Xiao arrived in the water country by Deodara's bird. It took only 2 days to go from the river country to the water country. This also included the rest along the way. Su Xiao did not know who entrusted this task to him. The content of the task was very simple: stirring up the civil war of the water country. If he wanted to stir up the civil war of the water country, the Mist Village was an inevitable part. To be exact, the main target of the 3 people was the Mist Village. Only the internal strife of the Mist Village would continue the civil war. Su Xiao's suggestion was to assassinate the 5th generation Mizukage directly, while Scorpion opposed it. In his opinion, the risk of assassinating the water shadow was too high, and other methods could achieve the same result. Deodara kept his opinion. He was only responsible for the explosion. His biggest wish at the moment was to find Ataka for revenge. The Akatsuki organization had 2 or 3 people in a team because they could prevent the lone party. There was no leader in the team, and they needed to discuss before doing anything. The second was that they could help each other and increase the mission's success rate. The third was to supervise each other to prevent spies from leaking the information about Akatsuki. After all, most of the members of the Akatsuki organization were rebellious. Now, the 3 people in the team had different opinions. Su Xiao's proposal to assassinate Mei Terumi was not simply to take revenge. This was indeed the fastest way to cause internal strife in water country. The 3 arrived at the water country in the evening. At this time, there were many fishermen on the sea's shore. Although these fishermen looked tired, their faces were full of smiles. It could be seen that their harvest today was good. On the wooden box at the dock, Su Xiao sat on the wooden box, holding a string of grilled fish in his hand, and from time to time, he tore a piece and handed it to Bobo Wang or himself to take a bite. "Scorpion, since you don't agree with my opinion, you make a plan." Although Scorpion rejected Su Xiao's plan, he was not unhappy. From the beginning, he knew that the people of the Akatsuki organization would not listen to his command, and he did not think of commanding these people. Scorpion in Hirako spoke. According to the information given by the client, the Mist Village is temporarily divided into 2 factions. One faction is the main faction, and the other is the radical faction. We can reduce the power of the main faction and make the radical faction big. As for the 5th generation water shadow, it depends on the situation when the time comes. Su Xiao did not break Scorpion's words. After Scorpion finished speaking, Su Xiao spoke. "Are you sure this is the information given by the client? Is the leader passing it to you or Xiaonan?" Su Xiao took the grilled fish and stopped chewing. "It's Xiaonan." "What's wrong?" Scorpion saw Su Xiao's abnormality. "You should know a little about the grudge between me and the 5th generation water shadow, right?" "I know a little. She sent people to kill you." Su Xiao hesitated for a moment and then asked, "I now doubt if Xiaonan is trustworthy if she is." Although Su Xiao knew that Xiaonan would not do something against the truth, he still said so. "So far, Xiaonan is trustworthy." Deodara also looked at Su Xiao. He knew that Su Xiao had something to say. Since Xiao Nan is trustworthy, we should kill the client. Su Xiao said something amazing. Not only Deodara but Scorpion was also surprised. Why? Right now, there is no division between the main and radical factions in the Mist Village. Many of the radical faction leaders died, and I killed them. Huh. This time, Deodara and Scorpion were on guard. First of all, very few people know that I joined the Akatsuki. Although I did not stay in the Mist Village for long, I know the situation very well. I have interacted with Terumi Mei, and after she took the throne, she would never allow any radical factions to exist. This kind of thing is clear to the higher UPS of the Mist. We can confirm it. Are you saying that there is a problem with the client? Scorpion immediately understood what Su Xiao meant. Yes, there is a big problem. The client gave the wrong information. Maybe it is not just to let us start a civil war, but to let Xiao and the Mist Village's dog bite the dog. The client made a profit from the middle. Scorpion and Deodara lowered their heads and pondered. Every time they accepted a commission, they had to consider it thoroughly. Xiao could help other forces eliminate dissidents, but he could not tolerate being used. Of course, this is my guess. According to the information given by the client and the current situation of the Mist Village, my previous proposal was to assassinate the 5th generation Mizukage. That was the fastest way to start a civil war. According to the client's information, the 5th generation Water Shadow is the leader of the main peace faction, right? That's right. Scorpion confirmed that all three of them thought of a possibility this time. Deodara, who had not said much, opened his mouth and said, "How long is the time limit for the commission? How long do we have left to do this?" 3 days left. This was the detailed information that Scorpion got from Xiao Nan. 3 days, the time is very rushed. The commission is not low. The leader said that this matter is troublesome. It is dozens of times the commission for killing the country of the river. After all, this is a civil war of a country. Su Xiao and the other two no longer spoke. After a long time, Deodara broke the silence. Let's catch a mist ninja to understand the information first. Sure. Not a bad suggestion. The three of them agreed. As for the mission, they had to figure out the situation first. The Akatsuki mostly accepted war missions, and there were many traps. Who is going to catch the mist? At least one superior ninja. In short, I can't do it. It was not that Deodara did not have the strength to catch the mist ninja, but that the sound of his battle was too loud. I'll go. Scorpion said. The three of them quickly rushed towards the mist village. The three of them were very careful along the way if the mist discovered them. The current situation was not very clear. If the situation was wrong, the three people's goal was not the mist village but to kill the client. This was Xiao. That night, Su Xiao and Deodara waited in a hotel near the mist village while Scorpion went out. Not long after Scorpion went out, Deodara took off Xiao's uniform and changed into ordinary clothes, as if he was going out too. Byakuya, I will go out first. Su Xiao was a little surprised. What is it? Cough, there are some private matters to deal with. Don't tell Scorpion that I have gone out. While speaking, Deodara got up and walked out of the hotel. I didn't expect that you would have a lover in the water country. Deodara stopped and looked at Su Xiao with a gaze that all men understood. Don't expose your identity. Don't worry, and she only knows that I am a mud puppet. After that, Deodara went out. This teenager went to find a girl. Su Xiao was curious before, how did Deodara know that there was a village nearby? It seemed that the girls of the water country were gentle and could hook up with Deodara. There was only Su Xiao left in the hotel room. No, there was also Bobo Wang, 2 single dogs. Bobo Wang looked at Su Xiao, and his gaze was clearly, "Master, Aren't you going to find a girl? Su Xiao lit a cigarette and looked out of the window. If I find a female ninja, I will die miserably. Su Xiao sometimes could not help but wonder if he was the legendary heavenly cursed lone star. People related to him would die, such as his parents in his 2 years, although one of them was fake. Life and death had fate. Wealth and honor were heavens. Su Xiao did not think about this. He only needed to live well today. As for the future, everything was up to fate. He took out a card the size of a bank card. The card was made of metal, and its surface was covered with red lines. It was a scarlet card, a mage's scarlet card. This is more interesting than finding a girl. A chance to become stronger. What do you mean by that look in your eyes? My luck has been very good recently. Bobo Wang rolled his eyes. Chapter 538. Su Xiao was looking forward to the scarlet card in his hand. He had paid attention to the skills released by the mage before. Just from the appearance, he could see that the strength of those spells was very high. Most of them flew out a few hundred meters before dissipating. For opening the scarlet card, Su Xiao always had the mentality of buying lottery tickets. The randomness of this thing was too high. Every contractor's storage space carried a lot of daily necessities. He was already used to these things. What broccoli, shampoo, corset, etc. After the baptism of these items, no matter how strange the items in this scarlet card were, Su Xiao could calmly accept it, probably. Choosing to open, the scarlet card gradually dissolves and turns into a light red liquid. The liquid floats in the air and spins rapidly, forming a bloody vortex in front of Su Xiao. The top of the bloody vortex can reach into a hand. Stretching in, it was foggy inside. After some groping, Su Xiao touched a square box. The square box had a smooth texture and was about 20 meters long. Su Xiao felt that the value of this thing was not low. There was a confident smile on his face. He pulled out the blood-red vortex. The hint of the reincarnation paradise appeared. Seeing the hint of the reincarnation paradise, the smile on Su Xiao's face retreated. He was stunned in place. The corner of his mouth was twitching. Oh! Ultraman! As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, Bobo Wan crossed his front paws and made the starting move of the wave of light. This idiot had seen Ultraman. Sure enough, you are a brat. What Ultraman is in the storage space? Su Xiao threw the disc box away, and Bobo Wan quickly picked it up as if it were for a treasure. Woof! Bobo Wan had a pleased expression on his face. He meant, Master, you are very good. This thing is old. You can use it as an antique collection. Although there was an opening of the red door, Su Xiao did not lose confidence and reached into the blood vortex again. Su Xiao's hand was just about to reach into the vortex. After hesitating, he took out a cigarette and used fate to save the point. Spitting out a light golden smoke, Su Xiao no longer had confidence. He used the European state to open the scarlet card. He originally wanted to save this opportunity. After all, Fate Redemption had 5 days of cooldown. He reached into the blood vortex and searched. A long stick-shaped object appeared in his hand. Su Xiao was stunned. Was this staff of the young mage? Thinking of this, Su Xiao no longer hesitated and pulled his hand out of the blood vortex. Staff, your sister. Su Xiao threw the long stick-shaped object in his hand to the ground and made a crisp sound. This was not staff. The sound of the staff hitting the ground was not so crisp, and this was a tent rack. There was still one last chance. Bobo Wan came forward, and the gaze seemed to say, Master, if you really can't do it, I will do it. You accept your fate. Luck is natural, just like the initial charm. Su Xiao pushed Bobo Wang aside, and he did not believe that he could not get a valuable item today. This was the last chance to draw. He casually grabbed an item and pulled it out. A dark purple light flashed in the room. In his hand was an iron box the size of a cigarette box. Its surface was silver and seamless. Origin, Rank 2 Spatial Battlefield, Rikiyama Star. Rarity, Dark Purple. Type, Single-use consumable. Effect, this item can fuse a piece of equipment with two materials, thereby increasing the quality of the equipment. After fusing, the equipment category will not change, and the attributes will greatly change. Hint, the highest quality of the equipment that can be added is purple. Hint, the highest quality of the materials that can be added is purple. Note, using this item requires mechanical transformation skill, LV.17 and above. Rating, 150. Description, this is Rikiyama Star technology. Price, 39,000 paradise coins. The iron box is in the hand of the clue. Susiao understood the function of this thing after studying it. He could choose a piece of equipment and two precious materials to merge the three. After the fusion, the category of the purple equipment would not change. For example, the equipment before the fusion was a sword, then, after the fusion, it would still be a sword, and there would be no situation of fusing a gun. The first thing Susiao thought of was fusing Fate Redemption, but after seeing a sentence in the item introduction, he decisively gave up this idea. After the fusion, the equipment category will not change, and the attributes will change greatly. If the Fate Redemption were fused with other attributes, such as increasing strength and other attributes, he would lose a lot. The risk was too high. Susiao decided to merge other equipment, so it was safer. Now it was not possible to fuse with it. The prerequisite conditions of mechanical transformation skill level and above made it difficult for him. Mechanical transformation skill. I can only go back to the reincarnation paradise to find a mechanic. He put it away. This thing might help him get dark purple equipment. With the disappearance of the blood vortex, overall, the harvest was good. One dark purple item was much better than the situation when he opened the empty purple chest before. Sitting on the bed and meditating, Susiao waited for Scorpion to return. 10 minutes later, footsteps came. Susiao stopped meditating and looked at the door. Deodaro pushed the door open and entered, holding a bowl of Odin in his hand. So fast. Huh. Deodaro looked at Susiao in confusion. Susiao shook his head, indicating that it was nothing. There was only the sound of Deodaro's chewing in the room. Susiao felt that Deodaro seemed to be a little unhappy and helpless. You kid, won't be dumped, right? Deodaro's hand froze, and the bamboo stick in his hand was broken with a crack. It seems that I guessed right. Susiao no longer spoke, but Bobo Wan was in high spirits, and her small sparkling eyes seemed to say, "Hey." Deodaro sighed. His favorite food was tasteless. Hey. Deodaro sighed again. He seemed to be a little annoyed. Susiao looked at Deodaro. Did this kid get cuckolded? That's not right. If Deodaro had been cuckolded, the village would have been razed. What? Did that woman find a new lover? Deodaro nodded. We are not lovers. That is normal. Is that so? Looking at your downcast expression, are you seeing the other party's man? No. When Deodaro said this, the corners of his eyes twitched. That is. When I sneaked into her house, she was breastfeeding the child. Susiao coughed. The plot of this story was too big. He even had a child. He almost put the steering wheel in his hand on his neck. How long had it been since Deodaro had seen that woman? You did not blow up this place. I am very surprised. This is normal. I have not seen her for 2 years. I have forgotten where she lives. If I did not go to the Water Nation to carry out a mission, maybe I would not meet her again. Deodaro seemed to be in a better mood, especially when he saw the blood on his sleeve. Chapter 539. Goo, goo, goo. The sound of birds came, and the two people in the room looked out the window. Goo, 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 goo. The bird's cry was even more urgent. Let's go. Su Xiao opened the window, jumped out, and ran quickly to the forest not far away. Deodara followed closely behind. Not long after entering the forest, Su Xiao heard a whisper. I won't say anything. According to the source of the voice, Su Xiao found Scorpion. Scorpion hid in the Hiriko, and a mist ninja was lying beside him. The body of this mist ninja trembled slightly, and he could not do anything except talk in a low voice. Scorpion did not sneak into the mist village. He was waiting around the mist village to capture the mist ninjas who were on a mission. This superior ninja was caught by Scorpion not long after he left the village. He was poisoned, and his whole body was paralyzed. What did you ask? Su Xiao picked up the superior ninja lying on the ground and let him sit on a tree. Byakuya. The superior ninja looked at Su Xiao in surprise. Do you recognize me? I watched over you. The superior ninja glanced at Su Xiao faintly, and there was some disdain in his eyes. What's your name? Forget it. I'll call you Inudaro, a good name. Su Xiao squatted in front of Inudaro, and Inudaro sneered. Whatever you call me, do whatever you want. Don't think of getting any information from me. I have been professionally trained. Inudaro was very calm. After all, he was a superior ninja and did not know how many lives he had experienced. You know how to interrogate. Su Xiao looked at Deodara and Scorpion. He was not very interested in interrogating the superior. The other side had a strong psychological defense and needed to use violence. I know a little. It is unlikely to ask anything. Scorpion was not proficient in interrogation. He was proficient in making puppets. Don't look at me. My interrogation method is to cut off his limbs. It should be useless. Deodara shrugged, indicating that he had no choice. Then I can only do it, although I don't like violent interrogation. Su Xiao took out a dagger, and Inudaro was a little surprised. Just this? Are you looking down on me? Su Xiao stabbed the dagger into Inudaro's chest, and Inudaro just frowned. Your ability to endure pain is good, to prevent you from screaming later or to block your mouth first. Su Xiao pulled a piece of rag from Inudaro's body to block his mouth. The green steel shadow energy covered the dagger and slowly invaded Inudaro's body. Woo! Inudaro's eyes widened in anger, and the whites of his eyes were filled with blood. Use the heart to feel it. This pain will not disappear until the chakra is exhausted. After more than 10 seconds, Inudaro was already a pile of mud, his eyes were dull, and his tears and snot flowed out. Dead. Deodara kicked him, but there was no reaction. Su Xiao grabbed one of his ears and cut it with a dagger, but he still did not respond. Su Xiao threw away his ears and opened his closed eyes. His nervous system is about to collapse. He probably still can speak. Su Xiao pulled out the broken cloth from the mouth of Inudaro, and it looked at him in a daze. Kill. Kill me. The voice of Inudaro was dull and numb, and there were pleading and longing. Answer a few of my questions. Inudaro turned his head and still refused to sell the mist village. You have a backbone. Su Xiao used a dagger to cut off Inudaro's throat as he spoke, and his movements were neat. The profit was not big. Su Xiao did not defeat the superior ninja, and it was just a cheat, although he had some strength. I have no choice. Why don't we catch another one? I don't believe that the mist ninja's willpower is so firm. There is another genin. Scorpion flashed away. Not long after, he returned with a tied-up genin on his iron tail. Genin. Su Xiao felt that there was not much hope. Genin knew too little information, but it was also good and easy to torture. Answer a few questions, and I will let you go. That genin nodded his head desperately, and by the side, Deodara pulled away from the rag in his genin's mouth. Who who are you? The genin, who was lifted in the air, gasped for breath until he saw the body of the genin. Teacher Akai. The genin swallowed hard, and his lips began to tremble. Is the quality of the mist ninja so bad now? Deodaro looked at Akai, who was almost scared to peeing and was surprised. How are the radical forces of the mist village now? Susiao asked about the information they wanted. As long as this information was confirmed, they would know what to do next. I won't. Bang. Tita punched Genin in the abdomen. Susiao walked forward with a bloody dagger. In the dark forest, surrounded by 3 villains in red clouds and a black windbreaker, this feeling could only be described as terrifying, not to mention a corpse nearby. Answer the question, and you have one chance. The pressure of being surrounded by Susiao and the other 3 slayers was very strong, there was no need to interrogate at all, and the inner defense of Genin collapsed. I have never heard of any radical faction. Genin was not lying, so Tita grabbed him by the neck. I'm not lying. I don't know what a radical faction is. Didn't you say you would let me go if you answered the question? Wait. Crack. Deodaro broke Genin's neck, and he believed the enemy's words. It seemed that Genin had just graduated. What should we do? Continue to catch. Well, I'll go. Scorpion controlled Hirako to go away, and Susiao and Deodaro waited in the same place. A few hours later, clothes dragging on the ground came. This was the sound made by Hirako. On average, Scorpion would change into an Akatsuki uniform for half a month, and the consumption was serious. Seeing the current Hirako, Susiao raised his eyebrows. This is catching a class. There was a string of ninjas hanging on Hirako, 1 superior ninja, and 3 genin. This time, with Scorpion's interrogation method was much more bloody. After the death of 3 genin, the genin who was almost on the verge of collapse gave in, and not all the genin was as courageous as Akai. Village. After the village peace, Mizukage began to annex the radical faction, and the 3 leaders of the radical faction disappeared mysteriously. There was no objection in the village, and the radical faction collapsed during this period. Now everyone listened to the 5th generation Mizukage, and there was no objection. The genin looked at the dagger in Susiao's hand as he spoke. Scorpion had tortured him to the point of becoming a human. 1 cut to the throat. This time there was no origin of the world. Susiao only got 12 mana points. There was no so-called radical faction. If this news was true, then this mission was a trap. Things are getting more and more complicated. This is beyond the scope of the mission. I don't agree to continue this mission. Deodaro was the first to express his opinion. Agreed. Seconded. Although Susiao had a grudge against her, he did not want to be used as a gun. I will contact the leader. Scorpion formed a seal with both hands and used the illusion light body. Susiao and Deodaro waited. Of the 3 people in the team, Nagato trusted Scorpion the most. Xiaonan conveyed every mission detail to Scorpion. If there was an accident in the mission, Scorpion contacted Nagato. Chapter 540. Scorpion contacted Nagato. Susiao waited for more than 10 minutes before Scorpion spoke. There is no need to continue this task. The task that the 3 had been running around for a few days suddenly stopped. Considering the type of entrustment that the organization accepted, although this situation was not much, it had appeared before. Reason. This kind of sudden removal of the mission was very rare, so Deodara had to ask for the reason. The leader tried to contact the client, but the client disappeared without leaving any trace. He was responsible for handling this matter. The 2 mentioned by the Scorpion were Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, and now they were one. Then can we move freely now? Susiao was ready to go to the Mist Village to get out of trouble and greet Mei Terumi. No, we are going to the Sand Village. Sand Village. Su Xiao's heart beat faster, and he immediately stabilized his mood so as not to be seen by the two people. Find a safe place, the leader is looking for the three of us. The mission of the Mist Village suddenly stopped, and Su Xiao smelled a conspiracy. Although he could not make a big scene in the Mist Village, which disappointed Su Xiao, the upcoming mission made him look forward to it. He had already participated in 2 tasks, and his performance in the 2 tasks was very good, and he found that the task was wrong the second time in advance. With Scorpion's character, he would tell Nagato that Su Xiao found the task was wrong. Assassinate the daimyo of the country of the river, going to the country of the water to start a civil war. These 2 tasks made Su Xiao offend nearly half of the big forces of the Naruto world. What could he get at the same time? Now Su Xiao had gained the preliminary trust of the Akatsuki organization. Of course, Scorpion and Deidara would also monitor Su Xiao in the follow-up tasks, but this did not affect his follow-up plan. The 3 people left the Mist Village. After all, they killed 2 of the Mist Village shinobu, and the Mist ninjas would soon find out. Killing 2 shinobus made Su Xiao find one thing. In the case of the plot characters helping to fight, the chance of obtaining the treasure chest would shrink greatly. Not only the treasure chest, but the number of the source of the world would also shrink, such as the name of the country of the river that he killed before. After finding a secret hole, Deidara beats a bear in the hole to suspect Xiangshen, and the 3 people use the illusion light body technique. It was still the last gathering place, and the heavenly pain was waiting. The mission of the country of water is hard. After all, the 3 of them had made a wasted trip. What mission is the Sand Village? Attacking the Sand Village. As Deidara spoke, he looked at the phantom of Scorpion. Scorpion came from the Sand Village. Have you investigated what I asked you to investigate? Heavenly Path did not answer Deidara's words but asked a question instead. Yes, the one who guarded the crane is called Miero, the current 5th generation Wind Shadow. Very good. Your mission is to capture him alive. You must capture him alive. Although Su Xiao did not speak, the excitement in his heart was indescribable. It was finally about to begin. He joined the Akatsuki organization to carry out missions worldwide and even offended 2 big forces, all for the sake of capturing Pillar's strength. Looks like it's about to begin, N. Deidara was eager to try. He had only heard of Pillar's strength and had never fought with Pillar's strength. Scorpion, this mission. Deidara looked at Scorpion expressionlessly. Scorpion had a deep relationship with the Sand Village. If he had not been sentenced to the Sand Village, Scorpion would have fought for the position of Wind Shadow. You have to know that Scorpion is the grandson of the Sand Village's elder Cho. Cho's position in the Sand Village is only below Wind Shadow. If Cho had helped Scorpion take the position, my father would have already died, and I, Arrow, hated by others, would have no chance at all. In addition to Scorpion's strength and his parents dying for the Sand Village, his chances of becoming Wind Shadow were very high. Unfortunately, Scorpion's parents died when he was young, making him deeply excited. From then on, Scorpion began to study how to obtain eternal life and transform the puppet into existence with life and consciousness. The reason why Nagato had Scorpion capture a tail was because Scorpion was familiar with the Sand Village. This was an advantage. No problem, I have spies in the Sand Village. Heavenly Path nodded, and the meeting ended. In the underground cave, the 3 of them opened their eyes. Are you kidding? We have to hurry again. Deidara made a clay bird, and the 3 of them rode it and disappeared into the night, crossing the sea to travel to the Wind Kingdom. Su Xiao is going to catch a bunch of people. Within the country of fire. In a temporary camp. Not long after this camp was set up, there were more than 100 tents in the camp. The pedestrians in the tents were dressed in different clothes. They sat together in groups. Some of them were drinking and chatting while others were playing landlord. These were all contractors. A bare-chested strong man was sitting inside the tent in the large tent at the center of the camp. His body was covered in scars, and there was a half-naked woman leaning on his chest. The woman's eyes were watery, and there was a strange smell in the tent. What the two had just done was self-evident. "Boss." A man in a black robe rushed into the tent. The man's face was hidden in the hood, and his eyes were like two green ghost flames. "What is it?" Suddenly, some people broke into the tent. The strong man in the tent was a little angry, but when he saw the person, he pushed away the woman leaning on him and seemed to push away a doll that had been played with enough. "Stan, can you change this habit of yours? Do you think this is big security? You are taking public food." The spring water in the woman's eyes disappeared. Although she looked beautiful, the aura of a fierce woman came to his face. The strong man Stan pretended to be calm. The famous leader of the Bloodgate adventure group had a secret: he was afraid of his wife. This can't be blamed on Stan. Anyone who has such a wife will be afraid. His wife is a woman who can tear down Gundam with her bare hands. She is extremely violent. "Hello, sister-in-law." The man with the ghostly fire eyes quickly greeted. "Ghost Eye, if there is nothing important, then." Stan's wife, Ying Lan, stared at Ghost Eye. Her gaze was clear that if there were nothing else, this old mother would tear you apart. Ghost Eye swallowed his saliva and looked at Stan for help. "Has the sky turned upside down?" Stan looked at Ying Lan. Ying Lan lowered her head and the aura from before dissipating. In front of outsiders, Ying Lan gave Stan a lot of faces. Stan said 1 and 1. Only when no one would she be a little fierce to Stan. The Bloodgate adventure group members were very afraid of the sister-in-law. If someone betrayed the adventure group, it must be Ying Lan who took action to clean up the door. "What is it?" Stan put on a coat and habitually touched the scar on his face. This was the scar left by someone before he entered the reincarnation paradise. This scar spread from the bottom of his eyes to the neck. The water country failed. It disappeared into the sea. Failed? Did the Akatsuki discover it? Stan stood up. He was a little afraid of someone in the organization, the monster that could single-handedly fight Konoha. It's impossible to find it. We set up many layers of insurance. Otherwise, we would not have come into contact with the Akatsuki. After listening to Ghost Eye's words, Stan nodded. It's fine if it fails, but I still plan to go to the water country to get some money. There's no value in going there if it's not chaotic. Stan did not intend to stay in the fire country. There were too many contractors here. The three large adventurer groups were disgusted with each other, and no one benefited from it. He was ready to withdraw from the fire country. As for Gilo, he had already stopped thinking about it. It was too difficult to find him. Have you investigated the contractor who joined the Akatsuki organization? No. Ghost Eye lowered his head. What about Zemo? Also, we haven't found out who did it. Cold sweat oozed out from the corner of Ghost Eye's forehead, and the pressure fell on his shoulder. Ghost Eye raised his head in horror, and his body shook. At this moment, Stan's eyes turned golden, shining with golden light. Stan, calm down, don't kill your subordinates. Ying Lan lightly pushed Stan's back. Ghost Eye, you go out. Yes, yes. Ghost Eye seemed to flee out of the tent, and the look in his eyes was a little strange. Calm down, Stan. I am very calm. Ying, you go and get rid of Ghost Eye. Why? Kill him. Yes. Ying Lan no longer asked, got up and walked out of the tent, leaving only Stan in the tent. Ghost Eye, I once said that no matter how many benefits others give you, I will give you 3 times. What benefits does the God King give you that can make you betray me silently? Crack. The space around Stan cracked, and a golden light faintly emerged from the crack. Stan, the leader of the Bloodgate adventurer group, once fought with the second leader of the adventurous group, cut off the arms and legs of the second person, and led the adventurous group by force. If the God King led the adventurous group by the heart, then Stan was the complete opposite. He did not care what his subordinates thought, killing whoever he did not hear. Chapter 541. The yellow sand whistled, and the sun burned the earth. Sand village, wind shadow building, inside a conference room. In the center of the conference room was a large round table a few meters wide. Around the round table sat a dozen sand ninjas. These were all experienced ninjas of the sand village. Sitting at the head was a youth, about 17 or 18 years old, with a head of red hair and the word love on his forehead. Cough. A ninja in the conference room coughed and said, "Recently, our interactions with each country have become more frequent, and our trade has gradually become connected, especially with the fire country. This has made our country's economy much more prosperous. Because of the newly opened river channel, the water shortage in our country has been greatly alleviated, and 70% of the population's drinking water has been solved." After a sand ninja reported, a smile appeared on his face. 70 population. That river must be heavily guarded. Yes, that is our river of hope. The atmosphere in the conference room was relaxed, and most of the ninjas had smiles on their faces. Elder Cho, sitting on the side, looked at the fifth generation wind shadow, Gara, and nodded with satisfaction. She was very satisfied with this generation of wind shadow. Also, in terms of training new people, since we introduced Konoha's education courses, there has been a good improvement. It's almost time for the middle ninja exam. The results of the exam are expected. Well, it's indeed good news. They are the future of the village. The atmosphere in the conference room was good, and most of the ninjas looked relaxed. But, a sand ninja with a mustache and hair covering his right eye spoke. "What's wrong, Yura?" Beiki also spoke up. Beiki's position in the sand village was not low, only second to Cho. The sand ninja Yura pondered for a moment, and the atmosphere in the meeting room gradually disappeared. Everything he said before was good news, but now he had to say bad news. "Have you heard of this organization?" Yura looked around. "I have heard a little about it. It is said that it is an organization gathered by a group of rebels. They have been very active recently. Some time ago, the great name of the Kingdom of the River was assassinated by them." The ninjas present nodded one after another. The first one, Gara, did not speak, only quietly listened. Although Gara is a wind shadow, many ninjas in the sand village still do not agree with him. A village cannot be without a shadow. In addition to the attitude of Konoha, Gara will become a wind shadow. The Akatsuki organization is made up of more than 10 members. The sand ninja Yura began to narrate the information he knew. For some reason, he felt a stabbing pain in his brain as he spoke, which made his vision darken. A seal appeared in the brain of the good, and with the mention of the Akatsuki, some trivial memories appeared. "What's wrong, Yura?" As a superior ninja of the sand village, Yura had a good network. "It's fine." Yura continued to narrate the information, but his mind became dizzier. Crack. A crisp sound came from the brain, and a certain seal was broken. A large number of memories poured into his mind. In a desert in the wind country. 3 figures walked slowly in the desert. The 3 wore wooden bamboo hats, and a circle of cloth was around them. The bell rang, one of them had a red string on his bamboo hat, and a small bell was tied to the red string. Susiao did not care about the bell in front of him. This thing could ease his agitated mood. After all, it was not easy to travel through the desert. The 3 of them were riding on the Deodara bird, but after arriving in the desert, they could only walk. The sandstorm was too strong, and the temperature in the sky was very high. The 3 of them would not take long to get out of the water. In conclusion, flying in the desert was an act of courting death. The waves were intended for 1,000 heavy snow text to download. Pulling the clay bird to control the soil needed to consume chakra. Entering the wind nation was different from entering the water nation. A vast ocean surrounded the water nation, so there was no need to worry about enemies appearing. Scorpion, how far is it? Su Xiao took out a bottle of water, drank half a bottle, handed the remaining half to Bobo Wang, and Bobo Wang drank it in a few gulps. Bobo Wang stuck out his tongue, and his face was full of despair. It wanted to take off the real skin coat on its body now. We will arrive at the sand village in about half a day. With Scorpion, they did not need a guide. Scorpion grew up in this desert country. Su Xiao stepped on the sand under his feet. The sand was very soft, leaving a deep footprint. The sand made walking more difficult. It's so hot, annoying sand, bah. Deodara blew sand into his mouth as he spoke. Is it okay for you to only rely on that bag of clay? The opponent this time is pillar strength. Su Xiao looked at a small bag in Tita's hand. The three would chat when they were on their way. Otherwise, it would be too boring to travel. My ninjutsu is all art, and I prepared 18 times in advance this time. After all, the opponent this time is a tail. Deodara patted the ninja bag on his waist, which contained special clay. Just as the three of them were moving forward, Hirako suddenly stopped, and the scorpion inside seemed to find something. Noticing this scene, Su Xiao pressed one hand on the hilt of the sword on his waist. Enemy. No, there is good news. The chess pieces I set up in the sand village long ago are in effect. Chess pieces. Deodara looked at Scorpion, puzzled. It is the technique that I exchanged with Orochimaru. Oh? So we don't have to go in directly. No, the plan is changed. We will sneak in. Su Xiao did not know what the two were talking about. He seemed to see his doubts. Scorpion thought for a moment and said, I planted an eye in the sand village long ago. I sealed his brain, and he did not know his identity as a spy, so others would not suspect him. Before this mission, I removed the seal. If everything goes well, he is the key to this mission. A spy who doesn't know he is a spy can often play an unexpected role. A spy who doesn't know his identity? I hope he can help us enter the sand village. It is indeed not a good way to fight head-on. With the strength of Su Xiao and the other two, it was still a little difficult to attack the sand village. When the time comes, I have to contact him. This chess piece is useful for the current situation, but help me after the mission ends, Byakuya. What? Get rid of this chess piece. Su Xiao looked sideways at Scorpion. I will settle my matters later. Deodara also looked at Scorpion. This is not a smart choice and does not match your art. Who knows? The three continued to move forward, and the team fell into silence. Su Xiao felt that Scorpion was determined to die. This situation appeared when he entered this desert. I will help you deal with that chess piece later. Thank you. Su Xiao and Deodara looked at each other, and Daiden nodded calmly. Scorpion, Deodara, and I will be in charge of capturing the pillars. You will preserve your strength and deal with the pursuing enemies. What do you think? Scorpion did not say anything. 5 hours after the three of them crossed the desert, a staircase-shaped circular wall appeared in front of them. This circular wall protected the sand village. It could reduce the sand and prevent other countries' ninjas from sneaking in. At this time, there were sand ninjas on the staircase wall. One of them narrowed his eyes and saw a figure in the distance. Chapter 542. This is. A sand ninja in the middle of the wall became alert. Not long after, he saw the clothes of the three people in the distance. Black trench coat, red cloud pattern, could it be? The sand ninja's eyes widened. We must inform Captain Yura at top speed. Yura was the leader in charge of the defense of the village. Otherwise, with his identity as a superior ninja, he was not qualified to participate in the high-level meeting of the Sand Ninja. The Sand Ninja who found Susiao and the other two were about to turn around to inform the main force. He found a person standing behind him, which made him happy. "Captain Yura, before you let the vigilant members of the Akatsuki organization." "I know," Yura said in a low voice. "Don't worry, and things will end soon. Gather the troops and let them guard One Line Sky." The so-called One Line Sky was the only entrance to the walls around the sand village. One Line Sky was not more than 5 meters wide and dozens of meters high. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. Yura looked at the three people in the sandstorm. His eyes were calm, so calm that they made people shiver. "But, Captain Yura, don't you need to inform the other troops? Just based on us. It doesn't matter." Yura motioned for the Sand Ninja to gather the troops, and the Sand could only do as he was told. "Si." A wisp of purple smoke floated up from the direction of One Line Sky. Susiao, who was in the sandstorm, noticed the purple smoke. "Scorpion, it seems that your chess piece is good. It has helped us open the way. And we can enter directly. The time is just right." At this time, it was already sunset. The desert was dim. The golden sunlight on the horizon made the surrounding sand look like gold. The three of them went straight to One Line Sky. A Sand Ninja stood in front of One Line Sky, his green superior ninja vest stained with blood. Scorpion, who was hiding inside Hirako, stepped forward. "Thank you for your hard work, Yura. Do you remember me?" The voice of the Scorpion hiding in Hirako was low and hoarse. This was intentional by the Scorpion. "Yes, Lord Scorpion." Yura knelt in front of the Scorpion with one knee, his eyes full of worship. "It seems that the effect of the curse technique is not bad. Orochimaru is quite good in this area." Deodaro looked at Yura. He was examining the other person's eyes. Overall, there was no problem with Yura now. "If you remember, you are a loyal subordinate. Let's go." The three of them walked into One Line Sky. There was a faint pungent smell in One Line Sky, surrounded by the corpses of the Sand Ninjas. One Line Sky was more than 10 meters long. After arriving at the other end of One Line Sky, the sand village appeared before him. It had a desert style. Most of the houses were low, and the whole village was yellow. After walking out of One Line Sky, Susiao found that the Sand Ninja did not completely build One Line Sky. Mountains surrounded the sand village. The sand village carved a circular wall on the foundation of the mountains, and One Line Sky was the construction of the mountain. "Then, let's do it, Byakuya." Deodaro threw out 2 palm-sized clay birds. He made a seal with his hands. White smoke rose, and the body of the clay birds became bigger, 3 meters beyond the wingspan. Susiao jumped on the back of a clay bird, and the spider queen appeared in his hand. Deodaro jumped on another clay bird. "In the village, the best attack position is in the sky, huh?" Deodaro looked sideways at Scorpion. "How is it, brother Scorpion?" "This is an artistic style, N." Scorpion looked at the new clay bird under Deodaro's feet. It was obvious that this thing did not conform to his aesthetic standard. "Don't let me wait too long, Deodaro." Deodaro chuckled and did not reply. "Clean up the guards first." Susiao stepped on the clay bird under his feet, and Deodaro controlled the 2 clay birds to fly up. "You go left, and I go right, clean up the sentries first." Susiao looked down. He saw some ninjas on the roof of the sand village. These ninjas were not strong. They were genin or chinin. "Okay, I'll leave the right side to you." The sand village was split into 2 by Susiao and Deodaro, and the 2 began to clean up the guards. However, before cleaning up the guards, Susiao still had to do one thing. He took out 2 special class alchemy bombs and integrated the 2 special class alchemy bombs into the clay bird. The body of the clay bird began to stiffen, and it recovered after a few seconds. Susiao nodded to Deodara in the distance. Deodara released the control of the clay bird. Susiao pressed his hand on the back of the clay bird and tried to control the alchemy bomb inside the clay bird. The clay bird that was already falling gradually stabilized. He controlled the clay bird to fly to the left, and the clay bird under his feet immediately flew to the left. This was a technique that Susiao and Deodara had researched when they were free. He could now control this clay bird to fly, but there was a time limit. This clay bird was injected with chakra by Deodara. After this chakra was exhausted, this clay bird would go out of control. Susiao could control this clay bird for an hour. After that, this thing would explode because there was no chakra harmony. Fortunately, an hour was enough. It was much more convenient to control the clay bird alone. After that, Deodara needed to fight. Susiao had no problem attacking, but he needed to find an opportunity to get close to the human pillar force to subdue the human pillar force. More importantly, Susiao wanted to take the opportunity to absorb the chakra in the body of the tailed beast to improve the level of the green steel shadow. This was his ultimate goal. The clay bird flew to a high place. Susiao opened the light red external detection lens 8 times, active, and took out a black iron pipe in the storage space. This was the silencer of the sniper rifle. Although the Spider Queen had its silencer function, the silencer function was not perfect, and the gunshot could still be heard. Putting the silencer on the barrel, the silencer was thicker than the barrel. Susiao usually would not load this thing. The Spider Queen's bullet movement was too strong, and it would cause damage to the silencer that was loaded later. Susiao made the silencer and spent 2,000 paradise coins to find an artisan in the Reincarnation paradise. After shooting dozens of times, it would be scrapped and lose the silencer function. Now was not the time to be stingy with paradise coins. He was attacking the sand village. When, from inside the Spider Queen, Susiao put his head in front of the scope, aiming at a sandman below. Holding his breath, he pulled the trigger. Puff. The slight sound of gunfire came, the bullet left the muzzle, and the head of the middle ninja in the scope exploded. Turning the muzzle, Susiao found the next target. On the other side, Deodara also began to clean up the sentry posts. He threw spider-shaped clay bombs from the sky. Boom, boom. A few slight explosions came. Compared with the way Susiao cleaned the sentry posts, the sound caused by Deodara was bigger. These were special clay bombs. Although there were still explosions, the explosions were very small, but the power would be reduced. A sand ninja whose cheek had been blasted to pieces crawled up from the ground, his mouth wide open as he tried to shout. Not good. Just as Deodara was about to throw the bomb, a bullet flew towards the sand ninja's head. Blood splattered with a bang, and the sand ninja fell to the ground. Not bad. Deodara looked at Susiao in the sky and nodded to Susiao. At the edge of the sand village, the scene of Susiao and Deodara clearing the sentries fell into Yura's eyes. As expected of Lord Scorpion's companion, this kind of fighting style. Yura was shocked by Susiao's high-altitude assassination, and this was simply a silent killer. This guy, Deodara. Scorpion was a little dissatisfied, and Deodara almost made a mistake just now. 5 minutes later, the sentry posts at the top of the sand village were cleared up and could be infiltrated. Deodara controlled the clay bird to dive down. After reaching a certain height, he jumped onto a round roof. This was the Wind Shadow building. Successfully infiltrated, very good. As soon as Deodara landed, a gust of wind blew past. Su. A bullet flew over. The sandstorm was scattered, and a figure appeared. He staggered 2 steps and stood firm. Oh! Was it discovered? Deodara looked at the figure in front of him. It was a human pillar, Gara. There was a sand barrier set up by Gara in the air, which was difficult to find. Chapter 543. Intruder, this kind of clothing, Xiao. Gara stood before Deodara, carrying a 1-meter tall sand gourd on his back. It seems that the infiltration is not going smoothly. Let's change it to a strong attack. Just as Deodara finished speaking, a strand of yellow sand swept toward him. The yellow sand seemed to have turned into a living creature, intending to entangle him. The yellow sand just swept in front of Deodara, and the whistling sound of wind breaking came. Bang, a bullet passed through the yellow sand, splashed, and the yellow sand that swept towards Deodara scattered on the ground, gradually approaching Gara. Gara looked up at the sky. 2 intruders. The yellow sand floated up, and the sand shield around Gara formed, which was to defend against Susiao's bullets. Susiao put away the sniper rifle in the sky. The effect of the sniper rifle against Gara was not obvious. The sand on the other side was different from the hair of Jiraiya. The sand could greatly reduce the kinetic energy of the bullets. If Gara was shot in the head, he had not to try, although the probability of this was smaller than buying the lottery ticket. Gara was already fighting with Deodara below, controlling the clay bird under his feet to dive low. Deodara stood on the back of the clay bird, his body was low, and he shuttled through the air quickly. Arm-thick yellow sand chased after him like a maggot in his bones. The speed of the sand chasing Deodara was extremely fast, and Deodara had no choice but to dodge in the air. Susiao observed the current situation. After the clay bird under his feet fell more than 10 meters away from the ground, he quietly jumped down from the clay bird. At this time, the sky was already a little dark. Coupled with the black windbreaker Susiao wore, Gara temporarily did not notice Susiao. He was concentrating on dealing with Deodara. When Susiao fell 5 meters away from Gara, Gara, who was below, noticed him. Susiao, who was falling, held a long sword. When Gara noticed him, he immediately activated the green steel shadow. At this time, he had been discovered, and there was no need to hide. Enemy attack. A loud shout came, and some sand ninjas found that Gara was fighting with the enemy. Dang, dang, dang. The village alarm clock rang, and some ragged sand ninjas rushed out of the houses. Where are the enemies? High up in the sky, 2 intruders. Lord Wind Shadow is fighting with the enemy. Although these sand ninjas quickly gathered together, most didn't have any means of dealing with empty air. As for helping Gara fight, everyone hesitated. In their hearts, Gara was still a monster. Even if Gara became a wind shadow, these sand ninjas still had a grudge. There were 2 people who were different from these sand ninjas, 1 man and 1 woman, Kankuro and Tamari. Both Kankuro and Tamari were the descendants of the 4th generation Wind Shadow. In other words, they were Gara's older brother and sister. Among them, Tamari was the oldest. Kankuro, who is Gara fighting with. Holding a big iron fan in his hand, his face was red, his blonde hair scattered, and he had a faint fragrance on his body. I'm not sure. Let's go help. Wait. Tamari's words surprised Kankuro. You go and gather the troops. I will help Gara fight the enemy first. Tamari left these words and jumped like a building on high ground. Damn it! Kankuro gritted his teeth. He also wanted to help, but it was the right choice to gather the ninja army as soon as possible. The enemy's origin was unknown, and he must have some strength to dare invade the sand village. Not to mention the reaction of the sand village, Susiao was hanging in the air motionless at this time, and Gara below was surprised. If you looked carefully, you would find that Susiao's left arm was connected to a thread, and the other end of the thread was wrapped around the clay bird above. Chance. With the opportunity created by Susiao, Deodara, who was not far away, threw out several bird-shaped clay bombs. These bombs dove at Gara at high speed. Susiao did not want to get close to Gara. Now the time was not right. If he got close, he would be injured by Deodara. His action just now was to attract the attention of Gara. Several bombs birds rushed to Gara, and Gara, who was on guard against Su Xiao, was attacked in the stomach and back. The bomb bird swooped down, and the yellow sand wrapped Gaara. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosion resounded throughout the village. The village had already gathered up the sand troops. At this time, the situation here was somewhat abnormal. No matter how much Kankyuko urged, the gathered sand ninja did not go to support Gaara. The internal problems of the sand village were exposed. In these sand hearts, Gaara was a pillar of strength, a monster. Although Gaara had been very peaceful for the past 2 years, the fact that he had attacked the same village ninja in his early years was a fact that could not be erased. Who knew if Gaara would explode and hurt people? Moreover, Gaara was the Wind Shadow Plus pillar, and his primary responsibility was to defend against foreign enemies. It was not that these sand ninjas did not want to help defend against the enemy, but they did not dare to approach Gaara amid the battle. The smoke and dust of the explosion dispersed, and a large sand ball appeared. Gaara hid inside the sand ball, unscathed. Formation A. Su Xiao shouted and put away the boundary line at the same time. He fell to the sand ball below. Deodara was just ready to throw a clay bomb. After hearing Su Xiao's shout, he stopped and began to prepare more clay bombs. If Su Xiao did not succeed, he would go on stage again. Su Xiao dived down, and just when the sand ball below had not dissipated, he stabbed at the sand ball. With a swoosh, a dragon flash deeply entered the sand ball. It was not that Gaara's sand ball defense was weak, but the green steel shadow energy destroyed the chakra in the sand, which led to the defense of the sand ball being greatly reduced. A long sword suddenly stabbed into the sand ball. Gaara was shocked. The sword stabbed at the place beside him and did not hurt him. A ninja who knows how to use a knife. Gaara saw the situation outside the sand ball through the eye of sand floating in the air. Gaara stretched out his palm in the sand ball and yellow sand swept towards Su Xiao's body, entangling Su Xiao, who had not yet landed. Sand coffin. The yellow sand quickly tightened, and Su Xiao felt pressure in his chest, but he continued to stab forward with the long knife in his hand, although the knife must not be able to stab Gaara. Just as Gaara was ready to use the sand to strangle Su Xiao's ribs, something strange happened. Puff, a light blue spike, pierced out of the sand ball, drops of blood seeped out of the sand, and the yellow sand that had bound Su Xiao was scattered on the ground. Su Xiao stabbed the dragon flash into the sand ball and used the shadow thorn. He accidentally developed this move when he developed the ring break before, the sword edge and the energy spike formed by the green steel shadow. The sand ball that wrapped Gaara dissipated, and more than a dozen energy spikes half a meter long appeared at the tip of the dragon flash. These spikes pierced half of Gaara's body, and one of Gaara's arms hung down weakly. Sand. Gaara wanted to control the sand to attack Su Xiao, but Su Xiao had already rushed forward and kicked Gaara in the abdomen. Crack. Like porcelain breaking, cracks appeared on the surface of Gaara's body. This was the armor of sand, and the principle was to use the sand injected with chakra to cover the whole body. Shadow thorn broke. These energy thorns did not dissipate immediately but stayed in Gaara's body. The original work shows that although Gaara's strength was not weak, he was a spicy chicken in close combat before he turned into a beast. Kicking Gaara off the ground, Su Xiao rushed forward with his sword. If Gaara suffered the frontal attack of Su Xiao, the armor of sand was useless. Little devil, quickly tail beast, this guy is not right. A sharp roar appeared in Gaara's ears. It was the voice of a crane. Gaara ignored this voice, and he could not tail the beast. Once the tail beast, he would immediately lose control. Su Xiao held the sword with one hand, the killing intent in his eyes boiling, and he slashed at Gaara's chest. With Su Xiao's character, if not for the need to capture him alive, this sword would be aimed at Gaara's neck. The current Gaara was very strong? The answer was not too strong. It was not that Gaara was not strong, but the tail in his body was dragging him down, making him unable to use his full strength. The long sword cut through the air and cut in front of him. Gaara's pupils contracted. Although he was injured, he did not lose his combat power. Just as Gaara was about to counterattack, the whistling wind came. Bang! Strong wind hit Susiao, and Susiao, rushing forward, was sent flying. He adjusted his center of gravity in the air and landed smoothly. The hand holding the big iron fan stood not far away. Although she was only 19 years old, her figure was very plump. The one who attacked just now was Temeri, which helped Gaara a lot to solve the awkward situation where Susiao got close to him. Susiao was not Gaara's opponent in front of him, and Gaara was not Susiao's opponent behind him. Sand Village cannot allow Xiao to behave atrociously. Temeri stared at Susiao, and the hostility was obvious. Deodara, help me by 5 minutes. I will deal with this woman first. In the high sky, Deodara no longer prepared the bomb but dived down. Susiao no longer paid attention to Gaara, and there was no problem with Deodara holding him back. Is it not good to live? When Susiao spoke, he stepped on the ground and rushed to Temeri at high speed. Chapter 544. The wind whistled, and the explosion's flames illuminated the sand village as if it were daytime. Deodara and Gaara fought. The battlefield of the two people was not on the ground but high in the sky. Gaara also could fly. The sand he injected with chakra could float in the air. The specific principle was unknown. The two people in the sky could not decide the winner for the time being. Even if Deodara lost, the scorpion at the edge of the sand village was not easy to deal with. Susiao no longer paid attention to the two people in the sky while rushing forward. The handbow not far away from him had waved the big folding fan. Attack it! The big iron fan that was more than 1 meter long waved, and a storm appeared in front of Temeri, and inside the storm were dense vacuum blades. The strong wind did not have any lethality, and those vacuum blades were the killing moves hidden in the strong wind. Susiao lowered his body and exerted force to prevent himself from being blown away. His dark pupils contracted slightly. He was catching the vacuum blades in the strong wind. 1, 2, 3, 15. After Susiao sensed the number of vacuum blades, he held the dragon flash horizontally in front of him, and there were 15 vacuum blades hidden in the strong wind that slashed at him. The vacuum blades came head-on, and Susiao's neck and cheek vaguely felt a tingling pain, which was his perception warning. The green steel shadow energy wrapped the dragon flash, and Susiao slashed forward a few times out of thin air. Ding, 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 ding. The blade of the dragon flash burst out a spark. A vacuum blade flew past Susiao's cheek and entered the stone wall behind him. With a flash of a blade, Susiao slowly approached the handbow. Although the pace was not fast, the hand bowed and did not dare to step back. This. How is this possible? Temeri was a little dull. She knew this move well. It was normal for the enemy to dodge or defend this move, but it was the first time that she had encountered the vacuum blade being cut off. Susiao walked forward slowly. With Temeri's fighting style, he would die within half a minute if he got close to her. Temeri stared at Susiao. She just wanted to retreat, and an inexplicable sense of crisis appeared. You will die if you retreat at this time. This idea seemed to be imprinted in the mind of Temeri. She stopped in place, and the distance between the two gradually shortened. Temeri's judgment was correct. If she was careless, Susiao could rush to her in half a second by using shave. Susiao continued to move forward slowly, and Temeri's forehead was sweating. The enemy seemed full of flaws, but Temeri could not find the opportunity to attack even after searching for a long time. The atmosphere was suppressed to the limit, and Temeri seemed to be pinched by a big invisible hand. Ninjutsu, wind sand dust. Temeri finally couldn't bear it anymore. She waved the big folding fan in her hand, and the wind rolled up the yellow sand and rushed to Susiao. There was a dim yellow in front of him, but Su Xiao had a smile. Hum. There was a cry of pain in the yellow sand. When the yellow sand dispersed, the Hanju was standing not far away. There was a hole in the clothes on her chest. A small amount of blood spilled out. The white skin on her chest was revealed without a doubt, and the hand was full of benefits. With one hand on her chest, her pupils of Tamari were trembling. She was a ninja who was good at mid-range combat. The most taboo thing was to fight against the enemy, and now she was trapped. If you looked carefully, you would find a circle of invisible boundaries around the two people. The boundary was formed by the boundary line using the surrounding buildings, and the shape was like a large octagonal cage. When Su Xiao approached Tamari, Tamari focused all her attention on Su Xiao, and it was inevitable that she would be careless about the vigilance around her. Tamari! The quickly rushing Kankuro roared. Behind him were more than a dozen sand ninjas, and these were his confidants. Tamari looked at the people behind him with joy. Boom! The explosion suddenly sounded, yellow sand splashed, and a sand ninja was blown up into the sky because he directly stepped on the bomb. His legs were blown away higher than his torso. After the sand ninja that was blown into two pieces fell to the ground, it wailed incessantly. The footsteps of the others all stopped, wrapping around Ichiro. Don't get close, and it's the bomb that the enemy in the air set up. The judgment of the hand was wrong. These were the alchemy bombs that Su Xiao had just dropped nearby. These alchemy bombs were hidden in the sand, and the moment they were stepped on, they would explode. There was no time to defend. Kankuro and the others were facing a dilemma. If they did not support Tamari, their phones would quickly lose. If they supported them, they might be killed by the explosion. Earth release, earth shock. A sand ninja pressed one hand on the ground, and the nearby ground shook a few times before stopping. It seemed that these sand ninjas thought that the bomb in the sand was a trigger. After the shock, the surroundings were dead silent, and there were no explosions. Su Xiao activated the alchemy bomb from the new one, and he no longer paid attention to the sand ninjas. Boom! Another explosion came, and a sand ninja stepped on thunder, but this sand ninja was strong and vigorous, and the bones of one of his legs were broken. After discovering this situation, Kankuro no longer approached, took off the puppet behind him, and prepared to support the long-range helper, Tamari. The other sand ninjas were also the same. Earth and fire attacks attacked Su Xiao. A transparent shield appeared on the surface of Su Xiao's body. The protection was activated, and he rushed straight to Tamari. Su Xiao rushed over aggressively, and Tamari immediately counterattacked. It was too late to make a seal at this time, and she could only use the non-seal ninjutsu. Big hook. The big hook was like the enhancement of the hook, the wind pressure was bigger, and the number of vacuum blades increased. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of metal colliding came, and smoke and dust rose around Su Xiao. Not only the vacuum blades but the attacks of the sand also hit him nearby. Who? A figure broke out of the dust. It was Su Xiao who resisted the big scythe and the three ninjutsu. The shield around his body was full of cracks, it could break at any time, but it did not matter. He rushed to the 3 meters of the hand. Behind the hand was the barrier formed by the boundary line, which gave her nowhere to retreat. Secret skill. Tamari waved the big folding fan in her hand, and Su Xiao cut the fan. Ding! Dragon Flash left a blue cut in the air, and the 1-meter-long ninja fan in hand was broken. This ninja fan was not used for close combat, so the sharp Dragon Flash cut it off. Tamari clenched her teeth, and her eyes were full of helplessness. Not far away, Kankuro was burning with anxiety. Tamari! Puchi! The long knife cut through, and a deep cut that could reach the collarbones of Tamari. Su Xiao's sword could cut off the throat of the hand, but he did not do that. This woman was very useful. Being cut by Su Xiao was not a small matter. The green steel shadow energy invaded the body, and the unbearable pain appeared. Ah! The hand made a scream, and the chakra in his body seemed to tend to go berserk. Susiao took the opportunity to rush to the back of the hand. He grabbed the back of the hand, and the face of the hand was pale. He looked pitiful and did not look like a female ninja. Kankuro stopped those ready to attack Susiao with ninjutsu, and the attack would hurt the hand. The scream of the hand was heard by Gaara, who was fighting with Deodara in the air. He looked at the battlefield on the ground from the corner of his eyes. Susiao pinched the back of the neck of the hand. The blade of the dragon flash was pressed against the white neck of the hand. The blade was moving at a slow speed. With the sharpness of the dragon flash, the skin on the throat of the handbow was instantly broken, and the blood-stained blade. Who? Who? Temari opened her eyes wide and gasped for breath, and the fear shrouded her. Chapter 545. Seeing this scene, Gaara's pupils contracted. With a wave of his hand, a stream of yellow sand rushed to Deodara, and the other hand was aimed at Susiao. Sand coffin. The yellow sand rose from under Susiao's feet and quickly climbed up his arm holding the knife. The green steel shadow energy wrapped Susiao's arm holding the knife, and the chakra in the sand was destroyed. Gaara could only continue to conduct the chakra to maintain the sand and not dissipate it. Susiao's right arm had a huge contraction and pulling force, but this could not stop him from slowly cutting the throat of the handju. Shout, let him save you. Susiao put his head close to Temari's ear. Temari clenched her silver teeth, not saying a word. She felt that the demon was whispering in her ear, and at the same time, she guessed Susiao's purpose. Gaara, don't worry about me, the enemy in the sky. Before Temari finished shouting, Susiao grabbed the left hand of Temari and exerted force, and Temari's body began to go limp. Temari was Gaara's sister, and now the two had recovered from the intimate relationship between brother and sister. Gaara would never watch Temari die. Well. Gaara bit her muscles and began to fight with Susiao. Sand pillar. Gaara held his palm, and a sand pillar rose under Susiao's feet to push him away. At the same time, a strand of yellow sand wrapped around Temari and took her out of the death god's hand. In the air, Temari gasped for breath. When she saw Susiao, who had been pushed away, her eyes were fearful and hateful. Perhaps she would have a shadow when she met Susiao again in the future. Imagine what kind of experience it was to be slowly cut through the throat with a knife. Susiao was pushed into the air. His left hand pulled back the broken line below. It was he who deliberately let go of Temari. Otherwise, Temari would have died long ago. Susiao suddenly became soft-hearted? Of course not. His purpose in coming to the sand village was not to kill many sand ninjas but to catch the pillars. Adjusting his center of gravity mid-air, a clay bird rushed to his feet and carried him to the sky. Gaara controlled the sand to put his hand on the ground, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Hey, where were you looking when you were fighting with me? Deodara's voice sounded. There was a hint of helplessness in Gaara's eyes, but there was nothing he could do. He had to save the hand. Explode. Boom. The flames instantly engulfed Gaara, and the sand was blown away. This was Susiao's purpose, to attract Gaara's attention and create an opportunity for Deodara. It was obvious that he succeeded, very successful. The explosion's flames receded, and a somewhat distorted sand ball floated in the air. Susiao controlled the clay bird to fly near Deodara. How is it? Directly explode to the main body, and the one-tailed man pillar is almost unable to hold on. If I didn't hold back, that blow would kill him. After all, you helped me by a lot of time, N. Deodara threw out another clay bomb as he spoke. He originally wanted to fight hard with Gaara, but because Susiao created an opportunity, Deodara seized the opportunity to injure Gaara seriously. This was cooperation. Boom, boom. Explosions resounded through the sand village, and the sand ninjas were not idle. They pushed out a large crossbow, and arrows wrapped with explosive talismans shot at Suxiao and Suxiao. This time, the sky was even more lively, like fireworks. Suxiao controlled the bird to avoid the arrow, and the airflow produced by the explosion made his windbreaker flutter. Deodara had turned into a bomb machine and bombarded the ball of sand where Gaara was. An arrow shot at Deodara. Suxiao cut out a sword light, and the sword light instantly cut the arrow. Because he had not mastered the sword light for a long time, Suxiao was not used to using the sword light in fierce battles. The arrows were shot in a hurry, and the blades were everywhere. No matter how many arrows were shot by the sand ninjas, they could not do anything to Suxiao and Suxiao. Boom! Deodara threw out the last clay bomb in his hand, and the sand ball floating not far away was shaking and sleeping. I can only use it 18 times. Well. Deodara was just about to use a big move. Suxiao had already controlled the clay bird to rush to the sand ball. I'll do it 18 times to deal with the sand village is good. Deodara hesitated for a moment and nodded. This was indeed a good choice. Deodara flew high in the sky to avoid the arrows, and the matter of capturing the human pillar force was handed over to Suxiao. Gaara had been blown half to death by him. The clay bird rushed to the sand ball, and Suxiao jumped down from the clay bird and directly jumped to the sand ball in the air. Several sand thorns were born on the already tattered sand ball. Because Gaara was injured too heavily, the speed of these sand thorns was very slow. Before the sand thorns stabbed Suxiao, he had already slashed. Zheng. The sand thorn was cut off, the chakra in it was destroyed, and the fine sand drifted away. Suxiao stood on the sand ball, and the sand thorn was born from the solace of his feet. He did not care about the sand thorn but stabbed it into the sand ball. A groan came from the sand ball, and the knife stabbed Gaara. Suxiao pulled out a section of the dragon-slaying flash and began to drag it, cutting a circular hole on the top of the sand ball. The moonlight penetrated the dark sand ball. Gaara was covered in blood in the sand ball. He could not stand up, but he still raised his head. Suxiao's face was reflected in Gaara's eyes. Gaara wanted to raise his hand to control the yellow sand, but the green steel shadow energy was raging in his body. Hello, one-tailed pillar force. A smile appeared on Suxiao's face, revealing a few white teeth. Gaara's heart twitched, and an emotion called fear appeared. Suxiao jumped into the sand ball. If someone observed, they would find light blue smoke floating on his left hand, and its terrifying suction force appeared. The nucleus of Devour. Skill effect, able to absorb high-level creature energy to nourish the blue steel shadow energy, increasing the level and quality of the blue steel shadow according to the absorption level and quality. Suxiao jumped into the sand ball. Inside the sand ball, a layer of red chakra appeared on Gaara's body. It was the unique chakra of tailed beasts, high-level creature energy. Kid, let me out, quick. Shikaku almost roared at Gaara, but it was already too late. Suxiao pressed his left hand on Gaara's face. Who? The light blue smoke wrapped Gaara. A vortex appeared in Suxiao's palm. The chakra in Gaara's body was forcibly sucked out. To be exact, this was not Gaara's chakra but Shikaku's chakra. The visible light red chakra poured into Suxiao's arm. After the chakra passed through his arm, it slowly approached his chest. There was an extremely complicated energy ball in his body, responsible for storing and converting energy. Ah! Shikaku screamed. It felt like a huge threat. This human was not only absorbing its chakra but also absorbing its origin power. Losing some chakra was nothing, but if the origin power were absorbed, then the battle power and survival time of Shikaku would sharply decrease. Shikaku tried to struggle, but unfortunately, a light blue smoke wrapped around it, making it unable to move. The chakra that Suxiao absorbed was stored in the energy ball near his heart, and the Biju chakra began to transform as soon as it entered the energy ball, turning into colorless energy. As soon as this colorless energy appeared in his body, the green steel shadow energy in his body became active to the extreme, almost wrapping up this colorless energy in an instant. This time, the blue steel shadow did not devour other energy but swallowed like a hungry wolf. The blue steel shadow rose 3 levels in a row, which was not all. Susyao continued to absorb the Biju chakra. Human, wait, let's discuss how sealing me in your body. I can share the chakra with you, which is a move stronger than the sage mode. Chapter 546. Shikaku tried to negotiate with Susyao, but Susyao remained unmoved, sealing other creatures into his body and retaining the consciousness of the other party. That was simply a fantasy for him. Bastard! Where did this monster come from? How can there be such a thing in the world? Even Otsutsuki can't absorb my origin. The crane's voice became smaller and smaller, and Susyao's green steel shadow level continued to increase. After the initial adaptation period, Susyao increased his hand's strength, and the nuclear devouring suction rose sharply. This time, the crane could not speak. The pleasure of absorbing the energy of high-level creatures was indescribable, and it could also improve himself when absorbing energy. Susyao finally understood what Marvin Wald said before. He could not lose himself when absorbing energy. Otherwise, he would become a blade demon. Susyao absorbed energy in the sand ball, but it was dead silent outside the sand ball. Deodara flew hundreds of meters high, and the sand village stopped shooting arrows. It was not because Deodara flew too high that the sand ninjas stopped shooting arrows, but because something suddenly appeared near the sand ball in the sky. What the hell is this? Am I dreaming? A sand ninja took 2 steps back, and the kunao in his hand fell to the ground. Even though he had been through hundreds of battles, his calves were trembling. This thing is, the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan? Impossible, the Susanoo is not so huge, and what is with this terrifying pressure? The sand ninja Baki swallowed with difficulty and looked up at the sky in a daze. At this time, there was 100 meters tall blue shadow in the air. The shadow was wearing armor, and its eyes had a red light. There was a long knife at its waist. Choose me. The shadow made a call that only someone could hear and tried to merge with the sand ball below. Bang! A force bounced off the huge shadow. The shadow seemed to have no subjective consciousness but subconsciously wanted to integrate into someone in the sand ball. The demon of the sword, everything can be cut, everything will wither. The shadow tried to integrate into the sand ball again but still bounced off. As long as Susyao's consciousness was not lost, the inheritance of the shadow of the law, crazy lineage would not integrate into his body. The inheritance was not a good thing. After becoming the sword demon, it might cause the mind to be lost in the fierce battle, and it would not stop until it killed all nearby creatures or was killed. Otherwise, there would not be the name of the demon of the sword. Not long after, the shadow in the air dissipated. This was a test. Susyao withstood this test. This shadow would not appear in the future unless he were completely lost when he absorbed the energy. At this time, in the sand ball, the light blue smoke in Susyao's hand rose, and the uniquely high-level chakra of the Biju continuously poured into his body. This chakra was quickly converted into nutrients by the energy near his heart. The quantity and quality of the cyan steel shadow continued to rise, and the level also increased accordingly. Susyao spat out a light red mist from his mouth, which contained the Biju chakra. Spare me, if you continue, I will die, please spare me. Shikaku's begging sound made Susyao stunned, the blue light in his eyes receded, and he concentrated and entered the space of consciousness where Shikaku was sealed. In the space of consciousness, Shikaku was locked in a cell, and the iron bars of the door had a seal. This prison door seemed to be strong, but Shikaku had twisted it, and it could not be compared with the seal of Kyubi. Because the body of Shikaku was sealed, Gaara needed to use his consciousness to suppress Shikaku and even could not sleep. Otherwise, Shikako would take the opportunity to rob the body. Looking at the Kyubi Jinchuriki, that guy did not know that he had the Kyubi in his body when he was a child, and the seal of the two was obvious. Susiao stood in front of the prison where Shikako was imprisoned. If the former Shikako was a plump, it was as thin as a match. The purple patterns on its body began to dim, and its two ears drooped down powerlessly, like a stray dog beaten up. "You bastard!" Shikako just wanted to speak. He found that Susiao was looking at it with burning eyes, and the light blue smoke rose from his left hand. "This is a tailed beast? A new species, what kind of life form is it?" Susiao looked at Shikako and seemed to be ready to tear it apart and study it. Shikako was about to explode, but it did not dare to attack. 3/4 of its origin power was extracted, and its chakra was almost all sucked away. If it continued to be absorbed by this human, it would die. "I will spare your life for the time being." Susiao's body turned into blue smoke and disappeared. This terrifying human. Shikako lay motionless, with a withered appearance, did not know what Nagato would think after seeing this withered tail. Susiao, who was in the sand ball, opened his eyes, and a blue light flashed in his eyes. Gaara, who was not far away from him, had lost consciousness. He punched the sand ball, and the sand ball shattered. The yellow sand gradually slid down from the back of the clay bird. It was the clay bird who had been flying with the sand ball. Otherwise, the sand ball would have fallen to the ground. Susiao stood behind the clay bird and roughly sensed the changes in his body. The green steel shadow energy surged in his body. Susiao felt that the current green steel shadow was much stronger than before in terms of quantity or quality. Now that he was in the sky of the sand village, Susiao did not have time to check the changes of Qingganying, so he had to retreat first. Holding the unconscious Gaara in his hand, Susiao controlled the clay bird to fly high into the sky. "Gaara!" A heart-wrenching cry came from below. It was Tamari with bandages around her neck. If Gaara did not want to save her, she would not lose so quickly. "Stop them!" Baki's eyes were red. If the 5th generation wind shadow were taken away, the sand village would lose a lot of faces. A large number of arrows shot into the sky, wrapped around the arrows and exploded. The roar was endless. Unfortunately, Susiao and Deodara flew too high, far beyond the accurate range of the arrows. "Annoying guy, I will give you a big gift before leaving." "No, it is art." Deodara took out the 18 times that he had already prepared. He made a seal with both hands, and with a bang, white smoke rose. The 18 times the size of the explosion doll became bigger, and it fell at high speed towards the sand village. Something is coming down. Organized defense. Many defensive type ninjutsu were used, and the sand was fully defending against Deodara's bomb. 18 times smashed on a layer of earth wall, the glaring white light spread, and the explosion did not make any sound at this moment. The white light smashed the earth wall above the sand village, and the sand was hidden in the building below. Boom! The explosion spread and the strong wind caused by the explosion blew Susiao's short hair, and the sand village below was covered by a big fireball. "What a beautiful explosion, A smile appeared on Deodara's face, and blood dripped onto the back of the clay bird under his feet. Cough, cough, cough. Deodara coughed dryly. He tore off the clothes on his collar. There were obvious marks on his chest and abdomen. Gaara caused this. Deodara had at least broken 7 or 8 ribs. Compared to Deodara, Susiao's injury was not worth mentioning. His right arm was a little red and swollen, and there were a few small wounds on his body. After Deodara threw the bomb, the sand village did not fight back. 2 out of 5 of the buildings in the village were blown up, and the injuries and deaths of the ninjas could not be counted for the time being. "Let's go." Deodara laughed. Susiao carried the unconscious Gaara, and the two left. The two attacked the sand village directly, and the result was that they escaped after taking the human pillar. The sand village was in such a sorry state because there were traitors inside and they were caught unprepared. The second reason was that there were too few high-end forces in the village. Only Gara and Joe could not fight in the air. Moreover, she sensed that the scorpion was nearby, so she did not make a move and was ready to deal with the appearance of the scorpion at all times. The third reason was that the sand village was not united enough. It perfectly describes the current sand village with a plate of loose sand. If Susiao and the other two attacked Konoha, the result would be very different. But these were not important. After this battle, Susiao and the other two would be alerted by many villages. After all, this kind of madman who dared to attack the village in public was rare. At least in recent years, there had not been any. Chapter 547. In the sand village, 5 minutes after the explosion. The pungent smell of smoke filled the air, and the buildings at the edge of the sand village collapsed. The surrounding circular mountain walls were full of cracks. Help, help. Come on, my leg. A huge rock trembled and was pushed to the side with a rumble. Temari, are you all right? The chakra line stretched out from Kankuro's 10 fingers. He was in the middle of a post-war rescue operation. Cough, cough, cough. Temari coughed again and again. When she looked up and looked around, her first thought was, where is this? Is this the sand village? There were several burnt corpses scattered around Temari. The surrounding ruins were all stimulating her nerves. She seemed to think of something and grabbed Kankuro's arm suddenly. Where is Gara? Hearing Temari's question, Kankuro lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Lord Wind Shadow was taken away by the thieves of Akatsuki. A female sand ninja whose half-body had been blown up gasped with difficulty. Her bloody hand reached out to Temari. Temari quickly stepped forward and grabbed the hand of the female sand ninja. You must save Big Wind Shadow. As she spoke, the female sand ninja lost her breath, her arms powerlessly hanging down. This was Temari's close friend, his best friend. Ah! Temari looked up at the sky and shouted. Tears rolled down her cheeks. After a long time, she calmed down. Kankuro. What? Kankuro seemed to find something wrong with Temari. Find a way to ask for help from Konoha. They can satisfy any request. The thieves of Akatsuki must pay the price. Well, Beiki has asked for help. With the treaty, Konoha will not sit idly by. There was also a light of hatred in Kankuro's eyes. The figure standing in the sky with a long sword had been imprinted in his mind. The moon behind the other side seemed to be blood red, dyed red by the sand. Konoha village, in the office building of the Hokage. 2 hours after asking for help in the sand village, the 5th Hokage received the news. Shizuan. Did the sand village provide other information? Tsunade wore a loose green dress, but her breasts could not be covered. Although she was not young, her appearance was not the slightest bit old. She looked like a mature woman in her 20s or 30s. Tsunade, this is the specific information about the attack on the 3 people in the sand village. The secretary handed over 3 pieces of information. Is this a trap? Tsunade had participated in the Second World War, so she didn't have a good impression of the village. These 3 guys. A white-haired man sitting opposite Tsunade spoke. It was Jiraiya who had just returned to Konoha. What's wrong, Jiraiya? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya in confusion. I fought these 3 before. What? Tsunade sat up straight and picked up the 3 documents on the desk. At this time, there were other people in the Hokage, a blonde youth, a pink-haired female ninja, and a white-haired ninja. The 3 of them were, the plot's protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto, the medical ninja Senbonzakura, and finally Kakashi, who was a copy of the ninja. The 3 of them did not speak, only quietly watching. At this time, Naruto was somewhat different from when he was a teenager. Although he was still a little impulsive when encountering something, he would not make a fuss. After 3 years of cultivation with Jiraiya, he was more mature. Sand Village Trader Scorpion, Rock Village Trader Deodara, and the ninja Byakuya who doesn't use ninjutsu. Is this guy a reserve member of Akatsuki? Tsunade threw down Susio's file and carefully looked at the files of Scorpion and Deodara. They were both very famous rebels. The information the Sand Village sent to Konoha was only the attack and the wind shadow being caught. The specific information was not introduced because it was too shameful. Jiraiya also picked up Susio's information on the table. Tsunade, this guy is not a reserve member. Tsunade looked up at Jiraiya. Although the ninja who used the Endure knife was not weak, ninjutsu and physical skills were the mainstream fighting style of the ninja. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment and unbuttoned his clothes, revealing the wound still bandaged. When the bandage was untied, a half-meter-long and bone-deep wound appeared. This wound was very ferocious, and there were traces of blood on the wound. This is what that guy left for me. My heart would have been cut if I didn't dodge in time. Tsunade frowned after seeing the wound on Jiraiya's chest. The green light on her hand flashed, and she pressed one hand on Jiraiya's chest. This kind of injury. Harano Sakura, who was on the side, was shocked when she saw the shocking wound. She was a medical ninja and knew how serious this injury was. The fact that she did not die meant that she had a strong vitality. Your ribs are broken. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Tsunade looked unhappy. You have almost recovered. You are too busy after becoming Hokage, so I didn't bother you. Jiraiya smiled and scratched his head. Idiot. Tsunade cursed in a low voice and kept moving her hands. Her face turned red after a long time, and her wounds recovered a little. Tsunade, how are you going to deal with this? Jiraiya was also hesitating whether he should personally go to support the Sand Village. He still had other important matters to attend to. As if seeing through his thoughts, Tsunade whispered to Jiraiya, how was the investigation of the previous matter? There are some clues. The lair of the Akatsuki is likely to be in the Rain Village. Of course, this is only my deduction. Rain Village? Yes. Tsunade was deep in thought. It was impossible to send troops directly to Rain Village. It would create diplomatic conflicts. This mission? No. Tsunade interrupted Jiraiya. Continue to investigate the Akatsuki. As long as the organization exists, it is possible to attack Konoha. I feel that the Sand Village is just the beginning, and our support is just expressing our opinion. The distance is too far. Jiraiya nodded, and Tsunade thought the same thing. Even if they supported the Sand Village, they would not necessarily fight. This was an attitude problem. Got it? Jiraiya got up and left. Although it was important to support the Sand Village, he still had more important things to do. The Sand Village was an ally, but it was only an ally. It was not as important as his own family. We will go to help, but... Tsunade looked embarrassed. Most of the special ninja teams in the village were out on missions, and those who did not leave had to stay in Konoha. After all, the neighboring village had just been attacked, and Konoha had to be more alert. Moreover, many mysterious forces have appeared in the Fire Country recently. Granny Tsunade. Naruto opened his mouth, and Tsunade seemed to have a manhole on her forehead. Her gaze seemed to say, if you dare to call me Granny again, I will hang you up and whip you. Women cared about their age, and the Hokage was no exception. What is it? Tsunade's tone was not very good, and Naruto smiled as if he knew he had said something wrong. Let us go to the 7th class. Naruto had just returned to Konoha, and he had been cultivating outside for 3 years. He was preparing to show off his skills. This. Tsunade hesitated. She had heard from Jiraiya that the Akatsuki organization was plotting a Biju. From the fact that the Ichibai Jinchuriki was kidnapped, this news had been confirmed. there was a difficult problem in front of them. Now that no one was in the village, many superior ninja teams went out and did not return. Class 7 seemed to be the best choice. Tsunade knocked on the desk and made a bang. Sure, you guys will be the vanguard. Now, hurry to the sand village. Yes. Kakashi nodded and left the Hokage's office with Naruto and Xiao Ying. Tsunade, is this okay? Shizun seemed to be worried. What is not a problem? Tsunade looked at Shizun with a smile on her face. It's to send Naruto to help. After listening to Shizun, Tsunade shook her head. It will take 3 days to get to the sand village from Konoha. Even if Kakashi doesn't sleep or rest, it will take about 2 days. We only sent people to the sand village with the same attitude. The Akatsuki won't be so arrogant to stay near the sand country after catching Jinchuriki. Chapter 548. Wind Country, Desert Region. The yellow sand raged, and Susiao and the others had already left the sand village area. There were 5 people there because there was a captive and a sand ninja in the team, and the sand ninja was Yura, the spy of Scorpion. At this time, Bobo Wang was carrying the half-dead Gaara, and Gaara's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, and the Shikaku in his body was also discouraged. Is this guy dead? Deidara reached for Gaara's neck to check if he still had a pulse. He hit too hard, Byakuya. Scorpion also felt that Gaara was dying. Susiao motioned for Bobo Wang to stop. He also felt that Gaara would die on the way, and the verification of the swallowing was too brutal. After hesitating, Susiao took out a bottle of beginner alchemy secret medicine. The cost of this thing was low, and the recovery of life value was relatively low. He did not know whether the medicine certified by the Reincarnation Paradise was effective for the plot characters. He could only try it now. Opening the bottle of the beginner alchemy secret medicine bottle, Susiao took out a syringe, injected the liquid into the syringe, and injected it into Gaara's vein. At this time, Gaara could not drink the medicine, so this was the only way. The medicine was injected into Gaara's body, and Gaara's body suddenly twitched. Susiao immediately grabbed my sore throat. After more than 10 seconds, Gaara's breathing was a little more stable, unlike before. This way, I won't die for the time being. Susiao threw down the syringe in his hand. The experiment proved that the medicine certified by Paradise effectively on the plot characters. You also know about medical ninjutsu. Deidara was a bit surprised. A little. After the injection, Gaara, who was in a coma, slowly woke up. The broken line tightly entangled him. With his weak body, he could not resist. Ignoring Gaara, Susiao walked to Yura's side, patted Yura on the shoulder and said with a smile. You helped me a lot when I sneaked into the sand village. Hearing Susiao's praise, Yura smiled politely. Mr. Byakuya, you flatter me. This is my duty. Well, thank you for your hard work. While speaking, a dagger slipped out of Susiao's cuff, and a white light flashed in front of Yura. Pucci. Blood splashed on the yellow sand, and Yura opened his eyes angrily. A deep cut appeared on his throat. Yura covered his throat with both hands, blood spurting from between his fingers. He staggered and shouted from the wound. Why? Yura did not understand. He was Scorpion's subordinate, but this man cut his throat. Yura staggered back 2 steps and looked at Scorpion for help. Lord Scorpion, save me. But when Yura saw Scorpion, he was completely in despair. Hirako did not move. What a tenacious vitality. Finding that Yura would not die in a short time, Susiao stepped forward and slashed at Yura's neck again. This time, Yura fell to the ground, his legs kicked, and he knelt. Susiao took out a white cloth to wipe the blood on his hand. There was a strange thing. There was no killing hint when he killed Yura. This was not the first time. There was no killing hint when he killed the sand. Not only was there no killing hint, but there was no reward from the world source when killing the enemy. Su Xiao immediately consulted the Reincarnation Paradise, and the Reincarnation Paradise explained. Su Xiao understood what was going on. It turned out that catching a tail was a plot event. He did not expect to catch this kind of good thing. The plot event was very rare and could be comparable to the war mission. The reward was released after the final statistics. Su Xiao asked when the plot event would end. He had successfully captured a tail. The answer to the Reincarnation Paradise was to get rid of all the pursuers. This time, Su Xiao had a clear goal. He thought that only catching the pillars was enough. Now it seemed that catching the pillars was just the beginning. If it were Su Xiao before capturing the pillar, perhaps he would not be able to deal with the current situation, but now it was different. The level 20 Qingganyan had a qualitative change. Even if Kakashi or Cho fought with him, he had the strength to fight. The new ability that appeared after Qingganyan's level 20 made up for one of his shortcomings. The whole scene of Su Xiao killing Yura was Gaara's goal. At this moment, Gaara realized that he was going to die soon. This kind of ruthless enemy would not give him a chance. The pillar woke up. Deodaro looked at Gaara lazily. The previous battle had made him a little tired. Moreover, he was injured. Cut off his limbs. As long as he doesn't die, it's fine. The scorpion controlled Hirako to go forward. Wait, if I cut off his limbs, he should die. Su Xiao stopped Scorpion, and Gaara secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of death, he did not want to be cut in the limbs. Gaara just breathed a sigh of relief and felt a slight pain in his spine, followed by a warm feeling and finally numb. This is no problem. Su Xiao threw away the syringe in his hand, and Gaara was injected with enough anesthetic to anesthetize the rhinoceros. Where is our destination? Only Scorpion was clear about the gathering place among the three. The Kingdom of River, River Valley. Scorpion stopped speaking and turned to look behind. Su Xiao and Deodara also did the same. Oh, after enduring 18 times, do you still have the power to pursue? Deodara lightly snorted. He did not expect the Sand Ninja to be so tenacious. Leave it to me, and then we will meet in the Kingdom of River. Scorpion stood in place and did not move. Su Xiao and Deodara turned and walked out of the desert. At this time, they had reached the edge of the desert. Su Xiao and Su Xiao were in charge of catching Jinchuriki, and after the scorpion was broken, this was something that had been agreed on before. Su Xiao and Deodara walked forward on foot. A day later, the two arrived at the Kingdom of River and waited at a temporary stronghold in the Kingdom of River. Rather than saying that this was a temporary stronghold, it was just a few big stones. Brother Scorpion is a little slow. This is rare. It can't be. Deodara suspected that Scorpion had died. Su Xiao sat on a boulder and smoked. He did not speak. Crack, crack, the sound of hardwood rubbing came. The pursuers are solved. It seems that the Sand Village has sent a lot of people. Su Xiao flicked the cigarette between his fingers, and Scorpion arrived. At this time, Hirako was covered with scars, and Xiao's trench coat was tattered. The Sand Village almost went out. Knowing this result, Su Xiao was not surprised at all. It was strange that the Sand Village was not provoked after that kind of thing happened. They will continue to chase. We have to hurry. The three continued to move, and a rapid river blocked their way not long after. The two sides of the river were dark red rock walls, and there was a framework made of red rock on the opposite rock wall, and there was a word forbidden on the rock wall behind the frame. Deodara and Scorpion jumped down from the rock wall and stepped on the water surface. Su Xiao and Bobo Wang looked at each other on the river bank. Bobo Wang's eyes were clearly saying, "Master, what should we do? I can swim. It's impossible to step on water. Would it be shameful to swim over?" Su Xiao also would not step on water. If he jumped into the water now, he would be exposed. There was no chakra energy in his body. It was true that the reincarnation paradise could disguise his ability, but it was too obvious that he could not erase it. He needed to find a way himself. Su Xiao, a ninja who could catch a tail, could not step on water. It was simply a fantasy. Rumble. The rock wall opposite the river opened, and a dark cave appeared. Su Xiao and Bobo Wang jumped simultaneously over the river and stepped onto the flat ground in front of the cave. Scorpion and Deodara did not notice the abnormality. Chapter 549. After entering the cave, Pain's phantom was already waiting inside. You guys are late. Although Devapath was only a phantom formed by the illusion light body technique, his reincarnation eyes were soul-stirring. Jinchuriki is unexpectedly strong. Deodara's chest was still hurting. He had been on the way and did not have time to rest. Rumble, the boulder outside the cave fell, and it was a little dark inside. Let's begin. The hands of the Devapath formed a seal and motioned Su Xiao to put Gara on the ground. As Devapath struck the ground with one hand, an ominous fluctuation spread. Boom! Smoke and dust rose, and a huge statue slowly rose from the ground. This was the Gadu statue summoned by Devapath. Gadu statue had 9 eyes, and it seemed to be made of stone, but in fact, it was not. Gadu statue was composed of a high concentration of chakra, and the chakra was so dense that it was solid. 2 huge palms reached out from the Gadu statue, shackles on his wrists. Very good, gather. Several shadows appeared at the fingertips of Gadu statue. These were the shadows of Ghost Shark and Weasel. The members of the Akatsuki organization had been preparing for a long time. Including Su Xiao, Devapath, and others, there were 7 shadows and 3 people in the cave. Everyone stood at the fingertips of the Gadu statue, just 10 positions. The shackles in front of the Gadu statue opened without seeing any movements from Devapath. From now on, it will last for 3 days. Everyone, pay more attention to your bodies. Zetsu, your body will reach the vicinity as soon as possible and monitor the surrounding situation. Use the most wide-range move. Got it? After Heavenly Path gave the order, the shadow closed his eyes and looked like he was following orders. Black Zetsu hid very deeply. Although he was the oldest, he usually did not show any abnormalities. After everyone was seated, the fingers under the feet of the 10 people showed a green light. Different words appeared in the light. The words below Su Xiao were sky. Sealing technique, illusion dragon 9 seals. Devapath shouted, and Gadu statue spat out 9 streams of chakra from his mouth. This chakra formed a dragon shape and wrapped around Gara. Gara opened his mouth wide, and the unique chakra gushed out from his facial features. Su Xiao was shocked, not because of how terrifying the current scene was, but because he had absorbed a lot of Shikaku's chakra. The fact proved that the recovery of tailed beasts was very strong. Even if Su Xiao swallowed it half to death, Shikaku still recovered a lot of chakras. Moreover, it wasn't extracting chakra now but extracting the true form of Shikaku in Gara's body. Devapath seemed to have noticed something unusual. Is the tail very thin? Devapath had seen the true form of Shikaku through the reincarnation eye. He probably hadn't seen it before, but its withered appearance made him feel puzzled. Thin and weak. Deodara didn't know what was going on. I'm not sure. The scorpion did not directly participate in the battle of catching a tail. Maybe I was too heavy before. Of course, Su Xiao wanted to get away with it. He had been in close contact with Jinchuriki when he fought. Byakuya, did you catch Jinchuriki? Yes. What was the situation at that time? Be more specific. Su Xiao described the situation at that time. Of course, he described the deleted version. This is what happened. A light red chakra suddenly appeared, and there were vague shouts. What shout? I can't hear it. I only heard about the seal type. I don't know what it is exactly. After listening to Su Xiao's explanation, Devapath nodded. Although the long door that controls the heavenly path knows how to seal tailed beasts, there are many ways to seal tailed beasts in various villages. There have been rumors that the strength of the tailed beast is very unstable. As for Su Xiao swallowing the Biju chakra, Nagato didn't think about it and didn't care about it. Forget it. The tail can recover in the Gadu statue. As long as you catch it, maybe the sand village strengthened the seal of the tail. Su Xiao had helped the Akatsuki organization catch the tail. If the law kept asking, it would be a bit unreasonable. The task was only the pillar of strength. Who said it was not to absorb the Biju chakra? Moreover, there were other people in the Akatsuki who absorbed the Biju chakra, such as Ghost Shark. Now the purpose of Akatsuki was to seal the tail into the Gadu statue, and with each seal of a tailed beast, the Gadu statue would open one eye, and the Gadu statue had 9 eyes. Gadu statue was the shell of the 10-tailed beast, and after gathering 9-tailed beasts, the 10-tailed beast would be resurrected. To be exact, the 9-tailed beast was stripped from the body of the 10-tailed beast. And the true face of the 10-tailed beast was the divine tree, and the divine tree was the origin of chakra. If Su Xiao could devour the 10-tailed beast, the level of the green steel shadow would be greatly improved. Although this idea was very tempting, it could only be thought of. The sealing began, and the work took 3 days. Su Xiao was buying soy sauce, the ring in his hand was the original body, and he just had to stand. Su Xiao yawned and looked around. It could be seen that the other people around were also very bored, but no one could move. Haydn, who was opposite him, winked and seemed unable to stay idle for a moment while Deodara tilted his neck, looking like the golem's finger would fall at any time. Kakuzu, Scorpion, Itaka, Zetsu, Devapath, and the others were like old monks in meditation, their eyes closed and motionless. Ghost Shark, on the other hand, was somewhat helpless. Standing there like this was extremely boring. Hey, this is too boring. The lively brother Haydn could no longer endure it and spoke first. Shut up. Devapath glanced at Haydn, and Haydn shut up resentfully. The most unrestrained person present is our Bobo Wang. Bobo Wang looks at Itaki and then at Haydn, who is about to die from suffocation. After Bobo Wang wandered around, he began to observe Gaara. With Su Xiao here, the other members of Xiao would not say anything. An hour later, Bobo Wang also began to be bored. He began to exchange eyes with Haydn on the giant finger as if he wanted to communicate with Haydn. After Haydn saw Bobo Wang's eyes, he seemed to find a new continent. He finally found a way to relieve boredom. He didn't know how these two buffoons communicated, but they became one after a while. They winked and played happily. The ghost shark who observed the scene was trying to hide its laughter. Su Xiao didn't care about Bobo Wang, who was playing with Haydn. Yes, Bobo Wang was playing with Haydn. Opening the skill list, Su Xiao looked at Qing Gangying, who had already V, and the attributes of Qing Gangying had changed greatly. Usage requirements: after opening, the user consumes a bit of mana value every minute, and the mana value will automatically close after it is lower. Skill effect: after opening, every close combat attack will burn the enemy's mana values and cause the real damage of burning mana values, and the enemy has lost mana value. The enemy will suffer the sharp pain of burning mana. Additional V ability. Controller can materialize the high intensity of the green steel shadow energy into 3 forms. Form 1, Demon. Form 2, AOGE. Form 3, Blue Shadow King. Chapter 550. Su Xiao looked at the green steel shadow of LV.20 and was happy. The previous explosion effect of mana disappeared, and there was a new ability. When burning the enemy's mana values, not only could it cause the real damage of burning mana values, but it could also add the real damage to the enemy who had lost 8 mana values. This ability was much stronger than the mana explosion, could only explode once, and had a long cooldown time. As the green steel shadow level increased, the mana values consumed were more and more terrifying, reaching 50 mana values per minute. Su Xiao had 1488 mana values and could open the blue steel shadow for 30 minutes. The power of Qing Gangyan was greatly improved, and it was not comparable to before. Not only that, after Qing Gangyan reached LV.20, there were 2 new abilities. The first was to manifest Qing Gangyan energy to form an energy shield. The shape of this energy shield was formed according to Su Xiao's idea. It could be circular or rectangular. The strength of the energy shield could be adjusted. Su Xiao could choose to consume 50 points to 300 points of mana to form an energy shield. The higher the mana consumption, the higher the strength of the energy shield. Although Su Xiao's attack was sharp, his defense had always been weak. Most of the battles relied on the protection or secondary invincible shield to defend against the enemy's attack. If he could not defend, he could only rely on his body. The 2 shields had a long cooldown time and could only be used once in battle. Now that he had an energy shield, it was very different. The energy shield did not have a cooldown time. As long as Su Xiao had enough mana, the energy shield could always be used. This made him have a common defense method when facing the enemy. The shape, size, thickness, and even the position of the energy shield were decided by Su Xiao. He could instantly generate an energy shield in any position within a meter nearby. Su Xiao's hand flicked open, and a rectangular energy shield appeared in his hand out of thin air. Because he deliberately suppressed it, the size of the energy shield was very small, only the size of a palm, just floating in his palm. This energy shield was light blue, the blue on edge was deeper, the hole was a bit transparent, it would not block the sight, there were fine lines on the surface of the shield, if you did not look carefully, you could not find these lines. The energy shield floated in the air and did not move. Su Xiao could control the energy shield with his mind. This was an object formed by the energy of the blue steel shadow. He controlled it like an arm and a finger, without the slightest bit of difficulty. But Su Xiao could only control the energy shield within a meter nearby. It was not that he could not control it, but he consumed a lot of mana values. If he controlled the energy shield from 2 meters away, Su Xiao would consume at least hundreds of mana values every second, which was so exaggerated. The mana values consumed by Su Xiao to control the energy shield within a meter could almost be ignored. He pinched the energy shield with his hand and exerted force on his hand. Ka! Su Xiao's mouth twitched. It was not that the energy shield was broken, but this was too hard. The sound just now was from his finger joints. The energy shield formed after 50 points of mana was converted into the green steel shadow energy. He could break this kind of energy shield with a knife. If he used 80 points of mana to build an energy shield, it would be difficult to break it. At 100 points, with his current sword skills, he would need at least 3 to 4 blades. 150 points did not need to be thought about. It was already good that Su Xiao could break it within 10 blades. It was somewhat difficult to break it at 200 points, conservatively estimated that he would need to cut it for several minutes. As for the 300 points of the highest intensity, Su Xiao could not break the energy shield of that level. After the energy shield was formed, it did not exist for a long time. There was a time limit. If not broken by the enemy, the energy shield would be the strongest for the first 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the energy shield began to show signs of decomposition until it completely disappeared after half an hour. So the energy shield could not be used all the time. It was best to block the energy shield at the point of the enemy attack after the enemy attacked in order to defend. As for whether the energy shield floating in the air would be sent flying, there was no need to worry about this problem at all. The energy shield was centered around Su Xiao. As long as the enemy's attack was not enough to send Su Xiao flying, the energy shield would firmly block in front of him. After all, it had a spiritual link between Su Xiao and the energy shield. Even if the enemy's attack was enough to send Su Xiao flying, as long as this attack did not break the energy shield, even if he retreated far away, the energy shield would still block in front of him. After roughly figuring out the function of the energy shield, Su Xiao was very satisfied. The mana value between 50 to 300 points generated the energy shield. The speed of production was extremely fast, it did not affect the vision, and the defense was amazing. But there was also a problem: Su Xiao's mana was not enough. If it were an energy shield with 300 points of mana value, Su Xiao could only form 4 of these energy shields, and the speed of mana consumption was extremely fast. It was fine just like that. When he used the green steel shadow energy attack, he would consume a lot of mana values, and the consumption of 50 points per minute could not be ignored. As time passed, Su Xiao felt that his total of 1,488 mana values was insufficient. If the battle were more intense, he would have a situation of but blue. Su Xiao finally knew why the talent of his bite spirit was passed down to the shadow of the law, because the mana required to destroy the shadow of the law was more than that of the mage. Without this kind of talent ability, it was impossible to use the blue steel shadow to continue fighting. Su Xiao had the talent to increase mana value after killing the enemy permanently, and the intelligence attribute was very high. Even so, he still felt that mana was short. I have to get some equipment to increase mana value when I return this time. Su Xiao thought his mana value was enough before, but now it seems that it was not the case. If the battle were too intense, he would probably consume all the mana values in 10 minutes of the battle. It was not without benefits to consuming a huge amount of mana, and his combat power had increased significantly. At least it was much stronger than before. The real damage that increased sharply, just the energy shield, made up for his lack of defense. Any ability could not compare. The mage's eggshell shield that wrapped the whole body was unsuitable for Su Xiao. That was inconvenient. It did not have an energy shield that could be produced and withdrawn at any time. The energy shield may not be as simple as defense, and other uses have to be developed by him. Su Xiao looked at the final form 3, Green Shadow King. He was completely confused about this thing. Not to mention the awakening method. He did not even know what it was. You can't directly awaken it for me. Su Xiao temporarily ignored this ability. Even if he wanted to, there was no way. Before the shadow of the law completely awakened, Green Shadow King would not awaken. As for how to awaken the shadow of the law, this was not something that Su Xiao could touch on now. It could only be done after level 5. Green Shadow King was a big move of the shadow of the law, a very strong big move. Now Su Xiao had ordinary skills in the shadow of the law. Although they were all very strong, there was no killing move with great power, and Green Shadow King was the killing move of the shadow of the law.